Welcome to the beginning of a story shaped by shadows and stolen light. In What If Bella Was Born for the Night but Fell for the Sun? We meet a girl destined for darkness yet irresistibly drawn to someone who burns brighter than her world allows. Let's step into the first chapter of this forbidden path. Bella Pav. My name is Isabella Swan, and I am terrified of the sun. The sun which, in mere seconds, could steal my life away. The sun I've never seen. The sun which barely ever shines, anyway. I live in Forks, Washington. I've lived here for as long as I can remember, because as soon as my parents received news of my diagnoses, they moved up here in hopes that, when I was older, never seeing the sun wouldn't matter much because no one here really saw it, anyway. My mom left when I was 2, though she said I was holding her down, keeping her from the life she wanted. I tried to run after her but I couldn't. My father held me back, and shielded my body with his against the sun which, as fate would have it, was shining on that fateful day. And then it was just me and him, living each day in darkness, fighting together the fight that we would never win. I truly am a child of the night. I was born with xeroderma pigmentosum, better known as XP. It's a condition where my body can't repair damage caused by the ultraviolet rays of the sun, and thus even simple seconds in the light can cause severe sunburns, and inevitably, skin cancer and then death. I'm not resentful, though. Even when I have to walk into the other room while Daddy opens the door to escape the light, or when I have to struggle into that 50-pound, spacesuit-like sun protector to run across the yard to the neighbor's house, I don't mind. I was born this way, and there's nothing I can do to change it. And even now, as I stand in the sun for the first time in so long, I don't mind. I can't move, I can't run, because I can't see because I'm blind. Because when I was small, I lost my vision to the disease that haunts me now. I can't find the dark that I'm so comfortable standing in. I can't find anything but the burning warmth on my skin. I whimper, and press my hands against what I imagine is a stone wall. It's rough under my fingertips. I use it as a guide, and I continue to stumble forward. But the sun is too much, and I eventually fall. I hear people screaming, crying out, telling someone to call an ambulance. I'm breathing hard, and I know I have to get out of the sun. I have to, Edward, I cry, but he doesn't come. I whimper his name again and again, but he doesn't rescue me. And as I remember his last words, as I remember what led me to start walking, what led me to leave him, to run away, to run to this unfamiliar place, I realize that I don't want to stay awake anymore because he won't come back. Just like my mom all those years ago, he walked away and he wasn't coming back. So I let the darkness wash over me, and as the darkness washes over me, so do his last words. Time, Bella, I need time. I'll never give you up. I always fight, always. But it hurts so much. I need time. Goodbye. February 2nd, Saturday 8:12 p.m. 2008. Edward Pav. What the hell are these? I demanded, and I threw the applications down on the table in front of my father. My mother winced at my crude language, but Dad just raised an eyebrow. They're applications, he said simply, meeting my eyes. I know what they are. Why the hell do we have them? Because you're starting college this year and I want to make sure you get into a good medical program. Your grades are perfect, so it's just a matter of getting in early. I glared at him, knowing he understood my anger and was choosing to ignore it. He turned back to the paper he was reading, and I could see the rest of my family staring at me nervously, as if sensing the anger rolling off of me in waves. I'm not going to medical school, I growled, and he met my eyes once more, sighing deeply. Edward, we've talked about this. No, I disagreed. You talked, and ignored everything I said. I'm not going to medical school, Dad. I already got accepted into Juilliard. That's enough. I'm going to study music there, and... But my angry words were cut off by the slightly irritated voice of my father. We are not having this conversation again, Edward, he said firmly, and he frowned at me from across the kitchen table. My little sister, Alice, giggled and pressed both hands over her mouth to stifle her amusement. I pressed my lips together hard, as if I was trying to hold the complaints, the words of rage, in. They came out, anyway. I don't want to go to medical school, Dad, I said, and the words I spoke next seemed so familiar. But that could have been because I'd been having this same argument with my father for over 4 months now. I want to study music. You know that. I also know that a degree in music will, eventually, lead you to teaching 5-year-olds to play the piano, Edward. He said, and he put his paper down a bad sign. That meant he was frustrated, and angry, and wasn't going to let this go. You're throwing your life away. And for what? You could be great, but I don't want to be. Don't you understand? I pressed, and I clenched my fists together tightly. This is what I want. This is what will make me happy. Don't you care? Do even you care at all? Edward, of course but you don't, I yelled, and I could see both of my younger siblings wincing and pressing their little hands over their ears. I wanted to stop screaming, but I couldn't. I'd been holding it in for far too long. You don't care at all, or else you would let me do what I want instead of trying to hold me back. Dad, I'm proud of what you are, what you do. But I'm not you. I don't want to be a doctor, Dad. I want to be all that I can be, and I want to study music. And, before he could respond, I stalked to the door and walked out, slamming it hard behind me. I leaned heavily against it, dropping my head in my hands. And, even through the thick, wooden door, I could hear the voice of little, 6-year-old Alice. Daddy, is Edward mad? She asked, and her voice was but a whisper. I didn't hear our father's answer, though, because I had already begun to walk. I walked and walked, not caring where I was going. I moved forward quickly, my feet hitting hard on the cement as I began to run toward the edge of town. Not that it was much of a town, anyway. Forks was small and depressing. I hated it here. I sighed. The sun had already set behind the ever-present clouds, but the few street lamps that lined the street cast out just barely enough light to allow me to see the path that had been laid out before me. The darkness grew with each step, and I noticed eventually that I was running further and further away from town. I didn't care. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered, really. My life was a mess. It was simple, in a sense of the word, because I was stuck in a never-ending cycle of repetition. I woke up, I went to school. I came home, and listened to, or wrote, music until I was called for dinner. When my homework was done, I went to bed, and then everything started all over again. But it wasn't simple in the sense that it didn't seem like my life. It seemed like this life belonged to someone else, like I was just an outsider, watching in. I was alone, really. But I was all right with that. My little siblings, Emmett and Alice, had each other and their friends. Me, I didn't have anyone. My father and I disagreed at every turn, and my mother was always worried for me, concerned, and so far away that I barely even talked to her. And when I did, it always seemed so unreal, and so polite, as if we were strangers rather than family. I sighed deeply, and paused in my running, resting my hands on my knees to catch my breath. I didn't know where I was anymore. I didn't recognize the darkness, the trees, that surrounded me. Frowning, I stood up, and ventured into a nearby clearing. The trees parted briefly and allowed a soft expanse of grass to cover the ground. I was sure, had it not been winter, that flowers would have covered every inch of the land before me. Even in darkness, it was beautiful. But the beauty of the land could not compare to the beauty of the girl that my eyes landed upon then. Her hair, a soft, chocolate brown color, was gently swirling around her face as she danced in circles, her eyes closed and such a peaceful expression on her face that it made my heart ache. Her body was small, and slender, and she wore a light blue sundress that accented her soft curves, and her skin was so pale. Her voice was gentle and beautiful as she sang so quietly to herself a song I didn't recognize. But what really caught my attention was her eyes. When she finally opened them, my breath caught, for though I was standing so far away, I could see them so clearly. They were the most beautiful shade of blue that I'd ever seen. So light, they had a slightly misty look to them, and though she glanced all around, it almost seemed as though she saw nothing. Perhaps she was too caught up in her own world to notice the one around her. I smiled. She was like an angel, with her eyes closed and her arms spread so wide. She was so beautiful. Her hair blew gently in the wind, and her voice danced softly through the air as she continued to sing so quietly. And then I stumbled forward, and though I managed to catch myself by gripping onto a nearby tree, a small twig snapped under my foot. The sound, of course, alerted her to my presence, and I cursed quietly under my breath. "Hello," she breathed, and she looked around quickly. "Is anyone there?" And though her eyes flickered straight to mine, though I, for one brief moment, was staring directly into her soft gaze, she didn't notice me. Her eyes moved so quickly, back and forth, and she bit her lip nervously, her expression suddenly scared. "Hello," she said again, and this time she was whispering. I briefly wondered why she hadn't seen me, but blamed it quickly on the dark as I moved swiftly, silently, away from her. I didn't want to, of course, but I couldn't risk being caught. But her voice stopped me. "Please, I can hear you. Please come out." My body moved of its own accord. But I couldn't have stopped myself even if I had tried. I didn't want to. I wanted to meet her, to learn her name, to touch her skin, it seemed so soft. I wanted to talk to her, to learn about her. I didn't know why, though, and it frightened me a little bit. "Hello," I whispered quietly, and her breath caught as she turned to look at me, or so I thought. But though her eyes settled on me, they were far off, staring into a world I couldn't see. I understood then, as she walked forward so carefully, so slowly. She was blind. She smiled, however, as though the fact that she couldn't see the face that belonged to the voice didn't bother her in the slightest. She walked forward, and my hands shook as I reached one forward and let my fingers gently dance across the skin of her face. She was in front of me then, so close that I could smell her, and she smelled so sweet. Her hand covered mine, and she spoke so quietly. "I'm not afraid of you," she whispered. "And that scares me." "You should be scared," I murmured softly, and I couldn't even force a teasing edge into my voice, for all I could do was stare into her eyes. "I was watching you. I could be anyone, anything. And yet you walked toward me, and you let me touch you even though you can't see me." I whispered my next words so quietly. "Even though you're blind." And though I couldn't see her shock, she hid it very well. I could feel it. Her skin, so warm, warmed more, and her face flushed under my fingertips. Her heart raced fast, like mine was. "How did you know?" Our words were so quiet, I wondered how we even heard each other. "You look everywhere, yet you see nothing," I murmured. "Right now, you're looking into my eyes, and though your eyes are a window into your very soul, you see nothing of mine." Silence followed my words, and as the seconds passed, my awe at the stunning blind girl before me grew. With each second, my heart beat faster, and it became harder and harder to keep my hands from shaking. Finally, her sweet voice washed over me again. "Who are you?" she breathed, and I smiled. "My name is Edward." "Edward," she repeated, and she tested the word out, saying it over and over, whispering it and smiling as it rolled around on her tongue. "I like it, Edward. It fits you." I was curious how she could know it fit me if she couldn't see me, but I was afraid of offending her, so I didn't ask. I didn't say anything. My hand was still pressed so lightly to her cheek, and the shivers that ran through me had nothing to do with the cold, February air. The silence rang once again, but was, once again, broken by the girl before me. "Can I touch you?" she asked, and she blushed then. I smiled as the color flooded her cheeks. "I see through touch," she explained quickly. "I want to see you. Please." I nodded, and then realized she couldn't see me. "Yes," I breathed, and I dropped my hand from her face, and in place, I brought hers to mine. Her fingers, so thin, so warm, ran across my forehead, and traced the lines of my eyes. They danced over my nose, making me grin as I tried not to laugh, for it tickled and traced my soft, pink lips. Her palm cupped my jaw, and then her fingertips tugged lightly at my ears. And then she pulled away, and I felt empty. I couldn't understand it, because I'd never felt complete enough to feel empty, but didn't dwell on the feelings that filled me. She smiled. "Edward." It wasn't a question, so I didn't answer, and she was content in just closing her eyes, and staring at nothing. I wondered if she was trying to piece all that she had felt together in her mind, into a picture, but I didn't ask. I didn't want to shatter the beautiful silence. "Edward, you're beautiful," she breathed, and I shook my head. "No," I disagreed, briefly wondering if it was a good thing for a guy to be beautiful. "You are beautiful." Color flooded her cheeks again, and she ducked her head, almost as if she was trying to escape my intense gaze. And then she looked back up, and her eyes met mine, and there was so much emotion shining in her gaze that I was sure, in that moment, that she could see everything that surrounded her. And her hand took mine, and she smiled. "Thank you," she whispered, and I was confused. "For what?" "For making me happy. For For making me smile. I haven't been happy in so long. But your voice alone, and your touch, and I can't explain, it made my heart soar. I grinned a very goofy grin. You're welcome, then. Can I see you again soon? I asked, for I knew, though I didn't want to, that I would have to leave soon. She nodded. I come here every night. I'll be here if you will. I nodded again. I didn't want to leave. But I knew it was getting to be very late. And though I wanted to stay out as late as possible just to anger my father, I knew it would make both my mother and little Alice to worry. I have to leave now, I said, and saying those 5 simple words hurt so much more than they should have. Goodbye, then, Edward, she whispered, and she closed her blind eyes. I was about to turn and run, but I couldn't, because there was one thing I needed to know before I left her. Your name, I breathed, and it was all I could manage. She asked, as though she didn't understand. What is your name? Please tell me, I begged, for I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep, or concentrate, until I had a name to fit with the beautiful face I knew would never fade from my mind. Bella, she finally whispered, and I smiled again. Bella, I repeated softly. Bella, it was Italian, it meant beautiful, it fit so well, and no more words were needed. So I turned, and I ran. I ran and I ran, not caring where I was going. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered, because the only thing that mattered now was her. Bella. February 2nd, Saturday 9:46 p.m. 2008. Bella Pav. What is your name? Please tell me, he pleaded, and I couldn't have stopped my answer even if I had wanted to. Bella, I softly whispered, and he smiled. Bella, he repeated, his voice thoughtful as he spoke. He said nothing after that. And then I heard his footsteps, walking so slowly away from me, and an unexplainable emptiness filled me. When he'd whispered my name, my heart had beat so fast, so hard, so strong. I had never felt more alive than I did in that moment. And though I had never felt the sun on my skin, I felt the warmth that everyone described. My whole body felt like it was on fire. I smiled sadly, and I wished that he didn't have to leave. For in those few moments, I had felt so free. Free of the disease that plagued me. Free of the worries that shadowed me every moment of every day. Free of the weight of responsibility that sat on my shoulders every second of forever. But my heart raced as I remembered his words. Can I see you again soon? Could he, too, have possibility felt the unexplainable energy, the attraction, that flowed between us? Could he have felt as complete, in that moment, as I did? As whole, as free? I shook my head. No, he couldn't have. I was being stupid. I hadn't been able to see him. That much was true, but from his voice, and his words, I knew this much. He was kind, and gentle, and so painfully beautiful that he was probably relieved I was blind because he was far too kind to make me watch as he walked away from me and didn't come back. Bella. But the way he had whispered my name, so full of emotion. I shook my head, and choked back tears as I began to walk the familiar, worn path that led back home. It was long, and rough, but I had long ago memorized each and every root, and stump, and hole, that the road offered. I moved around them, letting my fingers dance across the trees that lined the outside of my path and guided me along my way. But tonight, I stumbled and fell so much, for I couldn't concentrate for even a second. I couldn't hear, or feel, anything but him. I couldn't hear anything but his voice, echoing in my mind. I knew it was wrong. I knew I shouldn't want so badly to be his friend, because what kind of friend could I be? I lived in darkness, terrified of the sunlight that warmed his skin. As I stumbled through the front door of my house, thankful for the first time that my father had fallen asleep while waiting for me to come home, I cried softly. And I silently vowed that I wouldn't go back, that I wouldn't see him again. Because he didn't know the truth, and when he found out, I was sure he would run from me, like so many others had. Like my mother had. I was sure he, too, would break my heart when his words, though I couldn't see his expression, carried all the feelings that everyone always believed they could hide simply because I couldn't see. But what they didn't realize was that, though I was blind, they were the ones that couldn't see. Because they couldn't see the pain that shattered my heart, again and again, every time I overheard their carefully whispered words. So different, weird, freak. Closing the door behind me, I collapsed against it and took a deep, shuddering breath in as I tried not to cry. My mind was filled with visions of the boy I'd met only minutes before. Edward. I wished more than anything that he could be my rock, the one person that would understand me. He had accepted my blindness so easily, he was the only one who had accepted it so easily, so why wouldn't he accept all of me? But I was so afraid of rejection, so hardened against the world, that I wasn't even willing to give him a chance. I'm sorry, Edward. February 3rd, Sunday 9:20 a.m. Edward Pav. Where were you last night? I cringed. It was my father's voice, right behind me. I tried to pretend that I didn't hear him. I reached over and turned my music up, but within seconds, he had gently reached over and taken the earphones from my ears. I refused to look him in the eye. Edward. Dad, I don't want to talk about it, okay? I growled, and I grabbed the earphones back from him before shoving them back over my ears and turning up the volume as loud as it would go. I didn't want to talk about anything, least of all my college choices. I simply wanted to sit here and remember her face. I wanted to see her smile in my mind and feel her soft skin under my fingertips. For I knew that, if she left my mind and my thoughts, the slowly spreading feeling of emptiness would take over me. But then my music shut off altogether, and I glared up at my father, whose hand was hovering over the on-off switch of my CD player. He wasn't smiling, but he didn't look mad, either. He simply looked tired and worn, and I suddenly wondered how much sleep he'd gotten the night before, and felt bad that I had been the cause of his worry. What? I grumbled quietly, resigned but not happy. Where were you last night? I didn't answer. Edward, he sighed. I'm not mad, and I don't want to argue. I just want to talk to you. About what? I was still suspicious, but I allowed my father to sit down on the bed beside me. He clasped his hands together, and I sighed, biting my lip and leaning back on the headboard behind me. You've been drifting away from us, he said, and his voice was pained. Even Alice, and you two used to be so close. Edward, what am I doing wrong? Is this my fault? Have I been pushing you too hard? What is it? I frowned, and I wished more that my father wasn't feeling the way he was. But what could I say to him? Why, yes, Dad, you're exactly the reason I'm drifting away. You were pushing me too hard. This is your fault, but I couldn't say that. I knew I couldn't, because if he was in pain now, my words would only make it so much worse. Please be honest with me, he said, and as I looked into his eyes then, I realized that he'd never spoken to me this way. Before, he'd always been in control. Right now, he was letting out into the open everything he was feeling, everything he was, and he was searching for an honest answer. I don't want to be a doctor, Dad, I mumbled, and I dropped my eyes from his. I want to study music. I knew that, if was anything else, he wouldn't have answered as he did. Edward, I can't let that go. I'm not willing to stand by and watch as you throw your life away. I'm not throwing my life away, I grumbled. Dad, I'm 18. I can choose for myself what I want to do, and you can't change my mind or force me. I'm going to study music. It's what I want, and I'm not going to change my mind. Silence fell and expanded, and soon it became very uncomfortable. I was about to turn back to my music when he sighed and stood up. Fine, he said, and he turned his back to me. I won't push you, for now, but please do me one favor. I looked up, wary. If you're going to stay out late tonight, let me know. You worried your mother horribly last night. And me, too, I knew he wanted to say, but he didn't, and I was thankful for that. I nodded, and smiled the smallest bit. And as he walked out of the room, I whispered two words that meant so many things at once. I will be out tonight, I added silently. Because there's no way that I can stay away from her. 7:33 p.m. Bella Pav. Aren't you excited to get outside? My father asked, and though I couldn't see his face, I could almost feel his confusion. I smiled sadly, and nodded. I was always excited to go outside. But tonight was different, because tonight I wasn't going to be able to see him. Yeah, I said, and I clasped my hands together as I willed the sun to move slower. I couldn't not go outside. Because if my lack of enthusiasm alerted my father that something was wrong, my unwillingness to leave the house after sunset most definitely would. I'm excited, I lied, and I wished that I could just hide all night. Because I knew that, if I left the house, I wouldn't be able to fight the part of me that warned me to stay away from the boy who, in one night, had captured my interest, but not yet my heart. For though I'd only heard his voice once, though I'd only touched his skin for such a brief time, he was so different. He accepted my blindness without a negative word about it. He was so kind, so gentle. I sighed, and stood from my seat at the table. I placed my dishes carefully in the sink, keeping my hand under them until my soft skin hit the cold, hard porcelain. "I'm going out, Dad. I might be back late," I murmured. "Don't wait up for me. Is it dark enough yet?" he asked, and I was sure he glanced out the window to see that dark had, indeed, fallen. It was too late in the day for it not to have. "Love ya, Dad." I kissed his cheek, and after pulling on my shoes, I reached for the doorknob. I took the familiar path down the sidewalk, and into the woods. Maybe just for a moment. From the distance, I just wanted to hear his voice. That would be enough. Even if I could never see his face, hearing his soft voice would be enough. I broke into a clumsy run, stumbling and falling. Just for a moment, I promised myself, but I didn't realize then how hard it would be to leave the second he called out for me. Just for a moment. 8:01 p.m. Edward Pav. The moment I finished dinner and my dishes were in the sink, I quickly slipped out the door, silently closing it behind me. And then I ran. I ran faster than ever before, eager to reach the small clearing that I had stumbled upon last night. And as I passed the first tree bearing the small, cross-shaped mark, I was thankful that I had thought to leave a trail on my way home last night, for I knew I would never be able to find her again if I couldn't find my way back to the clearing. I smiled. It was like the breadcrumb trail that every child heard about in the stories of Hansel and Gretel. It would lead me where I wanted to go. Where I had to go. It would lead me to Bella. I wanted to see her again, to hear her soft voice, to touch her. And then I stumbled into the clearing, past the final thicket of trees that blocked my path, and I gasped for breath as I looked around. And as I looked around, my heart sank, and the emptiness inside of me deepened and changed in a way I didn't understand or recognize. She wasn't there. She had promised, yet she hadn't come. I wondered briefly if something was wrong, and then I realized the more probable reason. She didn't care for me as I cared for her. She didn't want to be my friend, and she didn't yearn as I did to know more. To learn more, to hear more, to understand more, to feel more. I clenched my fists tightly against the disappointment that flooded me then, and tried to convince myself that I was being stupid. I'd talked to her for all of a few minutes, yet the disappointment that she wasn't here pierced me deeper than the loss of friends I'd known for years. It was stupid, but it was so real. "Bella," I breathed, clinging on to the hope that she was here and was simply waiting for me to make the first move. "Bella, are you there?" But I didn't receive an answer. I turned around, clenching my fists tighter, and I began to walk away, desperate not to let the disappointment take over me. And then I heard her voice, so soft, so quiet, and so full of emotion. "Edward," and the hole that had slowly been expanding in my heart since I'd left her the night before was suddenly gone. Not healed, not simply bound together, but as if it had never been there in the first place. I smiled, and I closed my eyes as I turned around. "Bella," I breathed, and my vision was suddenly filled with her beauty. February 3rd, Sunday 8:15 p.m. Bella Pav. Just for a moment, I promised myself again, gripping tightly to the tree I was hiding behind. I could hear him now, moving closer. Just for a moment, but then his voice washed over me, and it was so beautifully intense that my heart ached. How could a voice be so beautiful? A voice, not Edward as a whole, but simply his voice. I could only imagine his physical beauty. I closed my eyes and bit my lip against the wave of emotion that washed over me. This was wrong. If I didn't want to get hurt, I needed to run. Because I knew that someone like Edward, someone so perfect, so beautiful, would never be able to be my friend. But as he spoke, I couldn't stop myself from moving forward. "Bella," he breathed, and his voice broke as he spoke the next words. "Bella, are you there?" I couldn't stop my hands from trembling as I groped around in the ever-present darkness that shadowed me. I couldn't stop myself from speaking out. "Edward." I heard his sharp intake of breath, and I wished more than anything that I'd stayed hidden. He was going to hurt me. Only hurt me. Leave me broken, bleeding, alone like so many other had. I was so sure I'd hardened myself against the world, against everything, everyone, but as he spoke, his voice so intense, my heart jumped, and fluttered, and hammered away in my chest. Bella. And then he walked forward, and his fingers danced over my face, gently tracing my eyelids, my lips, my cheeks, and the tears welled up in my eyes. No one had touched me so gently since. I thought you weren't coming, he breathed, and I could feel his pain as his fingers shook on my face. I don't know why it matters. I don't know why. It shouldn't. It shouldn't at all. But it does, he confessed, and my knees grew weak with the emotions coursing through me. It does. And it doesn't make sense. I don't understand why you mean so much to me. But you do. I felt a single, hot tear run down my cheek, but it didn't, as I'd hoped, slip unnoticed off my chin. Instead, he caught it between his fingertips, and pressed his palm to my cheek. Why are you crying? He asked, and his voice was so soft, so tender, that it nearly broke my heart. I don't know. Why are you being so nice to me? I couldn't see his face, but I could understand his confusion. Why wouldn't I? I'm weird, I explained. I'm different. I'm a freak. That's what everyone says. No one talks to me so softly, or touches me so gently, or... But I couldn't continue on, for the tears were too much. And when he gently helped me sit on the ground, lest my legs give out under me and I fall, it was too much. He was too kind, too gentle. Why was he so different? Did they treat you that way because you're blind? He asked, and instead of a rude jab, or a whispered rebuke, it was genuine curiosity that laced his voice. He didn't seem to mind in the slightest that I couldn't see. Oh, only partly, I muttered, and I wanted to slap myself. I was saying too much. Surely, when he learned everything about me, about how I could never stand in the sun, lest I die, surely he would leave me, alone on the ground, broken and crying. Only partly, he asked, and I bit my lip. He could tell I was hesitant. You don't have to tell me, he murmured. Not if you don't want to. I want to, I said. But I don't know how. That's all right. I'll wait, he whispered, and we sat together in silence, barely touching, not talking. But it was enough. Just hearing his voice was enough. Just realizing his concern, and feeling his touch, and gaining his understanding, it was enough. And even as the hours passed in silence, even as the clouds slowly rolled away and allowed the stars to shine, the stars that I couldn't see, I didn't say a word. But our silence deepened and the air around us seemed charged with every emotion that was coursing through our veins. I wanted so badly to understand what was happening. Why I was feeling this way. Why, after such a short time, it felt like leaving would hurt so much. I barely knew him, yet he meant more to me than anyone ever had. I knew why, though. It was because he had accepted me. He had accepted me, who I was, and not who I should be. He had accepted my blindness, and I knew, without even thinking, that he would accept the rest of me, too. I wanted so badly to tell him everything. Everything. But I couldn't continue, so I fell silent. Perhaps tomorrow. February 8th, Friday 9:10 p.m. Edward Pav. Tomorrow, and the next day, and then 3 more days after that passed. Every single night, I went to her, and she was always there. We never talked much, we simply sat in silence, together. She always seemed hesitant, nervous, as if there was something she wanted to tell me, but wasn't quite sure how to. But I would wait. As long as it took, I would wait. But tonight, will you take a walk with me? I asked quietly, and a small blush lit her soft cheeks. She paused, biting her lip. I don't know, I haven't memorized any place else but this place. I'll fall if I haven't memorized the path. I grinned brightly, reaching over to tuck a strand of soft, brown hair behind her ear. She gasped in quiet surprise, and I could almost feel her heart thudding away in her chest, as my heart was in mine. Please, I murmured, and though I knew she couldn't see me, I still stared very deeply into her soft eyes. All right, she finally breathed, and I grinned brightly, jumping to my feet among the sea of soft, dew-covered grass and taking her hand. Her skin was so warm, and so soft. I pulled her gently to her feet, and as we began walking an unfamiliar path, she held tight to me. I stayed close to her, leading her gently past trees, and over rocks. And when large stumps came, I lifted her over them and sat her gently on the other side. We didn't speak a word the whole time, yet it was a comfortable sort of silence that fell over us. Finally, Though, when we reached the place I knew I wanted to be, I stopped, and whispered. "We're here. Describe it to me, please," she requested quietly, and I smiled. "We're standing on a cliff overlooking the sea. It's so vast, never-ending, almost. The trees surrounding us are swaying gently in the wind, and the grass is blowing around our feet. The water of the sea is crashing into the rocks below, spraying a white sort of mist into the air, and showering the land in water. The sky is dark, sprinkled in light from the few stars that shine so sparingly. The clouds are rolling slowly back in, trapping us in a world of never-ending darkness." I paused for several seconds, and then whispered, so quietly, "Can you hear it, Bella? Can you hear the waves, and the water as it gently laps the shore?" My words were whispered, and my eyes were closed as I, for one brief moment, tried to imagine that I, too, was blind. I took my own words, and with them, painted a picture in my mind as the sounds of the night, the water crashing onto the rocks below, the wind blowing so gently surrounded me and wrapped me in a gentle embrace. "Can you hear it?" She smiled, and she looked so serene, so peaceful, with her eyes closed and her hands stretched out in front of her. She looked like an angel, much like she had on that first night I'd ever seen her. "Yes," she breathed, and she tilted her head back, breathing in deeply the scent of the ocean. I wanted so badly to hold her then, to take her into my arms and protect her from the horrors of the world. I wanted to protect her always, from that which she could not see. "Bella," I asked, and she opened her eyes, and though she didn't see me, her eyes stared very deeply into mine. I wondered how it was possible that she couldn't see, for it seemed, sometimes, that she saw so much. I moved closer to her, and took her hands into mine. I heard her breathing increase, and I smiled. "Tell me everything. We've been meeting like this for almost a week, and yet I know next to nothing about you. Please tell me about yourself." It was true, and she knew it. Over the past few days, she'd become so silent, and though I told her everything about me, what little there was so tell, that is, she'd told me almost nothing. "Help me sit down," she requested. "I want to listen to the ocean." I nodded, and did as she asked, making sure she sat away from the edge of the cliff and on a soft patch of grass rather than the cold, hard rock. She was silent for several moments, and then she began to talk. "My mom left when I was a baby. I don't remember her much. I almost never talk to her. My father and I are very close. He's all I've ever had. He's always been there for me," she said, and I could see the love shining in her eyes as she spoke of the man that clearly meant so much to her. "He's the only family I have left." Silence fell for several moments, and I realized that if I wanted her to keep talking, I would have to ask questions. "What's your favorite color?" She laughed, possibility at the insanity of the question, and then she shrugged. I just smiled. "I don't remember colors much. But I think blue, maybe." I nodded, and rearranged my face and tone until I sounded like I was somberly asking for a murder confession. "How long have you lived here in Forks?" By the time I has asked even a few questions, she was giggling, her eyes shining happily. I was trying so hard not to laugh with her, but I couldn't do it. "What's your favorite time of the day?" "Nighttime," she answered without a second thought. "Because then, when it's dark, I don't have to pretend that I can see what I can't, and I don't have to imagine the light of the world around me. When it's dark, everyone sees as I see. It's comforting a little, I guess, that I'm not alone in darkness." I didn't know quite how to respond to that, so I simply cleared my throat and asked another question, softer this time. "Favorite kind of flower?" "I don't know. I've never seen many flowers. But I do love how roses feel, and how they're described. They're beautiful, but forbidden. The thorns protect their beauty, and assure that they're not torn, or killed." Her answers were so complicated, so deep. I wondered how often she thought of these things, and realized that it was probably very often. When you couldn't see, you had to imagine, to paint pictures in your own mind of how you thought things were. "Your favorite sound?" She smiled. This one, at least, was easy to answer. "The sound of rain as it falls. It's so beautiful, so calming, so serene." I smiled. "Your favorite book?" "Wuthering Heights," she answered without a second thought, and I raised an eyebrow. I opened my mouth to argue, and I could see a small smile forming on her lips. Oh, this was going to be good. "Bella Pav." "No way," he scoffed. "You have got to be kidding me." And then he laughed, and my heart beat wildly at the sound. I sucked a deep breath in, trying to control my emotions as I replied. Yes way. Wuthering Heights is classic. Nothing beats it. It's an awful book, he argued, and I normally would have dropped the subject. People often disagreed with my reading choices, and I was used to it. But his voice, so intense, was too beautiful to let go. It's not awful, I disagreed. It's awful. I glared at him, and he laughed, and in that moment, I wished more than anything that I could see him. Instead of dwelling on that thought, though, I reached out, and let my fingers trace his lips and his eyes, memorizing the way they lifted in amusement. He sucked in a deep breath and his smile fell and his heart beat fast. I wondered how it was possible that I had such an effect on him, but dismissed it quickly as he spoke so breathlessly. What are you doing? Memorizing you, I murmured, and my right hand reached up to join my left. He stayed silent, and when my hands finally fell, he took yet another deep breath in. I like it when you smile, I said, and I could tell in that moment that he was smiling once more just for me. Really, he murmured, and he took my hand in his and pressed it to his cheek. His skin was so cold, but at the same time, so soft under my fingertips. My hand was trembling as he held it so tightly to his skin. Can I memorize you, too, then? But you can see me, I objected breathlessly. The only way I can see is through touch. Then I'll close my eyes. I want to see as you see. I want to memorize you through touch and sight. Let me, for one moment, feel what you feel. Let me learn as you learn. Let me touch you. My heart was beating so fast that I was sure, in that moment, that he could hear it from where he sat, so far away, yet so close. And, unable to speak, I simply nodded, and I let my unseeing eyes flutter closed, trying in vain to prepare myself for his touch. But when his fingers so gently, so softly, traced my lips, and then my eyelids, and my neck and my forehead, I could barely breathe. As his palm cupped my cheek, and his fingers brushed over my nose, my heart sputtered hyperactively. My skin tingled where he touched, and I felt warm all over. So warm, so beautiful, he whispered, almost silently, and then he pulled away, and my heart began to calm as my breathing slowly returned to normal. I'm done, he murmured, and we sat back in silence once more, his hand beside mine, yet not touching. His shoulder brushed mine every few seconds, sending jolts of electricity through me, causing my heart to pound in my chest once more. So what do you see in that book, anyway? He asked, and I turned to him, still dazed. I sighed, and he laughed, bumping my shoulder playfully with his. What do you see in Wuthering Heights? What makes you like it so much? I paused, frowning, thinking. I don't know, it's just awful, Edward, I cried, and he only laughed harder. How am I supposed to explain it if you keep interrupting me? He wouldn't stop laughing, so I crossed my arms over my chest and sighed, waiting. When he finally did stop, I glared at him, but when his lips gently brushed across my nose, I forgot everything. I even forgot my own name. Where was I again? I didn't care. His lips were so soft, so warm. Sorry, he breathed, and his cool breath tickled my skin. I shivered. What were you saying? I promise I won't interrupt anymore. I paused, frantically searching my foggy brain for any sign of what we had been talking about. I came up blank. Wuthering Heights, he reminded me, and I snapped my fingers, remembering suddenly. What do you see in it? Honestly, they're both monsters that ruin each other's lives. I think, I said slowly. That's the point. Their love is their only redeeming quality. I honestly don't know what appeals to me so much about the book. Perhaps it's that, though they held so much hate, they still loved each other. Many people don't see that. But despite all their hate, and even after her death, he still loved her. Edward didn't say anything for a long time, but when he did speak, I could tell he was smiling again, for when he was happy, there was always an edge to his voice that wasn't quite like any other. I suppose you're right, but it's still an awful book. We laughed together this time, and then silence fell between us once more. And though the darkness as always, forever surrounded me, when he took my hand, and held it in his, it felt like my world was suddenly bathed in a brilliant light. February 10th, Sunday 5:02 p.m. Bella Pav. Bells, are you all right? I nodded, my head bobbing up and down happily. I smiled, and I could hear my father Charlie, as I always called him, sigh as I pressed the knife against my fingers, carefully measuring out a fraction of an inch before cutting into the carrot. I did this again and again and again, until the carrot was in small pieces. I gently laid the knife down, and then swept the pieces into my hand before dropping them into the boiling water. "I'm fine," I replied. "I'm just happy. You seem—" He paused, and I could hear him sitting down at the kitchen table as I began to stir the stew. "Distracted, do I?" I asked absently, and I smiled as I remembered why I was so eager to get outside tonight. Edward. He'd come every night, every single night since the first night he'd been there. We talked, sometimes for hours, but never about anything important. He told me of his family, and talked about school. I mostly listened, for I was unwilling to give too much about my life away. I was scared. I was too scared to tell him about the disease that plagued me. I was too scared to tell him the truth. I was too scared of rejection, of the pain I knew would come if he left me. "Are you going out again tonight?" Charlie asked, and I nodded as I let my hands glide along the kitchen cupboards in search of bowls. When I felt them, I carefully took two down, and sat them side by side on the counter. I finally replied, and as Charlie stood up to dip the stew, one thing I never did, for I was terrified of burning myself, I smiled. "I'll probably be out late again. You don't have to wait up for me." Charlie replied, and then we were silent. I ate quickly, and then I stood from the table and gently placed my dishes in the sink. "Is it dark enough for me yet?" I asked, and I could hear Charlie sigh sadly. "No, not yet, sweetie. Another hour, at least." I nodded, and walked into the living room before curling onto one of the soft, torn couches. I curled my feet under me, hiding them from the winter cold, and picked up the old, worn book before smiling and opening it. My fingers flew over the pages, feeling, seeing, reading, what my eyes could not. The book was one of my favorites and one of the few I had in Braille. I'd read it many, many times, but it never got old. "Reading that old thing again," Charlie teased, and he sat beside me, pulling a large, warm blanket over me. I shivered at the sudden warmth that surrounded me, and smiled happily, nodding. "It's my favorite." Many nights went like this. We followed a simple routine, one that we had fallen into so many years ago, when Mom had left. It was just the two of us, as it had been for over 15 years, fighting a battle that we could never win, living each day in darkness, afraid of the light. The TV turned on then, and I put my book down, curling into Charlie's side. He was all I had, and I loved him so much. I yawned deeply, and my eyes began to flutter closed. I briefly remembered that there was a reason I needed to stay awake, but exhaustion quickly took over, and before I knew what was happening, I was asleep. 12:02 a.m. Edward Pav. "She'll come," I told myself. "She'll come. She's simply late." I paced back and forth through the dark clearing, and glared at the sky as the storm continued on. It began to rain eventually, but I didn't notice. I didn't care. I continued to pace. "She'll come." But seconds passed, and then minutes, and then hours. And she hadn't come. I'd waited, and yet she still hadn't come. And as I walked slowly back home, trudging through the mud and the rain, shivering in the cold, February air, I tried desperately to convince myself that she'd just fallen asleep, or she was too caught up in a book, or a movie, or something. I tried to convince myself of anything except for the obvious. She'd grown tired of me, or she didn't want to be close to me, as I wanted to be to her. I clenched my fists tightly, wishing that this simple action would give me the ability to hold everything in. The disappointment, the pain, everything. I sighed, and kicked my foot into a large puddle that decorated the hard, cold ground before me. The water sprayed all around me, and I winced, shivering, as the cold droplets of moisture hit into me like a million bullets. I sighed, and as I walked, and as I began to run, I tried to keep my thoughts from the beautiful, blue-eyed girl that so obviously didn't feel for me as I did for her. And the fact that the emptiness inside of me expanded with each step I took both mystified and troubled me. 4:02 p.m. Edward. It was the voice of my father. I ignored him, and turned the volume on my radio up higher, my all-purpose defense. And though I could still hear his heavy sigh, I stayed silent. I knew what he wanted, for I was the one who had thrown all the applications in the trash and I wasn't in the mood. Because I knew that the second our argument started, her face would disappear from my mind. But then a second, more gentle voice joined my father's in the background, my mother, and she was whispering softly to him. Then everything went silent once more as she led him away, her soft words calming him in a way that only she could manage. I let my eyes fall closed, and relaxed back on my bed, letting the music and memories of her wash over me. And then there was a tiny giggle, and a laugh, and I opened my eyes to see my little sister before me. She blinked, her tiny eyes sparkling so happily. I smiled. Alice was so small, yet so beautiful, and she never failed to light up my day. She was my favorite and only little sister. And though the image of Bella faded slowly from my mind as she stared at me, it didn't bother me as much as it would have otherwise. "Hey, Allie," I greeted her, and she plunked herself down onto the bed beside me, taking the earphones from my ears so that I could hear her. "I think I love Jasper," she stated plainly, and when I raised my eyebrow at her, she blushed a deep, deep red. And the fact that Allie's blush made me think of Bella's soft, warm skin made the emptiness that had slowly been expanding in my heart only that much deeper. "Oh, you do you?" I asked, forcing a small smile. She nodded, not meeting my eyes. For a long time now. He's so nice to me. Even when Emmy says I can't play the games they play, he lets me. And when I trip, he helps me up, and he holds my hand when we play hide and seek and Emmy runs after us." The smile that spread across my lips then was genuine. My baby sister had her first crush. And on her brother's best friend, no less. I laughed the smallest bit, but cut off quickly when I saw Alice's bottom lip stick out and tears well in her bright eyes. "Oh, Allie," I whispered, and I brushed my fingers across her cheek. "Why are you sad?" "'Cause he doesn't love me, too," she cried, and the tears began to fall then. "And I don't wanna be alone. Emmy has Rosie, and Mommy has Daddy. I want someone, too." I wanted so badly to point out the fact that she was only 6 and ask when Emmett had found himself a girlfriend, but I didn't. Instead, I softly reassured her. "You have me. Forever. Allie, I'll be there for you forever. We have each other. I don't have anyone special, either, remember. But you've always been alone," she pointed out, rolling her eyes, and though she wasn't crying anymore, her tone was still sad. "You've never needed anyone special. You told me once that you didn't want to love anyone. And that you were complete in yourself. But I don't want to be alone. I want Jazzy." Her words, though so simple, though simply repeated from the past, cut me so deeply, and I suddenly understood the emptiness that filled me. "You've always been alone." I was almost 19. I was about to leave for college, and I was just now realizing that I wasn't strong enough alone. I was just now realizing that maybe I, too, wanted someone beside me, to hold my hand. Not someone to love necessarily, I wasn't ready for that. Just someone to be there, to lead me forward when I couldn't move forward myself. I heard an impatient sigh, and I turned to see that Alice was still gazing expectantly at me. I laughed, and then frowned, realizing something. "Have you even told Jasper how you feel yet?" Her eyes grew as wide and she shook her head back and forth so quickly I wondered how she didn't become dizzy. "No," she shrieked, and she buried her head in my pillow. "Of course not." I chuckled quietly, and then ruffled her hair. "Tell him," I advised. "I bet you anything you'll be surprised by what he says." She seemed to consider my words for a very brief second, and then she blushed and bounced off of my bed, scrambling to the door and opening it before bolting out. I briefly wondered if she was running to find Jasper, or running away from him. I sighed, and then frowned again before rolling over onto my stomach. I folded my hands under my chin, and shoved my earphones back on my ears once more, trying to ignore the loneliness that wanted so badly to overtake me. "But you've always been alone," Alice had reminded me, as if this fact was obvious and expected normal, even. As if the idea that I would ever be able to love someone was impossible, or unbelievable. And it probably was. I sighed and closed my eyes before turning my music up as loud as it would go. I didn't want love. I simply wanted a friend. I smiled then, and visions of a blue-eyed, beautiful, blind girl filled my mind. I would find her. I would tell her everything. I would let her know everything I felt, everything that still confused me. And if she rejected me, I would move on, and try, alone, to fill the emptiness that had now overtaken my heart. February 12th, Tuesday 7:10 a.m. Bella Pav. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted, as I was every morning, with darkness. I knew, though of course I couldn't see it, that there was light shining in through my window, but it was blocked, and dimmed, by the UV protecting plastic that had been installed into my old, rusty window when I was a baby. I sighed, and turned around in my bed, burying my head in my pillow. And then I remembered, Edward. Oh, God, I'd fallen asleep. And I hadn't gone to see him. I tried to force back the tears as I stood shakily from my bed and quickly pulled on a clean pair of jeans. Surely he would hate me. Surely he would think I didn't want to spend time with him anymore. I had to. But there was nothing could do. Not until darkness fell. Not until the sun left behind the horizon and freed me from the chains that I was forever held prisoner in. I blinked away tears as I pulled on a large sweater with shaking hands. Surely, tonight, he would still come. And, if he did, I would explain, that is, if he was willing to hear me. I sobbed loudly, and curled onto my bed, wrapping my arms around myself. How had I become like this? Scared over the simplest things. Scared that Edward would hate me because I hadn't seen him in one night. How did I become so vulnerable? How had I become so easily broken? I sniffled, and wished that I could block myself from all emotion. If I could become as hard and cold as rock, nothing could break me. I would be like the cliffs that Edward had taken me to, unmovable, unbreakable, strong. I sighed, and curled my small body further into the sea of soft, warm blanket. I would never be strong. I would always be like this. Weak. And alone. 1:40 p.m. Edward Pav. I chewed on the end of my pencil, glancing up at the clock, and then down to the empty paper in front of me. I tapped my foot on the floor, and then glanced up at the clock once more. 20 minutes. 20 minutes until the end of this wretched class. 20 minutes until my final class, and then I could find her. I'd asked around school, though, and it seemed as though Bella had never gone to school here. But it made sense, really. She was blind. How could she learn anything here, without Braille textbooks, and teachers with an IQ above that of a rock's? I grinned at my own joke, and chewed harder on the pencil, tapping my foot again. 16 minutes. I glanced down at the paper in front of me, staring blankly at the only line I'd filled out. Edward Cullen. My name stared back at me, along with several dozen unanswered trigonometry problems. I blinked blankly at the numbers that stared back at me, and it was then, with 15 minutes left until the bell, that the panic began to set in. Oh, damn, I screamed silently. I had 15 minutes left to do over 60 problems. And this was a test. If I failed, I was going to be so royally screwed. Frantically, I began to work the problems, and when the teacher came to collect my test 10 minutes later, I got into a yelling match about how I had 5 minutes left. In the end, our argument lasted over 7 minutes, and I was late for my English class. I grumbled the whole way there, and as soon as the teacher began to endlessly drone on about something pointless, I let my mind wander. Bella. I needed to know that she still cared about me. I needed to know that last night was simply an accident. I needed to know why she hadn't come. I smiled as I thought of her, but my thoughts were interrupted by the bell. It was a welcome interruption, though, and I jumped quickly from my seat, eager to get out of the door. I bolted past my classmates, and nearly plowed over several freshmen in my haste to reach my silver Volvo. Once inside the car, though, I had no idea what to do. I had no idea where to go, or who to ask for help. I didn't even know Bella's last name. In the end, though, I ended up asking a kid named Mike for help. He kindly told me that the only Bella in Forks was the daughter of Police Chief Swan and that they lived in a small, 2-story house just outside of town. He was about to tell me something else, but I didn't give him the time. I was back in my car before the words even left his mouth. I drove quickly, though just under the speed limit, through the streets. Her house was easy enough to find. It was just as Mike had described it. But there was no car in the driveway, and when I walked up to the door and knocked, there was no answer. Damn it, I hissed, and I paced back and forth in front of the door for several moments. Damn it, I ran a hand through my hair, and gripped it tightly, frowning as I continued to pace. My heart was pounding hard in my ears, and I cursed once more under my breath before jumping into my car again and speeding off. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to calm myself. I was being irrational. She hadn't come one night. Perhaps she was grounded. The simple fact that she hadn't met at our meadow wasn't anything to worry about. Right, I knew I was being irrational simply because I was afraid of what I was going to do. I was going to tell her everything. About how I didn't want to be alone anymore. About how I wanted her so desperately to stand beside me. To be my friend. About how I felt when I touched her. How I'd never felt like this about anyone, ever, before. I reached my house much quicker than I anticipated. I parked in the driveway, and wasn't surprised when Alice flew out of the house to greet me. I swung her up into my arms, as always, but I couldn't force a smile, and I couldn't force a laugh as she recounted her day in great detail. And then Micah squished my sand castle. I cried lots and lots. It was strange, how innocent and simple a small child's worries were. "Oh, really?" I asked, and I barely paid attention to her answer. Once inside, I sat her down on the ground, and walked up to my room. I sat on my bed, and blasted my music, not even bothering with headphones. Perhaps, if my father heard the music so loud, he would understand that I wanted to be left alone. Perhaps the music would drown everything else out. I didn't know. I didn't care. I sighed, and closed my eyes. And as I slowly slipped off into the darkness, I dreamed of Bella. 7:20 p.m. Edward Pav. "Edward, dear, time for dinner," a soft voice spoke, and I groaned as I turned over. I noticed briefly that my music had been turned off, but then, as my eyes moved around the room and eventually landed on my window and the darkness beyond it, I gasped and sat up straight. "What time is it?" I breathed, and I ran my fingers through my hair, jumping to my feet and pulling on my shoes. My mother didn't answer right away, and I, impatient, raised my voice to her, something I'd never done before. "What time?" she gasped, but stuttered, "Almost 7:30. "Why, I have to go," I whispered, and I moved quickly from my door, and down the stairs. I bolted out of the door, and ran, trying to lace my shoes even as I ran through the rain and the cold. I stumbled and fell, but each time, I picked myself up and continued on. When I entered the clearing, though, she wasn't there. Damn it, did she really hate me so much? Would she never come again? I frowned, and kicked the ground, not caring as I was showered in mud. "Where are you, Bella?" I cried out in frustration, and the anger I was feeling all-consuming, overwhelming, evaporated in mere seconds when her voice washed over me. "I'm here, Edward." I turned around, and my hands were shaking as I walked toward the angel that stood before me. Soaked by the rain, she looked so weak, so fragile. I took her into my arms, and held her close, my whole body shaking. "You came," I whispered, and I wondered how I had ever even doubted her. It had been one day, and I'd nearly gone insane. I was hopeless, terrified, when it came to her. "I'm sorry," she breathed, and she buried her head in my soaked, light blue button-up. "I'm sorry I didn't come yesterday. Please don't hate me," she whispered, and I frowned and pulled away slightly. "Hate you?" I questioned, and the look in her blinded eyes could only be described as pain. "How could I possibly hate you? God, I was so worried that you'd grown tired of me. That you didn't want to see me." But I pressed 2 fingers against her lips, cutting her off. "Please, let me speak. I'm terrified of how you're going to respond to this, but I have to say it. Please, hear me out." I paused, and the rain fell silently around us, soaking us, making it fall in crystal droplets down our skin. I brushed the moisture from Bella's cheeks and began talking once again, marveling at the soft skin under my fingertips. "I came here tonight planning on telling you everything. Everything. And that's what I'm going to do. Bella, I was terrified that you had grown tired of me. I've never been so scared in my life. And I don't understand it. It scares me. I feel so much for you, so much that I can't explain it. I've never felt this way about anyone before. Anyone, Bella. Every time I leave your side, I'm terrified that I'll never be able to come back. Bella, that fear is so stupid. I've only known you for a little more than a week. How can I possibly care about you so much? It's unexplainable, but it's so real, and Bella, I can't leave you. Please tell me you'll let me stay by your side." My words were so quiet. Simply a breath in the wind. But I knew that she heard every single one of them. And then she breathed one simple word that changed my life forever. Yes. And the hole in my heart was gone. Completely gone. Filled with emotions I'd never felt before. Filled with things I couldn't even imagine. And the happiness that overtook me was so intense, that it couldn't be held in. I yelled gleefully. With my eyes sparkling and my hair dripping wet, I took Bella into my arms, and swung her around in the air several times. She screeched joyfully, and laughed, and I vowed that I would never leave her side. That I would make her laugh every single day of forever. When she was back on her feet, she stumbled about, but I held her secure in my strong arms. "Thank you, Bella," I whispered, and she smiled before laying her head on my chest once more. "You're welcome, Bella Pav." I felt so free, so happy, so insanely happy, but at the same time, I felt horrible. So horrible. Edward had poured his heart out to me, and begged me to accept him, to keep him by my side, to let him hold me. And I had said yes. And the shout he'd uttered then was so unexplainable joyful. But I was still hiding a secret. A secret that could break us apart. We were worlds apart. I was a child of the night, and he was a normal boy, who loved the feeling of the sun on his skin, and the simple pleasures of a warm day. We could never come together, except for this time, these stolen minutes in the middle of the forest, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the darkness. I sighed, and held myself tighter to him. I would tell him, soon. I would have to, but not tonight. Tonight, I just wanted to be in his arms. And even though the rain fell around us, cold and hard, I wanted nothing more than to stay in his warm embrace. "Edward," I breathed, and he held me closer. I was so happy, so content, and neither of us had any clue of how simply that happiness could shatter. Or how quickly, how soon, it would. February 14th, Thursday 5:30 p.m. Edward Pav. I stared at my hands gravely as I awaited my sentence. My father stared disapprovingly down at me, and my mother sighed again and again as her eyes ran over the bright, red lettering stamped across the top of my paper. "Fail, Edward." "I know," I grumbled, sighing and rolling my eyes before turning my gaze to the ceiling and away from my parents' disappointed eyes. "I'm grounded until I ace the makeup test, huh?" "Yes," my father sighed, and he took the paper from my mother. "You only did 13 of 57 problems, Edward. What in the world were you thinking? This test is important, Edward. This is your last year of high school, and then you're moving on to college." He could see I was about to interrupt, so he put his hand up to stop me. "Whatever path you choose, Edward, whether it be music or medicine, this is important." He waved the test in front of my face, and I nodded, sighing deeply. "No more music," he began, and I groaned. "No movies, no friends, as if I have any. No driving, no reading anything that does not pertain to trigonometry. No more going out at night after 7. What?" I cried, and I stood from my chair so quickly that it fell to the floor. I wouldn't be able to see Bella for weeks, and the fact that I could live without my music longer than I could live without Bella only reinforced my belief that she was special. To me, and to everyone. Why the hell not? My father sighed, and my mother raised an eyebrow. "Edward, these are the rules, and they have been since your first year of school. No leaving the house after 7. No exceptions. Just for tonight," I begged, for I knew that I needed to let Bella know that I would be gone. If I just left her, like she had accidentally left me, I knew that I would, once again, plant the seed of doubt and pain in her heart. "Please." My father seemed to think this over. "Why?" "If you tell me why, I'll consider it." I sighed, and frowned. No one knew about Bella yet. She was my secret. I smiled at the thought, and then remembered that my parents were still standing in front of me. "I'm meeting someone." My father's eyebrow raised until it was in danger of entering a parasitic relationship with his hair. "Oh, really? A female someone?" "Yes," I mumbled, and I could see that, now, he was fighting a smile. "A girl. Her name is Bella. I met her about 2 weeks ago. If I don't tell her I'm grounded, she's going to think I left her. She's been hurt by so many people before. If I up and disappear, I'm only going to hurt her more." "Please." My father nodded very slowly, and I knew that it was the fact that I was afraid of hurting this girl he'd never even met that made up his mind. Very well, just for tonight. Be in before 8, though. And Edward, I'm serious. 8. I grinned. My punishment suddenly seemed so much brighter. Yes, sir. He shook his head in amusement, and then swatted me over the head with my test before dropping it into my lap. My fingers curled around it, hiding the pitiful score that had been born from my worry and impatience only 2 days ago. Study. Now, my father demanded, his expression serious but his eyes light. I nodded, and took the test from his hand before climbing the stairs to my room. 2 more hours until dark, I thought, and I smiled. 2 hours until I can see Bella. 7:02 p.m. Bella Pav. I moved slowly, carefully, through the woods, determined to make it to Edward unscathed today. But my impatience eventually took over, and I began to run. I was still careful, though, and somehow, by some small miracle, I made it to the clearing with minimal damage. I smiled in triumph. I was going to tell him tonight. I was determined. He deserved to know. He deserved to know what kind of girl I was. What kind of girl he had asked to stay by his side. And then I heard him, moving slowly to my side. And he took my hand, and though I had yet to hear his voice, I knew it was him, for the warm touch that made my heart beat so frantically could only be his. I smiled. Hi, I breathed, and he chuckled a little at my anticlimactic greeting. Hello yourself, Bella, he said, and we sat down together on the damp grass. The world around us was silent for several moments. I heard only She's soft chirping of birds and the gently bubbling of the stream that was so close. I took a deep breath in, closing my eyes and letting the scent of the forest around me fill my senses. I sighed, and opened my eyes though I still saw nothing. Simply having them open made me feel that much more normal. I took yet another deep breath in, as I always did when I was nervous, and held it for several moments. But just as I was about to speak, to utter the words that would change my life in one way or another, as I was about to whisper, I have something I need to tell you, his voice floated over me, and my courage evaporated. Bella, I'm not going to be able to come here for a while. I'm not going to be able to see you for a while. My heart sank, and then it shattered. Why? I stuttered, afraid of his answer. I've decided I don't want to be around you anymore. I know your secret, and I'm leaving. I can't be with someone like you. I've grown tired of you. I'm grounded. Well, that was unexpected. Oh, was all I said, and he chuckled, brushing his fingers across my cheek. Silly Bella, did you think I would leave you? Didn't you hear anything I said before? I can't leave you. I smiled then, encouraged by his words, and thrilled by the honestly I could hear ringing in every word. Overjoyed at the happiness that laced his declaration of assurance. I wanted to tell him. I had to. I opened my mouth to speak, and then he spoke again, interrupting me even though he didn't know he was doing it. So I was thinking, I'm basically grounded from going out at night, and going out to see friends. But I bet you anything my parents would let you come over to our house. You could meet my family if you did come over. Oh, I bet my mother would love you so much. And Alice would, too, he said, and I could almost feel the hope that burned in every word. Please, Bella, will you come over? I knew it was more than just a simple invitation. It was a request for me to meet his parents, his family, the ones he loved. I sucked in a deep breath, and whispered my answer very quietly. Edward Pav. I can't. I'm sorry, Edward. Her words shattered all of the hope that had built up inside of me, and I bit my lip, hoping she couldn't feel my disappointment. But she could, and she whispered softly, not during the day, at least. Could I come after dark? I felt relief pour through my body at her half-acceptance, and I let out a breath that I didn't know I was holding. My mood suddenly lifted, and the disappointment and sorrow that had filled me before were completely gone. After dark, I laughed, smiling softly at her, excited that she hadn't turned me down completely, that she was willing to come with me and meet my family. Actually, come to think of it, I've never seen you in the sun. What are you, a vampire or something? I teased, and I pressed my finger lightly against her nose. But she didn't laugh as I expected her to. Instead, she forced a small, sad smile, and chuckled nervously. Or something. I stared at her in confusion, and then shrugged, too jubilant to dwell on such trivial things for very long. After dark would be fine, I suppose. Tomorrow, maybe. She shrugged, a real smile lighting her lips now. Maybe. And then we were silent. And when I had to leave, I pressed my lips very softly to her forehead, marveling in the warmth that laid under my lips. I smiled as I pulled back, reveling in the soft blush that lit her pale cheeks. And then I turned around and ran. I didn't get far, however, because I heard her yell after me, "How will I contact you?" I smiled, and stood still for a mere moment. How hard could it be to get the police chief's phone number? "I'll contact you," I said, and then I left once more, surrounded by only the sounds of the forest around me. 8:01 p.m. When I stumbled through the doorway, it was exactly 8:01. My father looked pointedly at me, and then at the clock. He smiled the smallest bit, and then shrugged, as if to say, "What's 1 minute?" I barely had time to change out of my soaked jeans before Mom called us all for dinner. Alice picked at her green beans, declaring again and again how they were yucky, and Emmett made weird faces at his meatloaf. I simply ate it all as if I was starving. It tasted very good, and it was warm and filled me up. I smiled, and slowly drank my milk as I watched my family. Imagine Bella sitting with us, talking quietly as I hoped she would do soon. The table was silent until my father spoke, several moments later. "Dr. Snow asked me to do something for him," he murmured, and he placed his paper down on the table before turning to my mother. "Oh, really?" my mom asked, and she was genuinely curious. "Oh, Carlisle, he didn't ask you to work overtime, did he? We barely have any time as a family anymore as it is. You simply work too much already." My father laughed gently. No, Esme, nothing like that." "Oh," she breathed, and she relaxed. Anything else, I knew, she would be more than willing to do to help Dr. Snow. The most important thing to her was our family, and that was the one thing she was unwilling to give up. I smiled, and my father continued. "Everyone in town has taken the same precautions. There is a young girl that lives here in Forks with xeroderma pigmentosum. In short, it is a disease that affects the healing of damaged skin cells. They call her a child of the night, for if she goes outside during the day, she could die. Dr. Snow has asked us to tint all of our windows with a special UV protecting plastic, so she would be safe should she ever to come to our home. He says it's fairly expensive, and told me that he, and several others in town, would be willing to pitch in could we not afford it. I told him I would have to speak to you about it, Esme dear, because I know how much you love the sunlight." "Oh, dear, poor girl. Of course we can," she whispered, but I heard nothing else after my father's words, for in that moment, everything came rushing back. "Actually, come to think of it, I've never seen you in the sun. What are you, a vampire or something?" And then I remembered her nervous, stuttered words, and the acceptance that followed my teasing accusation. Or something. I felt sick. More than sick, I felt helpless and stupid. How could I not have realized it before? And why hadn't she told me? Did she not trust me? I felt an intense pain welling in my chest at that thought, and the fact that she didn't trust me hurt more than the revelation of what she was, what she lived with every day. "I'm weird," she had whispered, a pained edge to her voice. "I'm different, a freak. That's what everyone says. Do they treat you that way because you're blind?" "Only partly." I felt so nauseous then that I could barely stay upright. I gripped the edge of the table with both hands, and clenched my eyes shut, willing the voices to leave my head. I clenched the table tighter, and I could vaguely hear voices in the background, concerned and worried. The voice of my family. Of my mother, and my father, and Alice and Emmett. Bella. I stumbled from the table, desperate to get to her. I had to talk to her, to touch her, to ask her why. I needed to see her, to understand why she hadn't told me. Bella. Why? Why her? She was blind, and now this, too. Was she destined to live in darkness, not only because of her blindness, but because of this disease that plagued her? Even if she could see, would she still be cursed to a world without light? Why? What had she ever done? Why her? Bella. Edward. I didn't realize until that moment, when my father yelled out, that I had fallen. I felt cold, and I knew I was shivering. And then the world around me disappeared, and for the few brief moments that I was trapped inside my own dark mind, I understood what it was like to never see the light, or to feel it, or to simply be able to stand under the sun. And I wondered what kind of God would curse such a sweet, beautiful girl like Bella. She'd never done anything wrong, so why had she been chosen? Why had she been chosen to live her life alone, mocked, teased, abused? Why, God, why? The darkness closed in fast, and then I saw nothing, and I felt nothing, and I heard nothing. Bella. I stumbled forward, fighting the darkness as I reached for the door. I grasped the handle in my hand and turned it, breathing deep and fast as my vision slowly returned. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder, but, with strength I didn't know I had, I pushed him away and ran into the rain, my feet bare on the hard concrete. And I ran. I ran toward Bella. Bella. February 14th, Thursday 8:23 p.m. Bella Pav. Edward. I didn't even make it home before I heard him again. I was briefly afraid that someone else was following me, but I quickly recognized his step, and the way he breathed so deeply. He was running toward me, staggering. I was immediately concerned, wondering why he'd come back. Was he hurt? Had something happened? I wrapped my arms tightly around myself, and waited for him to reach me. We were in the middle of the wood, trees surrounding us, shadowing us from the cloudy night. He stopped running, and he pressed his hands on his knees, gulping in air deeply. And in that moment, I knew his eyes had met mine, because I felt as if he was invading my soul, and my eyes, though blinded, were the only path to my soul that he could walk without ruining me. Why? He breathed, and his voice was so full of anguish. My heart beat fast. Why didn't you tell me? I was filled with understanding in that moment. I froze, and I began to tremble. He knew. He knew. He knew. My heart ached as I heard, and felt, his anger. I turned my back on him, wrapping my arms tighter around my body, for though I couldn't see into his eyes, he could see into mine, and I wasn't willing to let him see the feelings, the pain, the agony, the horror, that filled them. I'm sorry, I breathed, for I didn't know what else to say. Why? He questioned again, and his voice rose. I choked back a sob, not willing to speak. Damn it, Bella. Why? Because I was afraid that you would leave me. I cried, and I fell to my knees then, sobbing. Edward stood in shocked silence as the tears began to slowly make their way down my pale cheeks. I was afraid that you'd leave me. I didn't want to be alone. I wanted to tell you so badly, but every day, I got to know you be better. And I grew more and more scared, because as each day passed, you meant more and more to me. And as each day passed, the pain that overtook me every time I even thought about tell why you grew worse and worse and worse. Don't leave me, Edward. Please don't leave me, I begged, and I buried my head in my hands, not wanting him to see the tears of frustration and pain that rolled so fast down my cheeks now. He was silent for a long moment, opening his mouth to speak several times but then closing it, unable to force the words out. I held myself tighter, whimpering as I waited for the words that I knew would break my heart. But when he spoke, there were so many emotions lacing his voice: anger, helplessness, sorrow, grief, pain, anger, but I could sense no trace of hatred. I wouldn't have left damn it. I don't know what I would have done. But I wouldn't have left you, Bella. I couldn't have left you. Don't you understand? Have you not listened? I've told you, time and time again, that I can't leave you. I can't. You mean too much to me, Bella. So much. I couldn't have left you even if I wanted to, because every time I leave you, even if it's just for the night, or for a few minutes, or even when I shut my eyes for a few brief seconds, the pain that overtakes me and embraces me is too much to bear. I have to be with you, Bella. I can't be without you by my side. Don't you understand? He whispered, and he was almost begging, pleading, as if he needed me so badly to understand what he was saying. Edward, I whimpered, and he fell to his knees beside me, taking me gently into his arms. Edward, I'm sorry. I should have told you. Why you can't be with me. I'm a burden. I'll ruin your life. I cried, and he held me tighter. Bella, I don't care about that. I don't care about anything. I don't care that you can't be in the sun. I don't care that you live in darkness. I want to be with you. I want to be your friend. I want to be by your side forever. It hurt, though, that you didn't trust me enough to tell me. But I couldn't manage anything else. And I didn't even try. Instead, I buried my head in his chest, and simply cried. Edward Pav. She cried for a very long time, and tears were still slowly making their way down her pale cheeks when she turned to me. I smiled very softly at her, and as I stared into her eyes, it was very easy to see the little girl within while forgetting about the girl on the outside. The girl who would never stand in the sun. The girl who was blind, and who was teased, and mocked, and abused. I held her closer than ever. Bella. I breathed, and I smiled into her hair, taking in her scent. Thank you, Edward, she murmured, and she blinked her eyes a few times to rid them of the last few stubborn tears that still clung to her lashes. I stayed silent, and then I whispered softly, will you tell me now why you didn't trust me? I do trust you, she breathed. Too much, probably. I was scared, like I said. I was going to tell you. I promise. I smiled. I believe you. Silence fell again, and it wasn't broken until Bella asked, her voice shaking with worry, are things going to change now? Well, I began, and I started to brush my fingers very softly through her hair. For starters, we're going to have to tint all the windows in our house so you can come over whenever you want. And then I'm going to have to fix my schedule so I can stay up later with you. I smiled brightly, and I'll become your personal protector. I'll make sure the sun will never hurt you. How? She whispered, and then she broke off, biting her lip. How can you take this so easily? I laughed bitterly. It wasn't easy, Bella. It's still not. But if I don't accept this part of you, all of you, then I'm going to lose you. And that's something I am not willing to do. She fell silent, and though the rain had begun, long ago, to pour down on us, neither of us wanted to move. I was content to sit here on the hard, muddy ground forever. As long as she was in my arms, I would go anywhere. Does it bother you? Do you think I'm weird? She whispered, and I kissed her forehead softly. No, not at all. You're different, that much is true, but it's not a bad different. Tell me about it, please, I requested quietly, pushing my fingers across her cheeks, removing the cold, wet raindrops with each stroke. She hummed contentedly, and smiled, her eyes closed. Does it hurt? I asked, knowing she would need a starting point. She shook her head. No, it never hurts, not even when I'm out in the sun. I stiffened upon hearing she had been in the sun before, my father's words coming back to me very fast then. They call her a child of the night, for if she goes outside during the day, she could die. Isn't that bad? I choked out, my eyes wide. But she sensed my worry, and placed a comforting hand on my cheek. I could tell, even in the darkness, that she was smiling very softly. Yes, but that was a very long time ago, when I was reckless. I'm more careful now. That's good to hear, I said, and I pulled her even closer. Our wet bodies slid together easily, and she settled happily on my lap. The position was so intimate, and yet it seemed too innocent, like something friends would do. Friends. I frowned, and wrapped my arms around her waist, as if claiming her as my own, even though I knew that we were, indeed, still only friends. I wanted to be so much more to her, though I didn't see how. Tell me more, I begged, and my voice was so quiet I barely heard it. But my lips were at her ear, so I was sure she'd heard every word. Tell me about your life, about how this changed you. Please, I want to know. I've never known anything else, she said, and she shrugged, like it was nothing. So I never changed. My life has been hard, but I accepted that and moved on. I lost my sight, as a complication of the disease, when I was 5. I've never had many friends, and the friends I did have left. I've been happy, though, she whispered wistfully. I've been as happy as I could have been, and I think that's what really matters. Do I make you happy? I murmured against her skin, and I brushed a lock of stray hair behind her ear as my lips caressed her cheek, and then the hollow beneath her ear. She shivered. Yes, you make me very happy, she whispered breathlessly. I've lived in darkness, afraid of the sun which, in mere seconds, could steal my life. But when I'm with you, I feel warm. You're my sun, Edward. I smiled against her skin, unable to keep the smile off of my face. Are you scared of the future? She didn't answer for several moments, and when she did, the sound of the rain almost drowned her out. I was only just barely able to catch each word. I used to think, what if? Not many people with XP live a long life. Most die so young. I was scared of that, Edward, because I want to go to college, and I want to get married, and have a family. I want to live, but I don't want to be scared anymore. I don't want to live in fear every single minute of every day. I want to be strong. But I don't know how. I smiled sadly. I'll show you, I vowed, clenching my hands into fists. I'll show you the world, and even if you can't be strong yourself, I'll be strong for you. I swear to you, Bella, that this changes nothing. This doesn't change how I feel about you. Nothing you can say will scare me away. Silence fell, and Bella shifted in my lap before resting her head on my shoulder and closing her eyes. Finally, though, she whispered softly 3 words that sent my heart crashing in my chest once more. Thank you, Edward. A large grin spread across my lips, and I was helpless to stop the happiness expanding inside of me. You're welcome, Bella, for everything. 12:01 a.m. Bella Pav. He'd walked me to the door of my simple, 2-story house, but as he turned to leave, I grabbed onto the sleeve of his soaked button-up with trembling hands. When he turned around, he quickly took me into his arms again. And there, clutched in his safe embrace, I felt whole again. Don't leave me, I breathed, and he laughed a tiny bit, pressing his lips to my forehead as he ran his fingers comfortingly through my hair. I have to, Bella. But I'll be back in the morning. Don't leave, I begged, for I knew that, when he did leave, I would fall apart. I knew that, though I knew he had accepted me, I would fool myself into believing that he had lied, and that he had left me forever. Don't leave. All right, he said slowly, and he took my hand into his, holding it tightly. I won't go anywhere. Come on, let's go inside and warm up. Is your father home? I nodded, and he winced. I could understand why, and I smiled the smallest bit as I thought of Charlie coming down the stairs to find the 2 of us on the couch or, God forbid, my bed in the middle of the night and freaking out. Edward looked at me curiously, possibly wondering what in the world I found so amusing. I pressed my hand over my mouth to stifle my giggles as he led me inside. Silly Bella, he murmured, and he left me dripping in the doorway as he headed in the direction of the kitchen. I briefly wondered what in the world he could want in there, but understood when he came back and gently pressed a soft, warm cloth to my face, wiping the water from my pale skin. I smiled as he brushed it over my lips and lifted my hair into his hands as he wiped the back of my neck. He then towel-dried my hair, laughing as I shook my head and showered him in water droplets. Go get dressed in some warmer clothes, he said, and I knew then that he was using the towel to dry himself off a little, too. I nodded, and I pressed my hand against the wall, feeling my way up the stairs and into my room. It was the first one in the hallway, the bathroom next to it. It was small, but cozy. A small bed sat in the middle, with a table next to it. The rocking chair from my baby days sat beside the window forever closed and the floor was covered in a very soft, light blue carpet. I smiled, and closed the door behind me, searching my dresser for something warm. I ended up in a pair of sweatpants. I wasn't sure which ones, because sadly, clothing wasn't something you could label in a large t-shirt. I smiled, and padded across the wooden floor in the hallway to the bathroom. I grabbed a large, fluffy towel from the shelves, and dried my hair a little more thoroughly before setting it down. I was about to walk out when I realized that Edward would still be soaking. He'd dried me first, after all, and the hand towel he'd used was very small. So I took the warm, fluffy towel into my hand again and carefully made my way down the stairs. Ah, there you are. The voice, so gentle like velvet almost, but I still jumped several inches, holding in a terrified shriek. Edward laughed. Sorry, Bella, didn't mean to scare you. I smiled, placing a hand over my chest, trying in vain to calm my pounding heart. What was worse than it pounding so hard was the fact that it was pounding because of him, not because I had been scared. Here, I said, and I shoved the towel into his hands. You're soaked. And as if to prove my point, a drop of water fell from his hair and hit my cheek with a soft plop. He laughed softly, and brushed the water from my face before taking the towel and falling silent. I stood in the middle of the living room, biting my lip. Do you need something to change into? I highly doubt that sneaking into your father's room in the middle of the night would be productive to our keeping this a secret scheme. Unless you think your clothes will fit me. There was a teasing edge to his voice, so I stuck my tongue out at him. Some of Charlie's clothes are still in the laundry room. I'm sure we can find you something. Charlie, he questioned, and I smiled. I call my dad that. I always have. It's just easier. Oh, we both fell silent, and as I led him slowly to the laundry room, the only sounds surrounding us were our soft footsteps and the pounding of the rain on the roof. I poked through the piles of clothing, and Edward ended up with a pair of bed pants that fell 2 inches short, and a large t-shirt much like the one I was wearing. I gave him a pair of wool socks to keep his feet and ankles warm, though instead of putting them on himself, he reached over and softly pulled them onto my own feet, gently kissing the sole of each foot as he did so. My heart sputtered hyperactively as he pulled back and his fingers dropped from my skin. I don't want you to get sick, he explained. I'll be fine. And no, I objected. I'll get you another pair. I scrambled off, back into the laundry room, and leaned up against the wall, breathing deeply. And then I smiled, and grabbed another pair of socks to bring back to Edward. He began laughing the second I put them in his hands. What? I asked, terrified that I had accidentally grabbed something besides socks. Like my panties. I turned red. They're pink, he said, but he pulled them on anyway. Oh, I huffed, relieved. I'll get you a different pair. Nah, he said, don't bother. Pink is manly. I rolled my eyes at him. He grabbed my hand and began to lead me up the stairs. I want to see your room, he said, a smile lacing his words. I want to see where you grew up. I blushed, but led him to my room anyway. And, sucking a deep breath in, I threw the door open, hoping desperately that it was clean. Ta-da, he laughed again, and it occurred to me that he had laughed more on these past few hours than he had in the whole time I'd known him. So, what do you think? I asked, and then I shrieked, for he had swept me up into his arms. I like it, he said laughingly, moving in the direction of my bed. It's cozy. He dumped me softly onto the bed, and sat beside me. I curled under the quilt, and pulled it up to my chin, smiling brightly in his direction. Stay with me, I asked, and he caught my hand in his, pressing his lips softly to my knuckles. Yes, he said, and he laid down on top of the quilt beside me. I curled into his embrace, and I laid my head on his chest, completely comfortable. And as I began to fall asleep, I remembered something. Charlie will find you here in the morning, I mumbled sleepily. He always checks on me before he goes to work. And don't you have school tomorrow? 3-day weekend, he explained. And don't worry, I'll stay awake until he leaves. Sleep now, my Bella. Dream sweet dreams. But I was already drifting away. February 15th, Friday 1 p.m. Edward Pav. When my eyes first opened, the first thing I wanted to do was shut them again. I was exhausted. I had stayed awake for hours after Bella had fallen asleep, simply watching her. As she slept, her worries were gone. Everything disappeared. She seemed so carefree in sleep. Unafraid, unworried, unbroken. I smiled, and kissed her forehead as she began to stir. Morning, Bella, I whispered, and she blinked sleepily, her eyes illuminated softly by the light that flowed in through her tinted window. Morning, she breathed, and she curled closer to me. Somehow, in the middle of the night, I had moved under the quilt, and we were pressed so close together it was hard to find where one ended and the other began. I laughed, and tickled her sides lightly. Wake up, sleepy head. I sang, and she glared at me, possibly for being so cheery so early. Oh, right, it wasn't early. It's 1 in the afternoon, I said, and I winced, imagining the lecture that I was most likely going to get from my parents when I got home. Bella bolted upright in bed. Oh, shoot, wow, it's late. I laughed at her as she frantically tried to smooth down her messy hair. She turned to me, and her blind eyes were laced with sleepiness. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Oh, boy, late, she chanted, and she stumbled around the room, her hands running over everything as she searched. I wasn't sure what she was searching for until her hands landed upon a small, blue toothbrush. She picked it up into her hands, and stumbled out of her room and down the hall. A muffled, ouch, followed her, and I bolted up in concern, running down the hall to find her. But she was already on her feet again, shuffling inside the bathroom. I waited until she was finished with her teeth and was running a brush through her to speak. I have to leave for a little while. I tried to ignore the way her hands began trembling on the brush. I had to, and watching her pain would only make it that much harder. I have to go home and change, and talk with my parents. Oh, and if you're still willing and if I'm not grounded for life, would you like to come over for dinner tonight? I could see her nervousness grow and expand, but she nodded bravely. If it means I can stay with you longer, yes. I smiled, and moved until I was standing behind her. I placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and she smiled softly, though still frightened. I'll be back in an hour. 1 hour. No more, I promise. 1 hour, she asked, as if confirming my statement. I nodded against her shoulder, and closed my eyes, breathing in her scent before moving away from her. 1 hour, I promise. Bella, are you all right being alone? She gave me a look as if to say, I've been alone for 17 years, and I smiled sadly, brushing my fingers across her cheek before walking from the bathroom. I'll be back soon, I promised, and she smiled and nodded, turning away and closing her eyes, as if she couldn't bear, though she couldn't see, to watch me walk away. I ran the whole way home, briefly thankful that I'd driven to her house before and therefore knew the way. But when I stood outside of the door of the place I'd called home for over 17 years, my hand gripping the cold, wet knob, I paused, taking a deep breath in. I had been gone all night, and I was sure that no one in my family had slept well. At all. And then I opened the door, and I closed my eyes, waiting. The shouting never came. Edward. It was a soft, quiet voice. It was my mother. I looked into her eyes, and my heart clenched painfully at the grief and sorrow I saw shining in them. Oh, Edward. She threw herself into my arms, and sobbed. And then Dad, Emmett and Alice, hearing my name, came quickly into the room. Alice and Emmett were excited. Dad's expression was shining in disappointment. I'm sorry, Mum, I whispered, holding her. Sorry, guys. Where were you? My mother demanded tearfully. You scared me so much, running away like that. You just ran. And you didn't come back, and you didn't call, and. She began sobbing again, and I could look anyone in the eye. I was too ashamed to meet their concerned gazes. So instead, I closed my eyes, and held my mom close. I'm sorry, I whispered again, and I wished that those two, small, meaningless words would make everything all right. But they didn't, and when I finally opened my eyes, my mother was still crying and my father had his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze cast toward the floor. I was out with Bella, I murmured, explaining though they hadn't yet asked. She's the girl I've been seeing. She's the one Dr. Snow was talking about. I was so surprised, and I felt so betrayed, and angry, because she didn't trust me enough to tell me. And then I found her, and we talked for so long. And when I tried to leave, she began crying. She's so scared that I'll leave her now that I know the truth. I couldn't have just left. I couldn't have, Dad. It hurt too much. Though I was holding my mother, and staring at my siblings, my words were meant for my father alone, because I needed him to understand. I needed him to understand, because I couldn't bear it if he was disappointed in me. You could have called, he said, and though he was still calm, his voice was laced with the anger I'd feared. One call, Edward. We were all so worried. You could have called. I know. I'm sorry, I whispered, and then Alice ran over to me, and she grabbed onto me, and buried her head in my jeans as she, too, began to sob. I looked up, and met Emmett's eyes for one brief moment. And then he, too, walked over and enveloped me in a hug. My father, though, simply walked away. 3 p.m. Bella Pav. Edward had been back for over an hour now. When he'd first pulled me into his arms, he had been so stiff, and though I couldn't see his face, his voice as he greeted me betrayed all the emotions he was feeling. But then he'd laughed, and told me that his mother had simply insisted that I come over for dinner. And, he informed me, when his mother wanted something she, more often than not, got it. I smiled, and I moved silently around the kitchen, humming tunelessly. Whatcha doing? Edward asked, and my heart began hammering in my chest once more. I'm making food. We're going to my parents in a few hours for dinner, he reminded me, and I could almost see his eyebrows scrunched in confusion, his lips turned down. I laughed, and poked his nose with my finger as I twirled in circles, moving from one counter to the other as I worked on my masterpiece. I know. I have to make dinner for Charlie, though. It'll be cold, but he can heat it up. He won't be home until late tonight, and I can't leave him without anything. I was sure Edward had nodded, but I paid him little attention as I went back to work. When I was finished, I topped the stroganoff and placed it in the refrigerator. I clasped my hands together, and turned in Edward's direction. He came to me, and I smiled in thanks. When he was close, I could almost see him, because I could feel him. It made me more comfortable. I reached out and took his hand. "So, we have a couple hours until we have to go," he said, and I could tell he was hesitant to return home again. "What should we do?" I was just about bouncing with excitement. "Will you watch a movie with me?" "A movie?" he asked, and he sounded surprised. I could tell he wanted very badly to ask why a blind girl would watch anything, but he didn't. He was a perfect gentleman. So, instead, he said, "Sure." "What movie?" "Romeo and Juliet." I don't know many guys that would willingly watch Romeo and Juliet with a girl, much less happily, but Edward did. He wrapped me up in a warm cocoon of blankets, and then started the movie for us. And as it continued on, I listened intently, painting a picture in my mind of how I imagined things to be. I lost my concentration, however, the moment Edward began to recite Romeo's lines in my ear. I shivered as his cool breath tickled my skin, and tried to concentrate again. It was very, very hard. "Edward," I gasped breathlessly. "I'm blind, not deaf." He grinned against my neck, where he'd rested his head only minutes ago. "I know." He didn't say anything else, but continued to whisper in my ear. And though it annoyed me slightly that I could no longer concentrate on my favorite movie, I couldn't think past the fact that Edward was here, beside me, holding me, content in simply being with me. What do you suppose Juliet would have done if Romeo didn't love her as she loved him? I questioned at one point, trying not to cry as the scene with Romeo in the tomb played across the screen that I couldn't see. I could hear, though, and it made everything that much more real. I could hear his sorrow, and his pain. Well, Edward saw Ede, and he shifted on the couch until I was leaning against him. I suppose she would have gone to Paris. He loved her, and she could have learned to love him, too. Quote, "But if she loved Romeo, how could she do that? If you love a person so much that nothing else in the world matters, how could you move on? If he didn't love her, she would have had no choice," he whispered, and his voice was very quiet. "I suppose," I said, and I leaned into him, closing my eyes as the words of Romeo washed over me once more. "This movie is so sad. If I ever died, I wouldn't want anyone to kill themselves over me." See, Romeo couldn't move on, either. He didn't want to live because she didn't live. I wonder if love like that is actually possible. Love so deep that you would rather die than continue living without the person that means so much to you. I'm sure it does. Edward sighed softly, and then silence fell. I didn't speak again as the movie continued on, but Edward continued to whisper Romeo's lines in my ear. I could concentrate only on him, so I missed a good portion of the movie. When the credits began to roll across the screen, I turned to Edward and smiled. "Thank you," I breathed, and he chuckled lightly against my skin, burying his head in the blankets that surrounded me still. "For what? Ruining the movie for you. I rather liked it, actually. I prefer your voice over the actor that plays Romeo any day. His voice is far too deep. Yours is soft and gentle. Like velvet," I informed him. "You think I would make a good Romeo?" he asked, and amusement laced his voice now. "Really? Yes," I said decidedly. "A very good Romeo. You're very passionate, and whoever gets to become your Juliet will be a very lucky lady." He didn't say anything else, and we sat in silence until the credits of the movie ended and the tape began to fuzz. Edward jumped up to rewind and eject it, and as he moved, I suddenly felt cold and empty, even though I was still wrapped tightly in the blankets. "Now what?" he asked, and I gasped, not realizing he had been so close. But then I smiled. "Is it dark yet?" "Almost. The sun has set, but it's still a little bit light." I nodded, and I stood to my feet. "I should get ready. What should I wear?" I could feel him shrug beside me. "Something nice. It doesn't really matter. My family won't care." "I care, Edward. I want them to like me. I've not had a friend in a very long time, and I don't want them to hate me." He smiled, and he brushed his fingers across my cheek. "All right, then, a skirt, perhaps, and a nice blouse." I nodded, and moved as quickly as I could up the stairs. I made sure not to fall. A trip to the emergency room would surely ruin the night, and made it to my room in record time. I shuffled through my closet, and found my favorite blue blouse. It was made of the softest material I'd ever felt. Not silk, but something like it. It wasn't fancy, but it was nice. I paired it with my only khaki skirt, and ran a brush through my hair quickly before brushing my hands across my shirt to smooth it out. I smiled. "All right, I'm ready," I announced, bouncing down the stairs. As fate would have it, though, I tripped on the bottom one. I clenched my eyes shut and winced, waiting for the impact. But it never came. "Be a little more careful, Bella," a soft, beautiful, velvet voice whispered in my ear. "Please, for me." I breathed, and he helped me to my feet again. I heard a sharp intake of breath, and was confused. "What? Do I look bad? Should I change?" "Bad," he said, and he sounded angry. "No, Bella, you look beautiful. So beautiful." I blushed. I couldn't help it, and then the nervousness set in. "Oh, they're going to hate me," I agonized, biting my lip as Edward caught my hand in his, laughing as he led me to the door. I paused there to stuff my shoes on, and as I did so, he peered anxiously out of the window. "I think it's dark enough. Come on, let's go. My family is dying to meet you. And no, they will not hate you. They'll love you. It's impossible not to." My heart beat fast at his words, and I smiled as he led me from the house. We stopped halfway down the driveway, though, and I frowned. I reached out, and my fingers brushed lightly against cold metal. "It's my Volvo. I'm actually grounded from driving right now, but I decided as long as I was breaking the rules, I might as well break them thoroughly," he clarified, sensing my confusion. "Oh," I said, and he opened my door and helped me inside. I sat quietly in the passenger seat and smiled when the car started with a quiet purr. Edward turned the music down, and the heater up, and then we were off. I was about to ask where he lived, but I cut myself off as I recognized the music slowly, quietly, flowing from the speakers. "Claire de Lune," I blurted out, and surprise colored my tone. "You know Debussy?" he asked, astonished. I nodded. "Yeah, not well, though. My father plays a lot of classical music around the house. I only know my favorites." I could hear the smile in his voice. "It's one of my favorites, too." I listened intently to the music then, letting it wash over me. Edward reached over and turned it up a bit, and I smiled, letting my eyes close. It was a beautiful song, really. Music was a big thing for me. Because I couldn't see, I only sparingly watched movies. But music, it was beautiful. It had so much feeling, so much emotion. It meant so much. "We're here." A soft, sweet voice broke me from my thoughts. I smiled, and nodded, and reached for my seatbelt. But before I could unbuckle myself, Edward pushed my hands out of the way and undid it for me. I giggled a little bit, and he gently kissed my forehead. "Come on, I can see Alice in the window. She's vibrating across the floor." I laughed, briefly wondering who Alice was before figuring that she was his sister. And then I was walking toward the door with Edward by my side, and all of my previous nervousness, calmed by the music that had been playing, came crashing back. "Edward," I whimpered, and he held my hand tighter. "Don't worry, Bella," he whispered, and we stopped for a moment then. I could hear the opening of the door, and I moved a step closer to Edward's side. "Like I said, they'll love you." My heart began beating very fast. Not because of my nervousness, though, but because his words, whispered what seemed forever ago, came flooding back. "Because it's impossible not to." February 15th, Friday 7:12 p.m. Edward Pav. She was trembling beside me, completely terrified. I wished more than anything that she would believe my words, or that I could ease her fears. But I knew the only way she would accept the fact that my family could never hate her was to have her meet them. Alice vibrated into the room then, and I could see that she was about to launch herself at Bella. I gave her a warning glance, and she smiled, waving. "Hello," she said happily, and I could feel Bella stiffen beside me. Her bright eyes were wide with fear. I gripped her hand tighter. Hello," she whispered, and I pulled Bella further inside the house. I closed the door behind us, and shrugged off my coat, hanging it up before helping Bella out of hers. While I did this, my family began to gather in the room. I smiled briefly at them, and then grabbed Bella's hand once more. Mom, Emmett, Alice, this is Bella. Bella, this is my family. Oh, it's so nice to meet you, Bella, my mother said, and I could see that her words were genuine. Most mothers would be angry at the girl that had been keeping their son out until well past midnight, but not my mother. I smiled, and Bella and I walked forward. Hello, ma'am, Bella greeted shyly, smiling the smallest bit, pressing herself close to me. It's nice to meet you, too. My mother was beaming as she insisted that Bella call her Renesmee. Bella, however, was moving closer to me with each word that was spoken. I knew she was scared, not only because she was nervous, but because she couldn't see. I gave my mother a quick, pleading glance, and waved her forward. Emmett stayed silent, but he was smiling. Alice was still too busy bouncing in circles to do much else. My father was nowhere to be found. Yes, dear, my mother asked, and I took her hand, placing it in Bella's. She's blind and she's frightened, I murmured quietly. It makes her more comfortable if she can see a person. My mother seemed surprised by the news that Bella was blind, but stood perfectly still as Bella let her fingers dance over her palm. Then her hands moved upward, and she closed her eyes as she traced the lines of my mother's face. When she stepped back, she was smiling the smallest bit. Hello, Mrs. Cullen, she whispered, and this time, her greeting was warm rather than shy. My mother glowed with happiness as I took Bella's hand into mine again, unwilling to be far from her for very long. Hello, Bella, me next, me next. The voice, so happy and excited, could only belong to one person. I looked down in surprise to see Alice bouncing up and down in front of Bella, her tiny hands clapping together happily. Me next. Bella laughed softly, and then bent down in front of the little girl. You must be Alice, she said, and Alice's eyes flew open wide, her pink lips parted in astonishment. Then she grabbed my hand, pulled me down to her level, and whispered as quietly as an excited 6-year-old can whisper, that is, she knows my name, Edward. I smiled, and Bella reached out and placed her hands on Alice's shoulders. Whether to start her journey or to hold the little girl still, I wasn't sure. But as her hands flowed over little Alice's soft, flawless features, she smiled. You're very beautiful, Alice, she said, and when her hands dropped from Alice's face, they took her little hands. Very pretty. Alice was glowing with pride as she stared at Bella in unashamed awe. I smiled at both of them, happier than I ever thought was possible. And then I felt my mother's hand on mine, and I looked up to see her smiling very gently. Oh, Edward, she's simply wonderful, she whispered, and I smiled and nodded, glancing back down at Bella who was too engrossed in the story Alice was telling her to notice the hushed conversation I was holding before I met my mother's eyes once more. She really is, I murmured, and the room was silent for several moments, save for Alice's excited squeals and Bella's occasional nod of agreement. And then my mother moved behind my little brother, Emmett, and pushed him forward. He sighed, resigned. He didn't look annoyed, though. Merely shy. He walked forward, and stopped when he stood directly in front of Bella. She looked up, and smiled, almost as if she could see him. You ain't touching my face, he declared loudly. But you can shake my hand. We all laughed, and Bella nodded, clasping his hand tightly for several moments. And in those few moments, Emmett's shyness seemed to melt away, and a small smile grew on his face. Mom, where is Dad? I asked, taking Bella's hand in mine the second it was back at her side. My mom sighed heavily, in his office being thick-headed. I bit my lip to hold my amusement in, and we all moved forward into the living room. It was very warm, very comfortable. Bella let her hands flow over the walls, and over the fireplace as we passed it. And, instead of sitting down, I led her across the whole room, letting her explore, letting her become comfortable with her surroundings. She smiled in thanks, and laid her head on my shoulder as we sat down on the couch. Dinner is almost ready, my mother let us know as Alice climbed onto the couch beside us and crawled over my lap to sit on Bella's. I'm going to go tell your father. And with that, she disappeared, and Bella and I were left alone with my two siblings. Alice was, of course, still sitting on Bella's lap, and Bella was now running her fingers softly through Alice's hair, but Emmett was slowly inching closer. I smiled at him. "Are you really blind?" he blurted out, and my smile turned to a warning glare. Bella, however, simply smiled and nodded. "Yes. What's it like? I once wore a blindfold for a whole day, and I fell over everything. I almost broke my arm." "Do you always fall?" Bella laughed, and nodded. "Yes, but not because I'm blind. I'm simply the most clumsy person on the whole earth. As for what it's like, well, it's different. I can barely remember a time when I wasn't blind, so it doesn't bother me much. I'm always in a world of darkness, but I can still hear, and smell, and feel, so I can create, in my mind, a whole new world." "How do you go to school, if you're blind?" "I'm finished with school," she said, and then explained. "I've had tutors all my life. They came to me a few times a week, as I couldn't go to them. The sun and all, you know." Emmett sighed, and bit his lip, as if he was hesitant to ask yet another question. When he did ask it, though, his voice was quiet. "Does it hurt? The sun, I mean." Bella, thankfully, understood that he was no longer talking about her blindness. She gripped my hand tightly, and gave a small, sad smile. "No, it doesn't hurt." "Oh, why would the sun hurt?" Alice piped up, breaking the momentary silence. "The sun is nice. It's warm." Little Alice, of course, didn't understand what our father had told us at the dinner table the night before. She was so curious, so innocent. Bella's smile, this time, was genuine, and there was no trace of sadness in her voice. "I can't ever go out into the sun," she said, and Alice's eyes grew very wide. "Never ever." Bella laughed. "Never ever ever. It could hurt me. I'm different," she explained. "And the sun could make me very sick." "Ooh," Alice whispered, and her little hands played with a loose string on her jean skirt. Her eyes were wide with curiosity, and though it seemed like she was eager to ask more questions, she stayed silent. And then my father entered the room, his eyes guarded. He still hadn't spoken to me since this afternoon, when I'd come home so briefly. His eyes, so hard, swept the room, and he smiled briefly in Bella's direction before his gaze landed on mine. His gaze now held a softness that hadn't been in them only moments before. "Edward, can I have a word?" I sighed and nodded, knowing it would be better to talk to him now, for Bella's sake rather than mine. I didn't want things to be awkward during dinner. I wanted to make this visit as easy as possible for her. I wanted her to be comfortable around my family. I stood up, and Bella's hand fell from mine. "Alice," my father said, "your mother wants your help in the kitchen." "Bella, too," she chirped, and as I began to follow my father out of the room, I could see Alice tugging Bella through the hall by the hand. I smiled, overjoyed that the two were getting along well, despite their obvious age differences. My thoughts were interrupted, however, when my father closed the door of his office, the one room in the house that all Cullen children were afraid of. I smiled in remembrance of the times I'd gotten in trouble as a little boy, and I took my seat with a sigh. "Edward," I winced. He'd only said my name, and I already knew I was in trouble. "You're not in trouble." "Huh, huh." My words echoed my confused thoughts. "Are you sure? Do you want to be in trouble?" my father asked, and his voice was laced with amusement. I shook my head quickly, and he chuckled. "I thought not, Edward," but he paused, and as he paused, he thought. He idly twisted a pen around in his left hand, and he leaned back in the large, leather chair that I'd been so proud to sit in as a child. "I came into the living room intent on lecturing you again. But seeing Isabella, so happy, made me realize something. Did you know that Dr. Snow said that he's never seen her smile a real smile in all the years that he's known her?" "No," I whispered, and I was selfishly happy that I'd not known her before, when she'd been so sad. For I knew that, when she was hurting, I hurt, too. I briefly wondered when she'd changed, when she'd become the happy, smiling, yet still emotional girl that I knew now. My thoughts, however, were once again cut off by my father's voice. "She's only been happy like this since she met you." My heart skipped a beat at his words, and I wondered if he could possibly be speaking the truth. And no, that can't be true. Oh, but how I wanted it to be. As selfish as it was, I wanted to be the reason she smiled. I wanted to be the one who made her so happy. "Edward, your mother and I have been very flexible with you. We realize that you're an adult, both legally and emotionally. The stunt that you pulled last night, though we're not sure what to do. However, your punishment will not include reducing the time you can spend with Isabella, and your current 7 o'clock curfew will be changed to 10 so you have some time after dark that you can spend with her. I've seen how happy you've been these past few weeks, Edward, and it's puzzled me until now. Am I correct in assuming that it's because of her? I surprised even myself with my answer. Yeah, he smiled, but continued. I don't know what your relationship with her is, but I do know this: you need each other. It's as simple as that. I was shocked, once again, by his words. But what shocked me more than his words was the fact that I knew his words were true. How had I become so dependent on a girl I'd only known for such a short time? But I knew that, were she to leave me, it would hurt so much more than anything had ever hurt before. I knew that I wouldn't be able to continue smiling if she were taken from me. I slowly spoke. Thanks, Dad, I murmured quietly. Thank you for everything. But mostly, thank you for showing me what I couldn't see myself. You're welcome, he said, and he stood from his chair, pausing only to place a comforting hand on my shoulder. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm starving, so let's go back downstairs. I said absently, and my father smiled. I'm also quite eager to meet this girlfriend of yours. That successfully snapped me out of the thought-induced haze that had set over me. She's not my girlfriend, I muttered, and he laughed. Whatever you say, Edward. Whatever you say. Bella POV. Can I help? I asked softly, feeling useless as I stood in the middle of the kitchen, listening as Alice set the table and as Edward's mother stirred the pot that was on the stove. I don't know, Esme said slowly. Can you? I smiled, nodding. She was obviously concerned about my ability to work in the kitchen, because of my blindness. She needn't worry, though. I'd been cooking for my father for a very long time. I told her as much, and she chuckled lightly before handing me a knife and what I assumed was a tomato. Very well, then, would you cut the vegetables for the salad? I nodded enthusiastically, and she led me to the counter, where a cutting board was already set up. I placed the tomato on the board, gripped one side, and pressed the flat part of the knife against my fingers. I measured a fraction of an inch away from my delicate skin, and cut down. I did this several more times, and as soon as the tomato was in several thin slices, I stacked them in a pile and gripped one edge, much like I had before. Woo! But before I could cut, a little, odd voice interrupted me. I laughed softly as I felt little Alice's hand grip onto the edge of my blouse. I imagined her eyes were wide as she watched me cut the tomato into perfect, tiny squares. You're amazing, Alice informed me, and I could hear Esme chuckling quietly across the kitchen. I smiled down at the little girl, and placed the knife carefully down on the counter before searching for a small bowl to put the tomato in. I found it beside the cutting board. I'm not amazing, I said. I'm simply cutting vegetables. Yeah, but you're still amazing. How do you do it without looking? Without looking. I smiled at her innocence, and wondered if, to her, it seemed as though I simply went around with my eyes closed rather than being unable to see at all, even if I tried. I've been practicing for years, Allie, I said, and her fingers moved from my blouse to grip my hand. I started cooking when I was very young. My father can't cook at all. He probably would have ended up giving us both food poisoning after a while. Alice giggled, but then her thoughts were occupied by yet another question. Don't you have a mommy to cook for you? My mommy cooks for me. Daddy's cooking is awful. Another voice interrupted me then, and I was thankful. How did you explain to such a young child the idea that a mother would ever be able to leave her daughter? I thought you liked my pancakes, sugar, the unfamiliar voice laughed, and then Alice disappeared from beside me. She squealed in happiness, and I was confused as to what was going on until Esme, laughingly, said, Carlyle, put Alice down. She'll get sick. Yes, ma'am, the unfamiliar voice which I now knew belonged to Edward's father said. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. And then I felt a familiar, warm hand grip onto mine, and I smiled. Edward, I breathed, and the emptiness that filled me when he was away, an emptiness that I didn't even consciously notice until he was back beside me, was completely gone. Hello, Bella, he chuckled, and he took the knife from my hand, quickly chopping the onion and remaining tomatoes before handing them to his mother. I smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Come on, let's sit down. I nodded, and he led me over to the table. I ran my hands along the length of it, memorizing where the chairs sat and where I was placed. Edward sat beside me, and then the argument started. I wanted to sit beside Bella, Alice whined, and she seemed only moments from crying. I bit my lip to hide my amusement, though my lips still lifted in a small, half-smile. You sit beside Emmett, Edward sighed, and he sounded like a pouting 5-year-old. I want to sit beside Bella. Wow, I interjected. I've never been fought over before. Edward laughed, but Alice didn't. I could hear her sniffling. I could also hear Carlyle chuckling in the background. Then, I heard a small slap, followed by a rebuke from Esme. Stop them, she hissed quietly. Bella's going to think our children were raised by a pack of wolves. Carlyle chuckled quietly, but walked over to where Alice and Edward were now silent. They were probably having a glaring contest. Sweetheart, how about instead of sitting beside Bella, I give you my seat tonight? Alice gasped in awe, completely sidetracked. Really? Carlyle chuckled. Really? Yay, I get Daddy's seat. Hear that, Emmy? She boasted happily to her brother, who had entered the room without me realizing it. I get Daddy's seat. Yeah, he grumbled, and I heard the chair across from me scrape the floor as he sat down. I want food. Esme laughed, and I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face then. I leaned over and rested my head on Edward's shoulder as I whispered, I really like your family, Edward. They're very nice. I could tell he was smiling, then. You have no idea how happy that makes me, he whispered quietly back, though I was sure everyone could hear us anyway. No one spoke, though, until Esme reached over both me and Edward to place a large pot of something that smelled very good on the table. After everyone sat down, a small prayer was said, and then everyone began talking at once. I just sat there and smiled, trying to listen to everyone at once. It was amazing, really, how many times my name was said. Are you very hungry? Edward asked, and I didn't realize until then that he had dipped my food for me. My smile widened, and I shrugged, and then nodded. I really was. He laughed, and then handed me a small fork. Words were spoken around each bite, and questions were asked and answers given during each pause. I was the main figure of the conversation, with everyone's questions directed towards me. I answered each one easily, and I fell into an easy, comfortable pattern. Soon, though, the food on my plate was gone, and Esme stood up Edward and Alice with her to clear the table. Edward told me to stay where I was, because dessert would be coming soon. I did, though I was slightly uncomfortable with only Carlyle and Emmett, neither of which I had really seen before. I pressed my hands together in my lap, and let my eyes fall to the table. As he passed by to grab my plate, Edward gave my shoulder a comforting squeeze. So Bella, Carlyle finally said, and I winced, but looked up to where I knew he was sitting. Yes, sir. First, call me Carlyle. Sir, makes me feel old, and I don't even have grandchildren yet. I laughed softly, and so did he. But what I meant to ask was this. Have you ever looked into surgery? For your eyes, I mean. There are plenty of options, you know. I pressed my lips together tightly, and I could hear Edward freeze across the room. The stack of plates he was placing in the sink hit harder than he probably meant for them to. And no, I haven't really, I mumbled, uncomfortable. I wasn't born blind. It happened as a complication of my XP. The doctors said that there's really nothing they can do. My father asked them when we found out that I was losing my vision. What was it like, hearing that you'd never be able to see again? Emmett asked, and it was the first question he'd asked me since sitting down. I got the feeling that he was uncomfortable around me. It was staggering, I replied, and Edward was suddenly by my side again, holding my hand in silent encouragement. I smiled softly at him, and continued. I was very shocked. I was also very young, so my father thought I was playing around when I said I couldn't see anything. He let it continue for several days, because I was very sick then, anyway, and so I couldn't move around much. But when I started staggering all around the house, he became worried, and we went to the doctor. I took a deep breath before continuing. I was sure that none of them really cared, or had expected a full story when they'd asked, but now that I had started, I couldn't stop. My blindness occurred because of the sun. I was outside during the day, and I was in the sun for far too long. I don't remember exactly what the doctor said, but he said there was nothing they could do. I smiled. I've accepted this everything and I'm determined to live my life to the fullest. Everyone was silent for several moments, and then yet another question was asked this time, though, it was Edward that spoke. So there's no possibility that you could ever see again? I shrugged. No, not really. My eyes were damaged beyond repair. That's why they're the color they are, you know. They used to be brown. Dark, chocolate brown. Not only is my skin very sensitive to the light, but my eyes are, too. I don't know what the sun did to them, but they turned this color after I went blind. Brown, Edward murmured softly, his thumbs caressing my eyelids softly as my eyes fluttered closed. I can imagine they were very deep. Very soft. But blue is beautiful, too. I smiled and blushed, and normal conversation returned. Esme set a piece of cake in front of me, and I beamed when I realized it was cheesecake, with strawberries on top. Yum, I declared, and I took yet another bite, smiling. Edward chuckled. My mom's cheesecake is the best, he boasted, and I suppressed a smile. Oh, hush, Esme chided him. You know that's not true. And though I couldn't see her face, her words glowed with pride. My smile grew. They were such a wonderful family. So close. So loving. I briefly wished that I had a family like them, but immediately felt bad. I had Charlie. I'd always said that he was all I needed. But was he really? Did I really need no one else? Was I really content? I sighed, and finished my cake with a forced smile. 10:22 p.m. Good night, Bella, he whispered softly, and he brushed his fingers across my cheek, almost as if he was unwilling to let me go. But I was sure my father was staring out the window worriedly. I sighed. Unless you want to meet Charlie tonight, I suggest you go, I whispered, and the words pained me. I was scared of being alone. I'd only been without Edward for such a short time in over 24 hours, and I was honestly still frightened that he would leave me. Go, I whispered again, and he smiled sadly. All right, he said, and he squeezed my hand one final time before running back to his car. He didn't say anything else, and for that I was thankful. Saying goodbye once was hard enough. I sighed, and turned around before walking through the open door. My father, of course, was there immediately. He helped me shrug out of my coat, but as I sat down to take my shoes off, the questioning began. So, what was Edwin? Edward, I corrected him almost silently. And then, yeah, that's him. He sighed. He seems polite. I smiled. He is. Are you all right? Yeah, I said, and I sighed yet again. I'm just sad that he had to leave. Did you get my note? Yes, and the food was great. Bells, he said, and he clapped me on the shoulder. You tired? I didn't particularly feel like talking actually. I felt more like curling up and crying, so I made up some excuse about being exhausted, and walked up the stairs and into my bedroom. And, without bothering about taking a shower, I fell into bed and curled up. I was asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, and my dreams were filled with the boy who had captured my heart. February 20th, Wednesday 2:03 p.m. Edward Pav. It had been almost a week since I had introduced Bella to my family, and since then, she'd been over almost every single night. We'd already called some people about having our windows tinted, and they were out doing just that today during school. I sighed. It was going to be different, a lot darker, but it would be worth it. As soon as our windows were tinted, Bella could come over whenever she wanted to. I'd already had my car windows lined in the protective plastic, which meant that as long as Bella put on her sunsuit for the dash to and from the car, we could go back and forth between our homes anytime we wanted. I grinned, and shoved my books into my locker. In about 2 minutes, the bell would ring, and I would be off to my final class for the day. And then, I would drive over to Bella's. But that thought made me gulp nervously. So far, we'd been lucky Charlie had been at work when I'd been over. But today, he had the day off, and Bella had told me he wanted to meet me. I, of course, could deny her nothing, so today after school, I was going to meet the parent, so to speak. That had been an interesting conversation. I was sitting on my bed, frowning as I stared at the cell phone that decorated my desk. I had her number, so why not? I hadn't been able to see her all day, and with each second that passed without hearing her voice, I grew more and more uneasy. What the hell? I picked up the phone and dialed quickly. I tapped my fingers on the bedside table as I waited. Hello. The voice on the other end, however, didn't belong to Bella. Hello. I stammered. Is Bella there? No. She's sleeping. May I ask who's calling? Edward Cullen. Ah-ha. The man exclaimed, and I was sure now that this was her father. Oh, God, please kill me now. So you're the one that she's been seeing, Carlyle's son. He's a good man. Why yes, sir. Call me Charlie. Charlie. There was an uncomfortable sort of silence, and then Charlie sighed. I have the day off on Wednesday. Come over after school. I want to meet you. I noticed that it wasn't a request, instead a command, and quickly agreed. But as I hung up the phone after a horribly awkward goodbye, I buried my head in my hands and screamed. But even memories of my worst waking nightmare couldn't ruin my good mood. I was glad she'd finally told me about her disability, though. It made things so much easier, because there was nothing I wasn't willing to do for her. My family, though they had only known her for such a short time, was willing to do just about anything for her safety, too. Ringing the bell, I sighed, and slouched my way to my English class. It was, of course, boring. But I paid rapt attention, unwilling to fail another test. Only yesterday had I retaken the math test that I'd so horrible failed and regained my freedom. I wasn't willing to throw myself back into the hell that is curfews and rules. Mr. Cullen, so much for that, huh? Yes, sir. The answer to question 3, please. I looked down at my paper, and, thankfully, knew the answer. I blurted it out, and went back to my thoughts. The school room disappeared around me, and I was suddenly surrounded by the meadow that I'd first met Bella in. I smiled. It was a beautiful place, really. I longed to see it during the day, but it felt almost like I was betraying Bella if I went there without her. So I didn't. If it was her refuge from the light, it would be mine, too. The bell rang then, rudely ripping me from my thoughts, and I grinned as I jumped up and made my way out of the door. I didn't, however, make it far. Oh, Edward, I sighed, groaned, and then bit my lip against the words my mother had always taught me were not gentlemanly to say. I turned around, only to come face to face with quite possibly the most annoying female on the face of the earth. Hello, Tanya. Edward. Did she know any other words besides my name? At all. She just stood there grinning at me, her teeth perfectly white and straight and her lips plastered in a shade of lipstick that was entirely too dark for her. I began, but she cut me off. Would you take me out tonight? Since when did girls ask themselves out? Wasn't it supposed to be the boy that did that? I sighed, and mentally rolled my eyes. No, Tanya, I'm busy tonight. Busy doing what? I bet I could help. She slurred, and I could tell from her tone that she was offering way more help than I would ever want. I'm meeting my girlfriend's father, I said plainly, and Tanya's eyes grew very wide. I hoped that Bella would forgive me for telling people she was my girlfriend, for nothing in Forks stayed a secret very long, and surely she would have heard about it by the end of the day, but there was honestly no other way to make Tanya back off. Oh, Tanya blinked, and she clutched her math book close. Well, another time then. Geez, could she not take a hint? I sighed heavily, and began walking to my Volvo. But as I walked, I couldn't help but thank Tanya silently for approaching me. For if she hadn't, I wouldn't have come up with the idea that was running through my head now. I smiled as I stared the car. I was going to ask Bella to go out to dinner with me tonight. 3:45 p.m. Bella Pav. How is it that Edward was the one meeting Charlie tonight, and I was the one that was nervous? My hands were shaking as I paced back and forth. Would Charlie like him? Would he tell me that I could never see Edward again? But I knew that even if he did ban me from seeing Edward, I would simply ignore him. It was hard to imagine going through the day without Edward anymore. He was my light, my sun. I smiled. Bella, you're going to pace a hole in the floor. I grinned. Sorry, Dad. Why are you so nervous? I won't shoot him unless he's some kind of mass murderer, you know. Shoot him? Oh, Dad, you wouldn't really shoot him, would you? I exclaimed, and he laughed deeply at my worry. I, however, considered constructing out of chairs and coat hangers a blockade at the door so Edward couldn't get in. If he couldn't get in and Charlie couldn't get out, then Charlie couldn't possibly shoot Edward, could he? And then the doorbell rang. I jumped several inches, and Charlie ordered me into the living room while he opened the door. I just about vibrated into the small, cozy room. I was so nervous. And then I heard his voice, and everything else melted away. "Good afternoon," he said, and his voice was pleasantly calm. "Good afternoon, Edward," Charlie greeted, and I frowned. I had been so sure he'd be interrogating Edward by now. Given I'd never had any boys over to the house before, so I wasn't exactly sure how fathers were supposed to act. But I assumed, since Charlie was a policeman and all. "Come on in, Edward. Bella's in the living room." "Thank you, sir." "Charlie." I could almost hear Edward grin. "Charlie," he repeated, and I knew, from this simple exchange, that Charlie didn't totally hate Edward. When a father insisted that a young man call him by his first name, it was usually a good sign. "So, you're Bella's boyfriend." I blushed several different shades of red, and buried my head in my hands. "Her friend, yes, friend," Charlie repeated, and then they were in the room with me. Edward was immediately by my side. I smiled, and he took my hand, resting his forehead against mine. I reached up, and traced the lines of his face, saddened to realize that he was stressed. Charlie, in the background, snickered. "Friends. Yeah, sure." I blushed again, and Edward chuckled quietly. I pulled away from him, though, and we sat together on the couch. "So, Edward, tell me a little about yourself. Are you graduating this year? Where are you going to college?" Charlie asked, and I rolled my eyes. The interrogation had begun, but Edward answered eagerly. "I am graduating this year, actually. My father wants me to go into the medical field, but I got accepted into Juilliard just a few weeks ago. I'm want to study music there." Charlie gave a soft whistle. "Juilliard. Wow, that's impressive." Edward was grinning, I was sure. I could tell he was quite happy by the tone of his voice. "Thank you. What instrument do you play?" "The piano, mostly. I toyed with the guitar for a while, so I can play a lot of basic stuff on there. I did drums for a bit, but they were too noisy. I mostly played them while Alice, my little sister, was a baby, and the memory of her ear-piercing screams while I played was enough to put me off of them forever." Charlie laughed, but Edward continued. "I can also play the pans." "Does that count?" "The pans?" Charlie asked, and he was confused. I was, too, but I was too busy being astonished by Edward's musical talent to dwell on the confusion much. He'd told me once that he could play the piano a bit, but still. "The pans," Edward clarified, "is where you steal all of your mother's baking pans and her metal spoons, lock yourself in the bathroom, and beat on them for hours on end." I mastered that one. Charlie was speechless. I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe. "Oh," he replied, and the room fell silent. Once I had stopped laughing long enough to take a much-needed breath in, though, I broke the silence. "Are you staying for dinner?" I asked, and Edward nodded. I assumed he had nodded, at least, because he was silent for a very long time. Then replied verbally, realizing that I couldn't see him. "Yeah, actually," he trailed off, and it seemed as though he wanted to say something. But then he continued, "Mom is disappointed that it'll just be the four of them tonight. She's used to having you over already." I smiled. I loved his family. They were so kind, so warm. And, like him, they had accepted both my blindness and my XP without a second thought. It was strange, really, that I had gone through 17 years of my life alone, searching for even one person willing to accept me. And then, in less than a month, I had met 5 simply wonderful people who both accepted me and wanted to be my friend. It was staggering, really. "Bella." I was snapped from my thoughts by Edward's sweet voice. I turned to him and smiled. Will you give me a tour of the house?" "Yeah," I agreed quickly, desperate to break out of the awkward silence that had set over the room. I loved my father and all that, but it was still very awkward. "Maybe you could show me your bedroom," he suggested quietly, and I heard Charlie snort in the background. I giggled, wondering if Charlie would be running for his gun if he realized that Edward had already seen my room. And stayed the night in my room and in my bed. I grabbed Edward's hand, and pulled him quickly to where I knew the stairs were, desperate to get him out of the line of fire. Once we were in my room, we both collapsed against the wall, laughing. As soon as I had caught my breath, though, Edward asked me something that made me breathless once again. Will you go out with me tonight, Bella? Oh, out. I stuttered. Out. He laughed softly, and brushed a lock of hair from my eyes. His tone and his touch was very tender, very gentle. I felt my heart beating frantically in my chest. Yes, out. To dinner. I was speechless. I had never been asked out before, even by a friend. Sure. That would be fun, I suppose. We don't have to, he added quickly. I just thought it might be nice for you to get out. We could go into Port Angeles. Perhaps to that Italian restaurant. La Bella Italiana. I've heard they're quite good, but if you don't want to. I want to, I said quickly, cutting him off. I really want to, I added more quietly, ducking my head and blushing. But I don't know if Charlie can fend for himself or not, for dinner. Bella, Edward sighed laughingly. If you'll let me take you out, I'll make Charlie's dinner for him. I began giggling at the image of Edward in the only apron I owned. It was bright pink. I was sure that Edward was looking at me like I was insane, but I didn't care. Once I finally caught my breath, I confirmed what I'd said only minutes before. Yes, then, I want to go out with you, Edward. He was grinning, that much I knew. Thank you, he said, and I leaned my head on his shoulder, completely and utterly content. 7:20 p.m. Edward paused. I had been so nervous about asking her out even as a friend, but she'd agreed so quickly. It surprised me, really. Thankfully, Charlie had been more than willing to agree to our little outing, and had convinced Bella quite easily that he could heat up the previous night's leftovers. After that, Bella had slowly become more and more excited, until the point where she began to glare out the window, willing the sun to move faster. Can we go now? She asked for the millionth time, and I laughed. If you put on your sun suit, we could have gone hours ago. I'm not wearing that thing for my first time going out, she said defiantly, but her lips turned up in a small smile. I bit my lip to hold my laughter in, and shared an amused look with Charlie, who was just now beginning to pull the leftovers out of the refrigerator. Can we go now? I moved to the window, and then to the door, staring up at the sky. Yes, I said, and before the next words were out of my mouth, Bella had bolted past me and was sitting in the passenger side of the Volvo. I didn't even have time to laugh. Bye, Charlie yelled, chuckling to himself. Have her back before one. I nodded, grabbed my coat and Bella's, for though she had managed to remember her shoes, she had forgotten any sort of overcoat to keep her warm, and walked around to the driver's side of the Volvo. As soon as I was in, Bella glanced over to me and grinned. I couldn't help but smile back. So, when was the last time you were in Port Angeles? I asked as I swiftly, smoothly, backed the car out of the driveway and began to speed along the dark, empty road. Bella shrugged. A few years. I don't go out much for obvious reasons. Charlie used to take me there sometimes. We would go to the bookstores, or go shopping, or watch a movie. It was fun, and we would stay out super late. As she spoke, the smile she wore grew increasingly soft and tender. I reached over and took her hand in mine. She blushed and ducked her head. I chuckled very lightly at her reaction, but my heart pounded fast and hard in my chest. Her soft touch seemed to send me into a spiral of emotions that I could never escape from. Thank you, she breathed, and I turned to look at her, taking my eyes off of the road only for a brief second. You're welcome. I'm happy to do this for you, I whispered, and we fell silent once more. I played with the radio controls, and turned the volume down so the soft, classical number was just barely there, simply background music. It relaxed me, though, and we listened to the piano play softly the whole way to Port Angeles. When I parked in front of the restaurant, Bella cast a nervous look in my direction. Don't worry, I said, and I reached out still entwined hands up to gently brush my lips against her knuckles. You'll be fine. I haven't been out in public for a very long time, she breathed, and I smiled, dropping her hand. And even though I grabbed it again when I moved around the car to open the door for her, in the brief moments we weren't touching, I felt empty. So, hungry much? I asked, trying to distract myself from the puzzling feelings that were coursing through me. Yeah, she said, and I noticed that she was smiling again. It was a small smile, but it was very soft. I am. We walked inside together, and the warmth that the small, cozy restaurant offered was pleasant compared to the freezing weather outside. But as we sat down at the booth that the waitress offered us, I realized first that Bella was shivering, and then that neither she or I had remembered to bring her coat inside. Smiling softly, I shrugged out of mine and wrapped it around her small shoulders. She smiled, and buried her nose in it for a brief second before turning to me. "Won't you be cold?" she questioned, and I shook my head. "No, I'm fine," I said, and though the chilly air still nipped at my skin, I knew I would rather be uncomfortable myself than to ever watch her suffer. "So what do you want?" I stared at the menus, realizing then that, of course, Bella couldn't read them. I felt horrible for even asking. "Sorry," I murmured. "How about I order for you?" She agreed readily, and we talked while we ate. After leaving, though, I honestly couldn't remember a single word that was said. I had barely paid attention, for all of my attention was on the angel in front of me, and all my focus was on the feelings coursing through me. I wondered why, every time she blushed, or laughed, or smiled so softly, my heart beat so fast, and a thrill ran through me that I couldn't explain. My whole body felt warm, and I could barely move for the overwhelming feelings that coursed through me. And when she took my hand, or laid her head on my shoulder, I felt complete. When she left me, I felt like there was a hole somewhere deep inside of me, a hole that only filled up when she was near. I wondered why, when she stumbled over the side of her chair, I felt such a fierce, all-compassing need to protect her, why I felt like I never wanted to leave her side. And then, as we were standing together on her porch, and she was saying goodbye, I suddenly understood. I understood the feelings that had been growing slowly inside of me, the feelings that had been taking over me. I understood why she, in such a short time, had become my everything. And it was because I loved her. I hadn't been looking for love. I hadn't even wanted to find it. Yet, in the 3 weeks I'd known her, had it really been that long? I had fallen hopelessly, completely and impossibly in love with her. "Edward," she breathed, and I looked up. I brushed my hand across her cheek, and though my words were pained as I fought against the emotions exploding inside of me, I smiled. "I'll see you soon," I whispered, and I pressed my lips against her forehead softly. "I love you." And then I walked away. March 7th, Friday 4 p.m. Edward Pav. Days passed, and then weeks. I still hadn't told Bella that I loved her, but as each day passed, we grew closer and closer and my love for her grew deeper and deeper. Sometimes I went over to her house, and I would help her put together dinner for Charlie. Then, we'd disappear in her room for hours, simply listening to music. Sometimes I would read to her, and sometimes we would talk. When we went over to my house, though, it was a lot less calm. Our time was spent playing with Alice, who all but worshipped Bella, and talking with my parents and Emmett. And then sometimes, we would go out to our meadow, and simply sit side by side, saying nothing, doing nothing. Every moment with her was like a dream. I sighed, and tried to push away everything that was running so wildly through my head. I turned my attention back to the keyboard in front of me and the mess of papers that surrounded me. I placed my fingers on the keys of the piano, and they flowed smoothly through the notes I'd already committed to memory. And then my fingers tripped over each other, and I growled in frustration as I stared down at my notes for what seemed like the millionth time. I could never get past that part. It was simply infuriating. But as I thought of the song I was playing, and the reason I was playing it, I smiled. I had written this song for Bella. It was her song, and I wanted it to be perfect. I wanted to play it for her, and then tell her that I loved her. I wanted to hold her, and tell her again and again and again how I felt. I was so sure she felt the same. Every time I touched her, or played with her hair, or simply spoke to her, her heart would speed up, and her skin would flush. Her lips always turned up in an involuntary smile, and her eyes would sparkle like I'd never seen them sparkle before. My smile grew very soft as I began playing again. The song was very quiet, very slow, very sweet. But then my fingers tripped up again, and I growled deeply in frustration before throwing my papers across the room. They fluttered down slowly, landing on the soft, golden carpet that Dakota read my wooden floor. "Edward," the voice was so soft. I looked up to find my mother smiling at me. Her eyes were troubled, though. "Are you all right?" she asked, and I nodded, patting the bed beside me. She came over and sat down, folding her hands in her lap. I furiously erased the few notes in the song that simply I couldn't play, and touched a few on the keyboard, testing out the way they flowed with the previous notes of the song. "I'm fine," I finally answered, still staring at the keyboard. "Just a little stressed." I placed the papers on the bed beside me, and turned to my mom. "What are you playing?" she asked curiously. I grinned brightly. "I'm writing a song." Her eyes grew wide in surprise. "Oh, Edward," she exclaimed. "That's amazing. I've been listening to you play for hours. It's simply beautiful. When did you start?" I shrugged, unable to hide my pleasure at her obvious pride in me. "A few weeks ago, the night I realized that I had fallen in love with my best friend. I'm writing it for Bella." Not only was my mother smiling, but now she was beaming, and her face was flushed with pride and happiness. "Oh, how sweet," she gushed. And then, "Oh, Edward, she's so strong. I don't know how she does it. How she goes through each day. I spend so much time thinking about her, and you're a good boy, Edward. You're a good friend to her. I think she needs you more than she realizes. Her eyes always light up when you're around, and if you leave the room, she suddenly becomes very sad. I don't think she realizes it, though, how much she depends on you." I smiled softly, but my smile was pained. I didn't even try and hide my emotions as I turned to stare at my mother once more. I took a deep breath in. "Mom, I think I'm in love with her," I muttered quietly. My mother drew in a sharp breath, but after a few seconds of stunned silence, a smile slowly spread across her lips. "Edward," she breathed, but she seemed unable to say anything else. I just smiled, and then I blushed and looked down at my hands. But then I felt a soft hand on my cheek, and I looked up into my mother's eyes. She spoke slowly, quietly. "Edward, a life with Bella would be very, very hard. Are you sure? And you don't even know if things would ever go this far, but are you sure that you could live with her forever?" I felt an unexplainable anger rise up within me, and I turned away from my mother, unable to look her in the eye. "I love her. I don't care if she's blind. I don't care if she can never go out into the sun. I would be willing to give everything up for her, Mom. Everything," I shouted, and even as I said the words, I realized they were true. Softer this time, I repeated, "I would give up everything." The surprise that had lit my mother's eyes slowly melted away until she was smiling again. She took my hands in hers, and leaned very close. "Don't break her heart, Edward," she whispered, and then she stood to her feet and walked to the door. But before she walked out, she added, almost silently, "It would kill her." And then she was gone, and I was left alone in angered silence. I clenched my fists together tightly, and tried to calm myself down. How could my mother think that, just because Bella was blind, or because she lived in fear of the sun, that I could stop loving her? Or that I would choose a life without her, simply because she would make my life difficult? I took a deep breath in to calm my pounding heart, and turned back to my music. I would tell her soon. "I love you, Bella." 8:12 p.m. Bella Pav. Just a little further. I grinned brightly, almost jumping up and down with excitement as Edward led me slowly forward. My feet, bare, cold, brushed across the wooden floor quickly. Laughing, I reached forward, grasping Edward's hand in mine. "Are we there yet?" I asked, and Edward was suddenly beside me, his chest pressed against my back, both of my hands clasped in his. "Yes," he breathed, and he moved me forward only a few more steps. He asked me to sit, and I did. I smiled, and he sat beside me. He took my hands in his, and turned me until I was facing him. "I wanted to show this to you, Bella. Remember when I said I could play the piano just a bit?" I nodded, biting my lip. I smiled, wondering if he was going to play for me. The thought excited me. "I lied," he said quickly, and his words were rushed then. "I can play a lot more than just a bit. I've even written a few songs. I've been playing since I was 3. I just didn't." And even though he trailed off, unable to continue, I didn't mind. Even if he had continued, I wouldn't have caught a single word of it. My eyes were open wide in shock. "T3, I gasped, remembering how small I had been when I was 3. I couldn't imagine his hands, so small, being able to reach the different keys on a piano. I smiled, though, as I imagined Edward so little sitting upon a piano bench. He finally spoke. Yeah, I was always jamming on the keys when my father would sit me beside him while he played. I was simply fascinated by the piano, so my parents put me in classes. I wrote my first song when I was 12. I always knew you were amazing, I said, and he laughed brightly. Yeah, well, but he trailed off again, and took my hand in his. Anyway, I just want to show you something. He dropped my hand then, and though I missed the warmth deeply, I barely noticed, for right then, the most beautiful music I'd ever heard slowly began to wash over me. It continued on, and at one point, Edward leaned over, and brushed his lips gently across my cheek. I shivered as he whispered softly in my ear. I wrote this, Bella. I wrote this for you. I wrote it because of you. Every note, every feeling that coursed through me while I was writing this, it's because this is you. This song is you. His words sent shivers down my spine, and I could help but let my eyes flutter closed as the music continued to surge around me. It was so soft, so sweet, so beautiful. I couldn't possibly have inspired this, yet I pushed away those feelings of insecurity as I tried to paint a picture in my mind of Edward as he played for me. I could imagine his fingers, so strong, flowing so perfectly across the piano. I could imagine his eyes, dancing with happiness, and I could imagine the smile that I knew was dancing across his lips. I breathed in deeply, and let my head rest on his shoulder. Each note that washed over me stuck something deep inside, and before I knew what was happening, I was sobbing quietly against his shoulder, unable to control the emotions that were raging inside of me. He was so beautiful, so perfect, and yet, he wanted to be my friend. He wanted to live his life with me, to spend his days reading to me when I couldn't read to myself. It was amazing, really. Staggering, that such a perfect creature would care even in the slightest about me. I continued to sob, and I could feel him stiffen beside me. But I rested a hand on his arm in comfort, silently letting him know everything was all right. He seemed to understand, and without even pausing in his playing, he relaxed, and he hummed the song in my ear as he played very softly. And then it ended. Edward turned to face me, and his hands came up to cup my face. He pressed his forehead against mine, and I smiled, breathing him in. His thumbs brushed away the tears that flowed so slowly down my pale cheeks, and I took a deep, shuddering breath in, unable to control the tears that now so freely fell. Edward, I began, but I couldn't continue. My words caught in my throat, and I was unable to force them out past the sobs. Bella, I have something to tell you, and if I don't say it now, I'll never be able to work up the courage again. He paused, and took a deep breath in, and as I felt his hands shaking on mine, I realized suddenly that I knew what he was going to say. I don't want to see you again anymore. I could feel my heart beginning to break, and my breathing was heading toward hyperventilation. I tried to keep the tears in, but I couldn't quite manage. Bella, Edward exclaimed, and I was suddenly in his arms. Please, no, please don't let him leave me, I begged silently, praying to any god that might hear me. Please don't take him away. He's all I have. Edward, I stuttered, and he held me tighter. Don't leave me. He seemed almost angry then. He pulled away from me very suddenly, and although I couldn't see his face, I could imagine his eyes, alight with the anger I could feel radiating from him now. Oh, God, what had I said? What had I done wrong? Please, Bella, he whispered, and I could tell that it was taking everything he had to keep his voice as calm as it was. I will never leave you, he said forcefully, stressing each and every word, and as he pulled me tightly into his arms once more, I knew he was speaking the truth. I gripped his shirt tightly in my hands, desperate to hold him to me. Edward, I sobbed, and he rocked me back and forth slowly. Bella, low. But I didn't let him speak. I had to let him know. I had to tell him how I truly felt. Edward, I love you, I breathed, and his whole body became stiff. I smiled, burying my head in his chest as I breathed the final words that ran through my mind. You're the best friend I could ever ask for. There was a long pause, and then Edward finally spoke. I love you, too, Bella, he whispered, and there was such pain lacing his words that I felt I would lose myself in it. It felt like I was suffocating, like I was drowning. I love you. You're the best friend I could ever ask for. March 7th, Friday 11:59 p.m. Edward Pav. I had been sitting here, simply existing, for over 3 hours. I was breathing, but I wasn't living. I was crying. I knew men shouldn't cry, but I couldn't stop. I was trying to hide all the pain inside. I was trying to be strong. But who was I being strong for? I buried my head in my pillow and screamed as loud as I could. The sound, though, was but a painful whimper, barely escaping my throat past the sobs that had taken over me the second Bella had left. Bella. It was painful even thinking her name. Thinking about her was so much worse. Thinking of the way her soft lips had moved as she'd first whispered that she'd loved me. Oh, how my heart had beat when she'd said those 3 words. And then whispered that, to her, I was but a friend. Edward, I love you. I let her words run around in my mind again and again and again, trying to convince myself that they were true. That she loved me the way I loved her. That she saw me as more than a friend. That she couldn't live without me, as I couldn't live without her. But every time I replayed those 3 beautiful words in my head, the others followed and I could do nothing to stop them. You're the best friend that I could ever ask for. And every time they repeated, over and over, like a never-ending nightmare, my heart tore a little more. Soon, I was sure, it would completely break, and I would be left in pieces. Edward, can I talk to you? No, I shouted hoarsely, and I could almost imagine my father stiffening. I didn't care. I buried my head in my pillow, briefly wondering why I had sheathed myself in darkness, why I had turned out all the lights and shut my windows when all the darkness would do is remind me of her. Edward. He spoke my name so softly, and as he moved closer, the memories of times past when he had comforted me, when he had held me close, and whispered that everything would be all right, came flooding back. Daddy. I breathed, and I sounded so vulnerable. My emotions were so raw, and I knew that if he said even one wrong word, I would break. Let it all out, he whispered, and he laid a comforting hand on my shoulder. I knew the time when he could hold me on his knee was long past, and now this was the only way he knew to offer comfort. Let it all out, and I did. I sat there, and I sobbed dry sobs for what seemed forever. I rolled over onto my back, and as I stared out at the moon, I whimpered. Eventually, though, the sobs quieted. I knew that it wasn't because I was better, though. It was simply because I had run out of tears to cry. How are you feeling? My father probed gently, and I couldn't meet his eyes. I hadn't cried in years, and now that I was finished, I felt stupid for my childish actions. Hurt. Broken. I murmured. I feel like dying. And even though I wasn't looking directly at him, I could still see the tiny, pained smile float across his lips. What happened? He asked, and I felt the emotion come rushing back as I thought back to those painful few moments in the drawing room. I love her, Dad. I really do, so much. But she doesn't feel the same. She only wants to be my friend. It hurts. A lot. It hurts so much. I didn't think it could possibly hurt this much. Don't give up, Edward, my father said, and the hand that was on my shoulder moved, and second later, my father was running his fingers through my hair in the same way that he had done when I was small enough to fit on his lap. The way that had comforted me, and soothed me. Never give up, never. She might love you as a friend now, but that could change. In as little as a single moment, that could change. Never give up, even if she moves on, and decides to love someone else, never stop fighting. I closed my eyes, and tried to let my father's words comfort me. You know, he continued, and I could tell he was smiling now. When I met your mother, she was engaged to be married to another man. My eyes snapped open, and I looked up at my father in surprise. He smiled down at me. Well, it's true. She'd broken her ankle falling out of a tree, and was rushed to the ER. I think I fell in love with her that very day. I didn't see her again for several months. Not until she came back to get her cast removed. You know, she was supposed to be married 3 weeks before we saw each other for the second time, but the wedding was postponed because of her ankle. He paused, and took a deep breath in. We never told you this, Edward. But perhaps you need to know. I always thank God that she broke her ankle, because in those 3 weeks that her wedding was postponed, she found out that her fiancé was abusive, and was cheating on her, and didn't love her the way she loved him. I always think, what if she hadn't broken her ankle? Would she have been stuck in an abusive relationship, too scared to break it off? He paused again, possibly to take in my reaction, but I was far too numb to really feel anything besides surprise and shock, but continued after several seconds. I waited for her for 3 years, Edward. 3 years after I first saw her, and I spent all that time knowing that I loved her so much. And then one day, I saw her randomly on the street. And she looked so beautiful. I ran 8 blocks, trying to catch up with her before I asked her out. I asked her to marry me 2 months later. You were a honeymoon baby, he added, almost as an afterthought, and I couldn't help but laugh. Too much information, I said, and he laughed with me. And as I laughed, I felt like a weight was lifted off of my shoulders. I was still hurting, and I would be hurting until the day that Bella told me that she loved me, too, but I was better. My heart was still broken, and only she could piece it back together, but I felt that, in time, I would be okay. I smiled up at my father. Thank you, I whispered very softly, and he ruffled my hair before standing up. You're welcome, Eddie. Get some sleep. You're exhausted, I know you are. Dad, I called, and he paused in the doorway of my room, looking back. Would it be horrible of me to call Bella and ask her not to come over tomorrow? I don't think I can hold myself together that soon. My father smiled very softly. I don't think it's horrible at all. You need time, at least a little of it. I nodded, and laid my head on the tear-soaked pillow beneath me. I curled up in the large, warm bed, and let my eyes flutter closed. And that was the first night, since I'd met her, that I didn't dream of Bella. March 8th, Saturday 4:02 p.m. Bella Pav. What's wrong, Munchkin? Charlie asked, ruffling my hair as he dropped down onto the couch beside me. I laughed softly, but my expression turned sad again very quickly. I sighed deeply, and rested my chin in my hands. Edward called. He's sick, and he can't come over tonight. He didn't want me to come over there, either, because he doesn't want me to get sick. What will I do? I'm so bored. Charlie laughed. I leaned onto him, and smiled a small smile. You've become very attached to this boy, he said jokingly. You can't go through a single day anymore without needing to be with him. Shut up, I muttered playfully, but my frown returned. Perhaps Charlie was right. I had become too attached to Edward. He was almost like a drug. But he was a drug I would willingly take for all of my life. How about, Charlie said suddenly, breaking into my thoughts. You come with me to the reservation tonight. I'm going to visit an old friend, and I'm sure he would love to have you there. Remember Billy, and his children, Rachel, Rebecca and Jake. It's been a long time, huh? I did remember. Only vaguely, and I only remembered Jake by name rather than face because we had both been so small the last time I'd seen him, but I did remember. I smiled. Yeah, that would be great, Dad, I said, and I really meant it. He smiled brightly at me, possibly excited that I was actually spending time away from my personal drug, and jumped up from his seat on the couch. I could hear him walk across the floor. Great, he said, and I could only barely hear him as he walked further and further away. Let me call Billy. Obviously, we'll be there a tiny bit late. Can't have you in the sun. His words trailed off, but his excitement didn't waver. As soon as he was off the phone, he poked me into making dinner early so we could leave as soon as it got dark. I did, and I hungrily devoured the chicken and rice, eager to see her here. My old friends again, but I became nervous as soon as I climbed inside the cruiser. We had been so small the only few times we'd met. Would they, now that they were older, consider me a freak, much like everyone else did? I was nervous the whole way to La Push, and the drive seemed much longer than it really was. When we arrived, though, I briefly considered waiting outside all night while Charlie and Billy yapped. I would be perfectly comfortable inside the car. Bella. I jumped at the voice, and I looked around almost as if I expected to see someone. The voice was not one I recognized. It was happy, and soft, and it made me feel warm. I sighed, and I stepped out of the car. A large, warm hand caught mine immediately, and I couldn't help the smile that spread slowly across my lips. Hi, the voice introduced itself. I'm Jacob. My father told me all about you. About the sun, and the blindness and stuff. That's cool with me. I'll make sure you're safe while you're here, he rambled on, and I noticed that, as we walked toward the house, he didn't let go of my hand, and he helped me up the stairs and through the unfamiliar halls of his home. He reminded me a lot of Edward, actually, in that he wouldn't let me do anything alone. He was constantly hovering, but not in an annoying sort of way. More in a comfortable, I know I'm safe with him around, sort of way. So, Jacob probed at one point. Tell me about yourself. It all came rushing out. I told him everything. Unlike with Edward, I wasn't nervous, or afraid that he would leave me. But, unlike with Edward, when I was with Jacob, my heart didn't beat frantically every time he touched me, and I didn't blush every time he looked at me. It was different, but it was nice. When we left, though, when my hand was finally taken from Jacob's large, warm paw, I felt sad that I had to leave his side. I waved to him, and I climbed back into the cruiser, completely content. I fell asleep easily that night, and Jacob stared in my dreams alongside Edward. March 9th, Sunday 6:10 p.m. Edward Pav. By Sunday evening, I was feeling much better. Optimistic, even. I smiled and hummed softly as I worked to set the table for my mom. I wasn't staying for dinner, though. I had plans to ask Bella out again. I wanted to take her to Seattle, but I knew that was too far, and instead was planning to take her to a small, outside cafe that was on the outskirts of Port Angeles. It was personally owned by an older man and his wife, and they were both very kind. I wasn't, of course, completely sure that Bella would say yes, but she had agreed so easily last time that my outlook was very positive. You should call her, my mother advised as I took a stack of plates out of the cupboard. That would give her some time to get ready. I smiled and nodded, setting the small stack of plates down before heading toward the phone. Good idea, I murmured idly, taking the phone into my hand and dialed the now familiar number. It rang several times, and then Charlie, on the other end, picked up. Hello, he said, and he sounded slightly distracted. I tapped my foot on the floor, eager to hear Bella's voice. Good evening, Charlie, I said politely. Then, is Bella around? I want to ask her something. Nah, Charlie said absently, and I wondered briefly if he was in the middle of something. She's with Jacob tonight. Jacob, I whispered, and I could feel some of the pain that I'd just managed to hold at bay returning. Who was Jacob? A friend, and why hadn't she told me about him? She told me everything. When is going to be home? I asked weakly, and though Charlie didn't seem to notice the change in my attitude, my mother was watching me with a concerned expression. Late, probably. I didn't really give her a curfew, he trailed off, and I bit back the pain that was rising within me. All right, well, will you tell her that I called? I asked, and Charlie said he would. After a quiet goodbye, I hung up the phone. My hands rested on it, unmoving, and I stared blankly at the wall in front of me. Jacob, who was he? She's with Jacob tonight. She hadn't even told me. She probably assumed, though, that I was still sick. I skipped dinner that night, and as I laid on my bed and thought about Bella, the girl I loved, and this Jacob guy, the first wished more than anything that I hadn't lied to Bella when I'd told her I was sick last night. If I hadn't, but I refused to dwell on what ifs. Instead, I sighed deeply, and vowed that I would drop by Bella's house tomorrow after school. But as I tossed and turned, I couldn't sleep. I kept imaging everything that could possibly happen in the few hours I would be imprisoned in school, and each possibility tortured me more than the last. Finally, around midnight, I stumbled from my bed and pulled on a sweater and a pair of shoes. Silently, I opened the window to my second-story bedroom and climbed out. I had to see her. I didn't care what time it was. I had to see her, to touch her, to simply be with her. Never give up, Edward. Fight for her. March 10th, Monday 1:02 a.m. Bella Pav. Bella, I was sure I was going insane. Surely I was. I'd never heard voices before, of course, but they say that there's always a first time for everything. I smiled to myself, happy that my delusions at least sounded like him. If I was going crazy, he was the only one I wanted to be talking to me in my head. Maybe my obsession with him had finally gotten out of control. I didn't care. I smiled. Bella. The voice, however, was joined this time by a loud thunk on my window. Oh, so I wasn't insane. I stumbled to my feet, smiling hugely as I threw open the window. It creaked and cracked, and I briefly wondered when the last time I'd opened it was. I couldn't remember. I really didn't care. Edward, I whispered, and I heard a loud grunt followed by yet another thunk. And then he was in my room, and I was in his arms, and the world around me melted away. Nothing mattered. Nothing. I buried my head in his chest, and closed my eyes, completely content. Bella, he breathed, and he cradled my head in his hands, his fingers dancing over the soft skin of my face as though I was a porcelain doll, about to break. I missed you. God, I'm pathetic, he whispered, and he laughed softly. I've only been away from you for 2 days, and yet it seems like a small portion of forever. I couldn't think of anything to say. What was there to say when your best friend goes and says something as sweet as that? So I just whispered his name again, and held tightly to him. I'm sorry I came so late, he said, and his words were rushed. I barely caught them, though, because the sound of his voice was so beautiful. He continued to speak. I called earlier, and your father said you were gone. I couldn't stay away, though. I had to see you. To touch you. To hold you. I can't live without you, Bella, he breathed, and I didn't realize until that moment, when he pulled away and rested his forehead against mine, that his beautiful words had caused tears to well up in my eyes. Edward. It seemed I was incapable of saying anything but his name. He noticed, and chuckled breathlessly. That all you can say? Aren't you at least a little glad to see me? It's been all of 52 hours and 33 minutes since we saw each other last. He paused, and then added quickly, not that I'm counting, or anything. I chuckled then, and the spell was broken. Of course I'm glad to see you, I said, and I held myself even closer to him. He smiled against my skin, and moved us until we were sitting on my bed. Can I stay the night? He asked, and his hands ran up and down my cold, bare arms. I don't think I could bear leaving you again. I smiled, and nodded, and laid down on the bed, pulling him down beside me. He held out his arms, and I gladly wiggled into his embrace once more. I sighed happily, and laid my head on his chest. I'd previously been unable to sleep, but now, with my personal angel beside me, sleep came easily. 5:11 a.m. Edward Pav. Charlie came around to check on Bella before work, and I just barely had enough time to scramble from her arms and under the bed before the door opened and he peeked in. Thank God it was still dark, or he would have seen me peering out from under Bella's quilt. I grinned as he closed the door behind him, and then jumped back into the bed and pulled Bella close. Edward, she murmured, and I thought for a second that she was awake. But she smacked her lips together a few times, mumbled my name again, and settled silently against my chest. And the fact that it was my name she whispered in her sleep made my heart pound fast and hard. I brushed my fingers against her soft skin, and breathed a sigh of contentment. She was so beautiful as she slept. She looked so peaceful, so free. She wiggled, though, and I tried to suppress my quiet laughter as she propped both of her feet up on my stomach. My laughter, however, was sharply cut off as she whispered, in her sleep, once more. Love you, she breathed, and my heart seemed to stop for several seconds. And then it ached painfully as those two simple words ran free in my mind. If only she loved me as I loved her. But then I remembered my father's words, and smiled, brushing my lips against Bella's cheek before laying my head on the soft pillow beneath me. Never stop fighting, Edward. Never stop fighting. I knew it would hurt, and I knew I would fail. I would fail, again and again, because I simply wasn't strong enough. But I would try. I smiled. I was going to take her out to dinner tomorrow, and buy her flowers. Roses, maybe, her favorite, because they, like her, were beautiful but unreachable. Maybe I would get her thornless roses, because like the roses had been stripped of their protection against the world, I planned on carefully, slowly, softly, tearing down the barriers that Bella had set up around herself. 8:20 a.m. Bella Pav. When I woke up in the morning, I was wrapped in a pair of strong, warm arms. I smiled, and let my eyes flutter closed again, reveling in the warmth that surrounded me. Edward was beside me, and I could ask for nothing more. Good morning, beautiful, a soft, sweet voice whispered, and smiled against his chest. Morning, I mumbled, and he chuckled deeply. I could feel the vibrations of his chest as he laughed, and I felt so happy in that moment that it was indescribable. I truly did love Edward. I didn't know how I would live without him. He was my only friend, the only one I'd ever felt so close to. Of course, now there was Jacob, too, but it wasn't the same. When I was around him, I felt happy but not happy. Jacob was a light in my world of darkness, but Edward was my sun. Sleep well, he murmured softly, and I nodded. I had slept comfortably in his arms, not even waking once as I so often did. How about you? I mumbled, and I sat up though I didn't want to. I would be more than happy to lay in Edward's arms all day, but I didn't suppose that was an option. Then realization hit. Edward Cullen, I thundered sleepily. Are you skipping school? He laughed beside me, and I couldn't hold on to my anger as other feelings ones I could explain, for how could I explain something I'd never felt before? Filled me to the very brim. Yes, he admitted, but only first period. I'll be to school just in time to miss gym. Well, I couldn't blame him. Gym was awful. Even if I'd never gone to school, I still knew that anything that required you run after a ball or, God forbid, try and dunk the ball through something the size of your own head, was awful. HMMPH, I finally offered, and I knew Edward was smiling as he sat up beside me. Breakfast, he offered, and I nodded eagerly, not realizing until that moment how truly hungry I was. I'll cook for you, he said, and he stood up. I could feel the bed move under me and let his fingers dance across my face. Take a minute to wake up and use the restroom, all right? I nodded and smiled, clasping my hands together in my lap. But as Edward leaned down and brushed his lips ever so gently against my cheek, my heart began to speed, and my cheeks flushed red. I chuckled lightly, and then he was gone. I flopped back onto my bed, letting my arms and legs land where they may as I tried to sort through the feelings that coursed through me. Edward roused things in me that I didn't know even existed. I felt things for him I'd never felt for anyone before. I had thought these feelings were normal. And then I'd met Jacob. I had held his hand, too, and yet my heart didn't speed as it did now, even after Edward had left me. I'd talked to him for hours, and yet I didn't feel like the words that came out of his mouth were like the air I breathed. But if the things I felt for Jacob were friendship, then what was this that I was feeling for Edward? Was this love? I didn't know. How could I know, when the only like of love I'd ever felt before was the love I felt for my father? How could I tell the difference between the feeling of wanting to be someone's friend and someone's only love? I sighed, and shoved the thoughts from my mind, choosing to dwell on other things, mainly the smell of bacon cooking downstairs. I stood from my bed, and ran a brush quickly through my hair. I grabbed the outfit that Charlie had set out for me. He always set out my clothes before work, so I didn't end up in plaid jeans and polka dot blouses. After I was decent, I bounded happily down the stairs, remembering my previous tumbles and therefore being careful. I ended up in the kitchen without so much as even a scratch on me, and reveled in my accomplishment. And then he was beside me again, and my heart began to hammer once more. I hope you're hungry, he said, and I could hear the happiness lacing his voice. I made bacon, and sausage, and eggs, and toast. Orange juice, too. I was sure I was grinning like an idiot as Edward helped me to sit down. He sat beside me, and waited anxiously while I took the first bite. Edward, I exclaimed, my blind eyes opening wide. This is amazing. Where did you learn to cook? I demanded as an afterthought, but didn't bother to wait for his answer before taking another bite, and then another. My mom, he answered, and I beamed at the mention of Renesmee. Can I come over later today? I asked, anxious to see his family again. I suppose, he said, but he trailed off, put down his fork, and turned to me. To be polite, I did the same, though I couldn't, of course, see him. He continued, but I was kind of wondering, for dinner, if you'd let me take you out again. Maybe we could see my family tomorrow. Again, those feelings overtook me and overflowed. I nodded furiously. Oh, yes, I would love that, Edward. Not only did I get outside of Forks, outside of these four walls that had held me prisoner for so many years, but I got to spend time alone with Edward. Not that we didn't spend time alone, anyway, but this was different. Edward chuckled, and I could hear his fork scrape against his plate as he turned back to his food. Excellent. Oh, and wear something nice, very nice. A dress, maybe, and warm, he added, and I puzzled over his words as I began to eat again slowly this time. I was curious about where he would be taking me, but as I wondered, I realized that I didn't care. Because as long as I was with him, it didn't matter. 6:45 p.m. Edward Pov. What was this game that we were playing, anyway? She told me she loved me as a friend, but when I touched her, or kissed her soft skin, she flushed and her heart beat so fast. I knew she felt for me more than she realized, but why didn't she realize it? Had she really been so sheltered that she believed that these feelings were mere friendship? Or was I wrong? Did she truly, honestly, love me only as a friend? Was I overanalyzing the feelings I was sure I sometimes saw in her eyes? Was I misreading her actions, her expressions? I sighed, and tugged the sleeve of my shirt up a little until I had successfully rolled both the left and right up to my elbows. It was a soft, sky blue button-up. I left the top 3 buttons unbuttoned, and tucked the length of the bottom into the faded blue jeans that hugged my body softly. My hair was slicked back, though I knew that the second the water from my shower dried, it would be a mess again, and my face was freshly shaven. I smiled into the mirror, and almost didn't recognize the boy that looked back at me. I saw his cheeks, so flushed, and the happy sparkle that lit his eyes. One I'd never seen before. And it was in that moment that I realized exactly how much the star of my dreams and my every waking moment had changed me. She had changed me. Not only had she made me happy, not only had she given me a reason to continue smiling, she had really, truly changed me. Still grinning like an idiot, I bounded down the stairs, only to be met by my mother, laughing so softly. My grin grew. "Ah, I love her so much, Mom. I'm going to fight for her. I'm going to tell her how I honestly feel, and I'm going to fight. I'm never giving up," I said, my voice laced with the passion that was racing through me now, and she didn't even have a chance to respond before I was running out the door. I looked up at the sky, and I'd never been happier to see the sun disappearing below the horizon. "Bella," I breathed, and yet another smile broke out on my face as I climbed inside my car. I sped down the road, just above the speed limit, and when I was parked outside of Bella's house, I felt the emptiness that I hadn't even realized was taking over me disappear. I was out of the car and knocking on the door in 5 seconds flat. But it was answered by Charlie, and he rose an eyebrow at my ridiculous expression. "So, you're taking my little girl out again, are ya?" he said, his voice gruff, and I didn't even have time to nod before the object of my love elbowed her father out of the way and threw herself into my arms. "Edward," she sang, and I chuckled, brushing my fingers through her carefully curled hair. But when I pulled back a little, I gasped. She was wearing a soft, snow-white dress that ended just below her ankles. It hugged tightly to her body softly, but flowed out around her hips and knees. Flower patterns climbed from the middle of the dress to the top, ending just along her collarbone. It was strapless, but in the place of straps was a small, yet very pretty, string of pearls. Her hair was piled into a mess of curls on top of her head, and she had never looked more beautiful. I couldn't breathe for a very long minute. "Edward," she whispered, and when I looked into her face, she was blushing and looking down. I grinned, and took her hand into mine, brushing my fingers along each finger. "Is it too much?" she breathed. "Does it look bad?" No, it's not too much. And my God, Bella, you are so beautiful," I assured her, speaking each word slowly, truthfully. "So beautiful," she beamed, and her eyes were dancing happily. And, staring into them so soft, so deep, the feelings that I had convinced myself I was imaging were suddenly so clear. How could she not feel the same for me as I did for her? Perhaps she did, and she had only just recently realized it. Maybe she was afraid of telling me now, because I had responded to her when she'd told me she loved me as a friend would. Perhaps she thought I didn't love her. I smiled, and I vowed that I would tell her. Soon. Maybe tonight. Who knew? "Are you ready to leave?" I asked, and Bella nodded, and reached out to take my hand. "What time should I have her back?" I asked Charlie, meeting his eyes for the first time that night. He had been smiling at us very softly but quickly recomposed his face to the frown that a father seeing his daughter going on her first date might wear. Doesn't matter. Before dawn. I know she rarely ever gets out. Take her on a walk after dinner or something," he said, and I smiled brightly. "No curfew. Wow. I'll take good care of her," I vowed, and then we were off. Her head was resting so very gently on my shoulder, and I couldn't have been happier. I sighed in contentment, and reached over, clasping her hand in mine. She smiled very sweetly, and I wanted so badly to give her the roses that were tucked safely away in the backseat. But I wouldn't. Not until. I smiled, and pressed harder on the gas pedal. I was so anxious. I was going to tell her tonight. Tonight, when I gave her the roses, I would tell her that I loved her. And not just as a friend, but as so much more. Bella Pav. I wished more than anything that, in this moment, I could see the angel that God had seen fit to send me. Because really, how could he be any less? He was my angel, my miracle, the one who had saved me from the emotional darkness that had been slowly taking me over. I smiled as he walked around to the passenger side of the car to help me out. His hand grasped mine, and he wrapped his other arm around my waist as he led me forward. Where are we? Describe it for me, please, I breathed, and he pressed his face against my neck. I could feel him smiling. We're at a little cafe just outside of Port Angeles, he whispered, and his lips were so close to my ear. It's outside, and there are lights everywhere. Candles woven into the green cedar. The tables are far enough apart that people can hold quiet conversations. Oh, it's beautiful, Bella. The stars are out, and the sky is clear. No hint of rain. The flickering lights light everything up so softly, so brightly. I wish you could see it. And I could. Through his descriptions, his passion, I saw everything. I saw what he described, and what he felt. And it was beautiful. Table for two, a loud, bubbly voice asked, and I immediately stiffened. Edward noticed, and ran his hand slowly, softly, up and down my bare arm. Goosebumps immediately erupted on my skin, and I shivered, though it wasn't from the cold. Edward, however, wrapped the jacket I'd brought tightly around me, anyway. Yes, he finally replied, and we were led to a small table in the middle of the cafe, from the sound of it. Voices were all around me, surrounding me. It made me feel claustrophobic, really. When you relied on sound rather than sight, many things could become very overwhelming. I didn't mention anything, though Edward, of course, noticed. Something further back, he asked the waitress, and we were moved quickly to a silent table in the corner. I smiled, and relaxed. Edward and I were silent, except for when he ordered our food. Like last time, I gave him free rein over what went in my mouth. I didn't much care. Tell me what you're thinking, he finally requested, and I smiled. I'm thinking about you. But that's no big deal, I added, and I could almost taste his disappointment, so I quickly added, because you're all I think about anymore. But don't get smug about it, I threatened, and he laughed. All right, I won't. But you should know, he said offhandedly, that you're all I ever think about anymore, too. I blushed, and ducked my head, but a tiny smile played on my lips. You really do look very beautiful, he murmured softly, and my smile grew and my blush expanded. White is a very pure color, he said, and his voice only continued to grow quieter. He reached across the table, and brushed his fingers against my cheek very softly. It fits you well. I flushed with pleasure, and his hand dropped to his lap again. And then, oh shoot, Edward muttered quietly, and I frowned. He chuckled though the sound was nervous and stood to his feet. Bella, I forgot my jacket in the car. Will you be all right for a minute? In the middle of a crowded restaurant. Of course. But I smiled. Yes, I said, but I could have sworn that, when I was holding on to him earlier as we'd walked in, that he'd been wearing his jacket. I shook my head, knowing that Edward wouldn't lie, and sipped on my water, clasping my hands in my lap. And then, Bella, I jumped at the voice, but then a smile broke out over my face. Jacob, I said, and I was suddenly clasped in a pair of warm, strong arms. Hi, I breathed, and he laughed at my breathless greeting. Hello to you, too. Whatcha doing all the way out here? Special occasion, boyfriend, maybe, he hinted, pushing my shoulder a little. I rolled my eyes. I'm here with Edward, I said, and my smile grew very soft at the reminder of my personal angel. He's forgot something in the car, though. I'm waiting for him. Jacob muttered distractedly, and I could tell he was grinning, then. Well, I'm here with my girlfriend. I grinned, too. Really? What's her name? And then I frowned. And where is she? Oh, Jake, you didn't abandon her just to greet me, did you? He laughed, and it was a loud, barking sound. Her name's Angela. And no, of course I didn't abandon. She's in the restroom. She wasn't feeling well, sick. I'm worried about her. Been happening for a while. Bella. But he paused, and his hand was shaking in mine. He leaned very close, as if to whisper a secret to me. His lips were very close to my ear, but very close to mine, as well. I felt slightly uncomfortable, but my awkwardness disappeared the second he whispered those 5 simple words in my ear. Bella, I think she's pregnant. The breath whooshed out of me, and I stared at him with wide, unseeing eyes. Pregnant, I exclaimed, unable to say anything else, and he placed his hand over my mouth, his head very close to mine. I knew, from the tone of his voice, that his eyes held the same panic that his voice did. Shish, Bella, tell the whole world, why don't you? Yeesh, we don't even know for sure yet. Sorry, I whispered, and I felt bad then, but still uncomfortable. He was very, very close now. I could feel his breath in my face, and as his hand dropped from my lips, I tried to step back. But his grip on my arm was tight, and I couldn't move. As I tried to move, I accidentally pushed myself forward, and, for one brief moment, my lips met Jacob's. My eyes flew open wide, and I pulled away as if I'd been burned. His breathing was ragged, as if he was just as surprised and shocked as I was. Jake, I whispered, but I wasn't able to say more, for in that moment, I heard another, pained, voice. Bella, it was Edward. Oh, God, he'd seen. I felt my heart breaking, as I realized then that I would have given anything in the world to take back the past 2 seconds of my life. To make Edward blind for a brief moment. Anything. I didn't even dwell on the fact that my first kiss had been a freak accident by my friend, who had just confided in me that his girlfriend was pregnant. Only one thought, one name, one concern, ran through my mind. Edward. March 10th, Monday 8:42 a.m. Edward Pav. You really do look very beautiful, I murmured softly, and her blush made me smile. White is a very pure color, I said, and I reached across the table to brush my fingers across her cheek, as I so often did, for I simply had to touch her, and it was the only way I knew how without offending her. It fits you well. She flushed with pleasure again, and I dropped my hand, not wanting to mess this night up. Soon, I would. Oh, shoot, I breathed, and my smile vanished. Damn, I'd forgotten the roses in the car. I laughed to hide the curse I muttered under my breath. Bella, I forgot my jacket in the car. Will you be all right for a minute? I lied smoothly. I didn't miss the fact that she rolled her eyes as she spoke. Yes, whispered, and even the sarcasm lacing her voice couldn't wipe the smile off of my face at her obvious annoyance at my overprotectiveness. I bounded out of my chair then, desperate to spend as little time away from her as possible. I darted from the restaurant into the car, and I smiled. There, on the back seat, sat the roses I'd picked just for my Bella. I took them gently into my hands, and closed the door quickly before heading back inside. I love you, Bella. And then my world fell to pieces. Before me, Bella stood with a dark-skinned boy in the dimly lit corner of the restaurant. Their lips touched briefly, and then Bella pulled away. Jake, she whispered breathlessly, and words, spoken only days ago, rushed back to me so fast that I felt dizzy. She's with Jacob tonight, Bella. My voice betrayed the emotion that was raging inside of me. Pain, anger, betrayal, horror, pain. I wanted nothing more than to run away, but I knew I couldn't. I couldn't run, and leave her alone. But, what? I stuttered, unable to continue as I swallowed deeply, biting back the bile that rose in my throat. Why, Edward, she cried, finally finding her voice. Edward, it wasn't. It sure as hell looked like it, I whispered weakly, and I was suddenly glad we were away from prying eyes and listening ears. We were in the furthest corner of the cafe, the moon shining above us. I dropped the flowers that were in my hands, and clenched my fingers tightly, trying to stop myself from trembling. It didn't work. Edward, please, she begged, and her voice was so soft, so quiet, so full of pain. Was she sorry that she had hurt me? But it didn't matter. What I'd just seen proved one thing, and one thing only. She didn't love me as I loved her. That one stray thought broke the dam, and in less than a few seconds, I was crying and trembling and fighting against the betrayal that had risen so far within me. Dude, the boy spoke. It was an accident. But I didn't let him finish. Leave, please, I whispered, and my voice was thick with the anguish that was slowly drowning me. Jacob cast one weary glance at me before he squeezed Bella's hand, and as he touched her so gently, my heart broke a little further and walked away. "Edward," Bella whispered, and she moved very close to me. She pressed her hand to my cheek, and as her soft fingers caressed my warm skin, pushing away the tears that threatened to fall, I broke. Everything broke. The wall around me broke, and the dam holding in every single emotion that was running through me broke. "Why, Bella," I gasped, stepping back from her, unable to be close. "I thought that why you, but I was wrong, I suppose." I smiled then, but it was so full of agony that it meant little. "I suppose it's good that I found out sooner rather than later." "Found what out?" Bella asked, and her voice was shaking, too. I reached out a trembling hand, wanting so badly to touch her. But before my fingers could so softly caress her skin, I clenched my hand tightly and let it fall back to my side. "Found out what?" she repeated, and her eyes filled with tears and spilled over. "That you don't love me as I love you," I whispered, and saying the words out loud thought I'd thought them a million times in the past few moments made everything so much more real. "Oh, God, you don't love me like I love you." "I love you, Bella. God, I love you. Not as a friend, but as so much more," I said, and with each word I spoke, I could feel the tear in my heart, the tear that could never be repaired, expand further. "Edward, she began, but she cut off. "It was an accident. It was an accident. I knew we were making a scene. And though no one could hear us, the pain etched forever into both of our faces could be easily understood." I clenched my fists tightly together. "It was an accident," she breathed, again and again. It was hard not to believe her. "But, do you love him?" I whispered, and I knew her reply would either heal or kill me. "I don't know," she answered truthfully, and my heart, torn but not broken, throbbed painfully. "Do you love me?" She didn't answer. "I guess I know," I said, and the pain flooded me again. The hope that I'd felt for such a brief time had held at bay for such a short moment. And now it was back, taking over me, drowning me, suffocating me, killing me. "Home," I choked out, and I wrapped my hand tightly around her wrist. I threw a 20 on the table to pay for the food that hadn't even come yet, and began walking toward the Volvo. Bella was silent when she situated herself in the car, and silent as we began the drive home. I pushed the car as fast as it would go, desperate to be away from her. Staring at her, glancing at her beautiful face again and again and again, it was just too painful. And then we were outside her house, and she was climbing out of the car. But she paused, and she choked on the tears that were pooling in her beautiful eyes. "Edward," she whimpered, reaching out again. I moved away from her, knowing that, if she touched me, I would fall to pieces. "Don't leave me, Edward. Please, don't." Her voice trembled. Mine did, too. "Time, Bella, I need time. I'll never give you up. Never. I'll always fight. But it hurts so much. I need time." But as my hands wrapped so tightly around the steering wheel, I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even think. "Goodbye," I whispered. And then I left, leaving Bella behind me, her face crumpled in pain as she reached out for me, her hand closing around air as her tears began to fall. Bella paused. Though I stood outside the door of my house, I didn't go in. Instead, I began to walk. And though I wished desperately to go to the one place that reminded me so much of Edward our meadow, I couldn't, through the haze that had set over me, remember which way to go. So instead I walked. I just walked. I didn't know where I was going, or where I was. I didn't even know for how long I wandered. It could have been a very long time. I wasn't sure. I didn't care. I was numb, emotionally and physically. I felt nothing. I saw nothing. I fell, again and again, but as my sore, tired body continued to wander through the streets, I didn't care. Maybe this was my punishment for hurting Edward so much. Maybe. "Do you love me?" Maybe it was my punishment for the pain I knew had been lighting his face then. Why hadn't I answered? I knew he would have been content with, "I don't know." I knew that, though he wanted so badly for my answer to be yes, anything that pointed toward the fact that I loved him as he loved me would have been good enough. "Do you love me?" I still wasn't sure, and I was far too numb to really think. All I could see, or think about, was him, and the longing I'd felt as he'd reached for me. And though he'd never touched me, I knew he was in pain. I could feel it, even from so far away, and hear it in his voice. Such pain. Pain that I'd caused. "Do you love me?" "I don't know," I cried, and the tears began to fall. They fell fast and hard, and the moisture was warm against my freezing skin. "I don't know," I whimpered once more, and I fell to the ground. The cement was hard under my delicate skin, but I didn't care. I didn't notice. I smelled blood, but it didn't matter. I didn't move from my spot for a very, very long time. Soon, I could hear cars on the street, moving back and forth slowly, and I briefly wondered where I was. Or what time it was. I wondered where Edward was, too. But thoughts of Edward sent me once again into the never-ending spiral of tears and pain and sorrow, so I tried desperately to think of something else. Anything else. But it was impossible, once he was in my mind, to take him out. "Edward," I whimpered, and I staggered to my feet, crying still. "Edward, help me," I breathed, and I closed my eyes, trying, in my mind, to paint the picture I wanted so desperately to see. I wanted Edward to hold me, to whisper to me that he loved me, and that everything would be all right. I wanted to cry on his shoulder, and believe every word he spoke. I wanted to tell him that I loved him, too, for how could these feelings be anything else? I loved him. I already knew that I loved him, of course, but the love I now realized I felt for him was far, far deeper than friendship. Why hadn't I realized it before? I was so stupid. And now I knew that this pain that I was feeling that he was feeling was my fault. My fault. My fault. I began walking, and I didn't stop. Time passed slowly, but with each step I took, it seemed to slow down even more. And then I felt something that I had never felt before. Warm. Not warm like I felt when I was wrapped in Edward's strong, safe arms, or warm like when I would sit in front of the fireplace wrapped snugly in my favorite blanket. Instead, it was a very different kind of warm. And then, with a gasp of numbed horror, I understood why. The sun had risen and I was standing directly in its light. March 11th, Tuesday 6:11 a.m. Edward Pav. The pain choked me, overwhelmed me, surrounded me. But somehow, I was able to continue on. I was able to stumble, finally, to my house. After numbly walking around for so many hours, I was finally able to stagger home. But when I opened the door, I was not met with silence as I'd expected to be. Instead, I was immediately enveloped in my mother's arms, and she was crying into my shoulder. I was numb, and I couldn't smile, or frown, as she sobbed so brokenly. I looked up to find my father staring at me. And though his expression was, at first, the same disappointed mask he's worn so many days ago when I'd failed my math test, it quickly melted into concern. Did I really look that bad? I finally managed to wrap my arms around my mother's small, shaking body, and that single simple action seemed to break the dam of emotions that was holding everything inside. My mother's sobs turned into deep, anguished cries. "Where have you been?" she yelled, and she choked on yet another cry as she hugged me so tightly. Oh, Edward, where have you been? We thought something happened to you." We were, but I tuned her out once again. Had I really been gone that long? I glanced out of the window, and the sun was slowly rising. Hours. I'd been gone for so many hours. We were so sure you'd gotten into an accident, or something. When Charlie called, and asked us if we'd seen Bella because she never went home, either your father and I. But I heard nothing else that she said. Nothing. Because all I could see, or hear, or think of was Bella. Because she never went home. But, damn it, I'd left her right by her door. How could she have not gone home? And now, I glanced out the window once more, my eyes stripped of all the pain and replaced with horror. And now, the sun was rising. And she still wasn't home. What had I done? Oh, God, what had I done? March 11th, Tuesday 6:25 a.m. Bella Pav. I gasped, and my hands scraped against a wall. I smelled blood, but I barely registered it through the haze that set over me. I was terrified, my blind eyes wide as I stumbled along. I could feel the sun on my skin, and it was so warm. So warm. Burning, almost. It didn't feel good, though, like everyone said the sun should. It hurt. I whimpered, and moved forward. People around me seemed to move out of the way quickly, for I felt no one as I moved, and I wondered if anyone really recognized me. No one stopped. No one helped. I began to cry. Edward, I whimpered, but no one stopped. I didn't even know if there was anyone out here. It was so early. Edward. And then my world went dark. 6:32 a.m. Flashes. That was all I saw. Flashes of light, of darkness, of everything, of Edward, too, and I knew, when I saw his face so sad, so scared, that I was dreaming. I knew what I was seeing wasn't real, for how could it be? I was blind, and I could see nothing. I knew that, when he wept my name quietly, and pulled me close to shield me from the heat that burned my sensitive skin, that I had to be dreaming. Because he had left me. But it didn't matter. As long as I could see his face just once more before the darkness took over me again, I'd be happy. I smiled. Edward, I breathed, and my imaginary Edward began to cry. The salty tears landed softly on my face, and I could think of nothing more than taking his pain away. Even imaginary Edwards shouldn't cry. He was too beautiful, too kind, for that. Bella, he whispered, and his voice was trembling. Hang on. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Bella, I love you. I love you, too, I wanted to say, but I couldn't. 6:39 a.m. Dad, my imaginary Edward called, and the cry was more like a sob. Dad, help her. Oh, God, help her. And then I was taken from Edward's arms, and though he wasn't real, it hurt so much. Moving didn't hurt, though. It was removal from his torn, warm arms that hurt. I wanted him to hold me. I never wanted to let him go. Edward, I whimpered, and then I heard another, anxious voice. Bella, Bella, can you hear me? I murmured, and I closed my eyes again, searching for the darkness that I no longer wanted to escape. I welcomed the darkness, because I wanted so badly to be there with him. Every time the darkness came, he came, too. The voices faded then. They were simply a murmur in the background. I felt cold then, and I shivered. Edward. And then darkness came. This time, though, I didn't fight it. I welcomed it. 8:59 a.m. She has serious, second-degree burns over 40% of her body, the voice explained quietly, and I moaned, but turned over and closed my eyes again. There was a hand holding mine, and it was warm. Very warm. I knew it wasn't Edward's, though, because though his hand was warm, it was so much colder than anyone else's. The quiet voice continued, "We will, of course, monitor her for any premature signs of skin cancer, though it could take roughly weeks to months to show any signs. She is on pain medication, and we have wrapped the burns in soft, cotton wrappings after applying burn creams." The voices cut off then, but I knew it wasn't because I was slipping back into the darkness. Instead, it was because the only two people in the room had fallen silent. And then, "Will she be okay?" The voice was quiet, scared. I almost smiled. It was Jacob. "She'll be fine," the soft voice reassured Jacob. "Through her life, she has avoided the sun almost completely, and though it is still early, I'm optimistic that she was found in time to prevent more serious damage." Oh, the answer was simple, but so full of emotion. And then I could hear the doctor leave the room, and the hand holding mine tightened. "Just want to let you know, Bells," Jake said quietly, and it sounded like he was holding back tears, "that he's a stupid, thick-headed idiot. Edward, I mean, he should have never left you. Ever. You're too wonderful. Anyone who lets you go is an idiot, plain and simple." "Oh, and Angela's pregnant. Doctor called with the test results last night. Wanna be godmother." I didn't answer. I couldn't. He groaned, and he rested his head on my shoulder. "How the hell am I going to do this, Bella? I'm 17. Angela's only a few months younger than me. We can't be parents. But we've already decided to keep it. I think we decided the moment we considered the possibility, actually. I don't think abortion or adoption were ever even options. For us, I mean." Silence once Aegean fell over us, and I felt sleepy. I just wanted to close my eyes for a very long time, and I didn't want to open them until it was Edward's voice talking to me. Until it was his hand holding mine. And then Jake spoke Aegean, and though I couldn't open my eyes, a tear slipped slowly down my pale cheek. "Wake up soon, Bella. Please. I can't do this without my best friend. I know I only met you a little while ago, but you're a good girl. I want you to meet Angela, too. I can't introduce you two until you wake up. Please, Bella. I closed my eyes, and I didn't open them again for a very long time. March 12th, Wednesday 11:03 a.m. What the hell were you thinking? The voice thundered, and a second voice, one that made my heart pound furiously, spoke very softly. I wasn't thinking. And stop yelling, please. You're upsetting her. I wanted so badly to tell him that the reason that the heart monitor had gone insane was because of his voice, and not because of Jacob's yelling. But I couldn't. The words seemed to stick in my throat. And even though I couldn't have seen him, even if I had been able to open my eyes, just his voice was enough. It was enough that he was holding my hand. It was enough that he was here. You bastard, Jake yelled, and I heard something crash to the ground then. I winced, and the hand holding mine gripped tighter. You left her alone. Alone, Edward. I don't care what happened between you two. You shouldn't have left her alone. Nothing happened between us. Edward defended himself, and his voice rose. It was between you and her. Jacob snorted. It was an accident, you idiot. I have a girlfriend, and I was with her last night. Bella was trying to take a step back, but fell forward. I caught her. Would you rather have had me let her fall? Edward didn't answer. Instead, and I heard him fall heavily into the chair beside my bed. I heard it scrape against the floor, and wanted so badly to let Edward know that I was awake. I tried to squeeze his hand, but my fingers wouldn't move. I wondered why. It hurt so much, Edward whispered, and I could feel his hand clench inside of mine. I love her, Jacob. More than I've ever loved anyone. I was being irrational, I know that now. But it hurt so much. I've never hurt that bad in my life, Jacob. She said she loves you. But when I asked her if she loved me, she wouldn't answer. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Jacob was silent for half a second, and when he spoke, he wasn't yelling, like he had been earlier. Instead, his voice was calm. She loves me as a friend. You realize that I'm the first friend she's had since she lost her vision, right? I was her friend first, Edward murmured, and I wanted to reach out and take his pain away. I couldn't, though. I settled for letting myself feel his pain, though, hoping that, in some small way, my tears would take his away. No, Jacob said, and his voice was closer now. You were never merely a friend to her. She thought she loved you as a friend would love another. But did you ever consider the fact that the reason she couldn't answer you last night was because she loved you as more than a friend, and that she was scared? Scared, Edward, to tell you. And then you left her. Alone. And then Jacob walked out. I could hear the door slam behind him. I winced, but then a voice so gentle and soft broke through my thoughts. I'm sorry, Edward whimpered. So sorry, Bella. I realized then that he was speaking to me. Another tear slipped slowly from my eye. Edward caught it between his fingers, and then cupped my face very tenderly in his hand. So sorry, Bella. I should have never left you. His lips brushed softly against my forehead, and then my cheek. And then, ever so slightly, against my lips. I trembled under his touch, and then my eyes slowly fluttered open. He smiled against my skin, and breathed deeply in. So sorry, he whispered. And then, I love you. I love you, too, Edward. I love you. I love you. I love you. I finally breathed, and I heard his breath catch in his throat. I could imagine his eyes growing wide as his hand began to tremble on my face. Be Bella, he whispered, and I reached a weak, shaking hand up to touch his face. His skin was very cold, but it was welcoming. Like home. I smiled. I love you, I said again, and he laughed. It was a happy, yet slightly confused and pained sound. Please, don't lie to me to make me feel better, Bella. It'll only hurt more. I love you, Bella, please, he begged, and I closed my eyes, letting my hand drop from his face. I felt the darkness coming again, but I smiled, and gripped Edward's hand tighter. I love you. Silence, and then, I love you, too, Bella. So damn much. And then his lips brushed lightly against mine, like the wind, almost. And this time, I didn't mind slipping away so much. 1:25 p.m. I look like a mummy, huh? I said, and my voice sounded rough, raspy. Edward brushed his cheek against my hand, and then kissed each finger, humming softly against my skin the song he'd written just for me. A beautiful mummy, he corrected, and I laughed breathlessly, smiling. The doctor walked in then, and though I couldn't see, I could now recognize his voice and his touch as he gently lifted the bandages away from my skin. I heard Edward wince as my skin, red and blotchy and covered in blisters, was bared to the world. "How are we doing today?" Carlyle asked, and I could hear the smile in his voice. "Any better?" I murmured. "Can I leave?" Carlyle laughed. "No, sadly. Although I imagine that you're pretty anxious to get out of here, you're not allowed to leave until I say you can." I groaned, and Edward held my hand closed, pressing it to his chest. Carlyle left again, and Edward climbed onto the bed beside me, gently wrapping his arms around me. I buried my head in his chest. "I don't believe," he began quietly, "that I ever asked your forgiveness for being so horrible to you." I smiled into his shirt, and breathed in deeply of his wonderful scent. "I forgive you." "Forgive me?" I asked, and then added, "for hurting you so much, I mean." "There's nothing to forgive," Edward breathed. "You were confused and unsure. I shouldn't have been so hard on you, Bella. I shouldn't have expected so much. I'm the one that should be sorry. Please," I begged, and I knew I wouldn't feel better until he whispered that one word that meant so much to me. He smiled against the skin of my neck, and his cool breath cascaded across my soft skin, sending shivers down my spine. "Then yes, I forgive you." I was silent then. I closed my eyes, and breathed in deeply. And I was content. March 22nd, Saturday, 9 a.m. "Hey, Bella." I smiled very widely when his voice washed over me. "Jake." I cried happily, and he laughed. Edward, beside me, grew tense, and I rubbed my hand calmingly up and down his arm. He smiled against my skin, and squeezed my hand tightly before standing to his feet. "I'll leave you three alone for a minute," he whispered, and then he was gone. I was distracted, however, from the sorrow that usually set over me when he left, as his words ran quickly through my mind again and again. "Three?" I asked, and Jake laughed before sitting on the edge of my bed. I frowned. "Jake, you're sitting on my leg," I informed him. He laughed again, and quickly stood up. "Oops, sorry. Anyway, yeah, I told you I'd introduce you to Angela, didn't I? Well, here we are." I could tell from the tone of his voice that he was beaming very happily. I grew nervous. I hadn't even realized that there had been anyone else in the room, besides us, of course. But then a soft, quiet voice flowed over me and filled the room. I couldn't help but smile. "Hello, Bella," the young girl Angela said, and I felt her hand brush against mine. I grinned brighter. "Hi, Angela." We were silent for several moments then. It made me uncomfortable, though, so I decided to break it. Do I really get to be godmother?" Jake laughed, deep and long. "No, Bella, that was just a clever plot to get you to wake up as I sat by your side for 12 hours. "Of course you do." We all laughed then, even Angela. And even though I couldn't see her and was far too shy to ask to touch her, I couldn't help but feel comfortable around her. When she talked, her words were sweet and calm. She was very shy, but very kind. I could tell why Jacob loved her. She was a great girl. "We're not going to be able to visit for a few months," Jacob said at one point. "Angela and I are going to visit her parents in Arizona for 6 weeks. I felt disappointment flood me, but then nodded and smiled. "I'll miss you." And I knew, as I whispered those 3 simple words, that they were more true than anything else I'd ever said to him. April 1st, Tuesday, 7:39 a.m. 10 days later. "We've discovered a small, possibly cancerous lesion on Bella's back," Carlyle whispered softly, trying, I was sure, to be quiet enough so that I wouldn't hear. But even if I hadn't been able to hear his words, hearing the pained moan that Edward muttered would have been enough. "We caught it very, very early, and with the proper surgery, should be able to remove it without complications." I heard Charlie gasp, and Carlyle move around the room. More than anything, I wanted to see the expressions that everyone, silent, held in. I wanted to see their pain and their surprise. "Bella will be fine," Carlyle finally assured my father. "She's going to be fine. She was only exposed for a few brief moments, and this could be nothing. We're going to remove it anyway, just to be safe. But there is nothing to worry about, do you understand?" he asked firmly, and Charlie nodded, some of the fear seeping from his eyes then. "Don't leave me again," I whispered, and I gripped Edward's hand so tightly that my knuckles hurt. Please. His smile was sad. I can't be in the operating room. But I can ask Dad if he can be there. Would that make you feel better? I nodded. At least I wouldn't be alone. Stay in the observation room? I asked quietly, and he nodded. I wouldn't be anywhere else. April 3rd, Thursday 2 p.m. Edward held my hand tight for one brief moment. I love you. I'll be here the moment you come out. And then he let go, and I was wheeled into the operating room. My face was pale, I was sure, and my eyes were wide with fear. Carlyle took my hand, though, and I was immediately comforted. I could sense the soft smile in his words, and I couldn't help but feel comforted. Everything's going to be fine, Bella. I had asked not to be sleeping during the operation, so I was merely very drowsy as the doctors came in. They spoke quietly to me, explaining softly what they were about to do. After they explained, though, they moved away from me and spoke to each other quietly. I sighed, and let my blind eyes flutter closed. There was a soft, plastic sheet that had been placed so I couldn't see what they were doing. As if I could see, anyway. And it was uncomfortable. Are you all right, Bella? Carlyle questioned softly, and I nodded. I knew they had begun, but I couldn't feel a thing. Only a little while longer. We were silent, and the fear began to return tenfold. So, to distract me, Carlyle began to speak again. I knew that, if he hadn't been here, I would have been far too scared to do this. Tell me about what you want for the future, he murmured softly, and his fingers, so strong, so sure, ran through my hair, calming me. My blind eyes fluttered closed, and I smiled as I thought of Carlyle. He was like my second father. I want to go to college, I muttered quietly, because though the medication they'd given me didn't completely knock me out, it did make me very drowsy. I want to study literature, and I want to write. I wanna have a family. A lot of children. I grinned sleepily, with bronze hair and green eyes. I could hear Carlyle fight a small chuckle. Oh, and who's going to be the father of these wonderful children? Edward, of course. He couldn't hold back the smile then. I could hear it in his words, and though I knew deep down that this conversation was going to come back to haunt me after today, I didn't mind. Edward always did want a big family, Carlyle mused, and my sleepy smile grew. Clumsy, bronze-haired children. They would be adorable, he told me, and he brushed his fingers across my cheeks. My eyes fluttered, and I fought the tiredness that was slowly taking over. Wasn't I supposed to be alert during this? Carlyle seemed to notice, too. Tired, Bella, stay awake, please. Tell me names. What kind of names would you give your children? For a girl Trinity. Or maybe Eva. How about for a boy? Carlyle asked, and then he asked the doctor a question I didn't hear. His concern grew with each sleepy breath I took. Come on, Bella. Boy names. Edward. I breathed, but I wasn't answering his question. Instead, I was calling for the man that I wanted by my side more than anything. Because I could feel myself slipping away. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew that something was happening that wasn't supposed to be happening. Bella. But I could barely hear Carlyle's voice over the loud, blaring machines in my ears. The heart monitor went dead for one brief second, and then my heart began pounding in a rhythm that was unsteady and frantic. I couldn't breathe, and then the darkness took over me, for what I feared could be the last time ever. Edward. March 11th, Tuesday 6:25 a.m. Edward Pav. I was running faster than I'd ever run before. And as I ran, I cried. Tears ran hot and fast down my pale cheeks as I ran to save the life of the one I loved so much. Bella. And then I saw her, and my heart broke into a million pieces that I knew would not come together again until I held her, healthy and complete, in my arms. Until I begged for her forgiveness again and again and again. Until I told her that I would never leave her side, that I would never fail her again as I was doing now. Edward, she cried, and her eyes, overflowing with tears, fluttered closed and her whole body went limp. Bella, I screamed, and I caught her in my arms. She screamed out in pain. I held her close, and I began to sob louder as, with shaking hands, I pulled her closer than ever, desperate to shield her from the sun. I began running again. My feet caught, and I stumbled. I cradled Bella tight against me, and winced as my elbows scraped hard against the concrete. I barely noticed. I didn't care. I climbed to my feet again, and ignored the stinging pain that was running through both arms. I knew I was bleeding. I could feel the blood everywhere as I gripped the cloth of Bella's dress so tightly in my hands that my knuckles turned white. "Bella," I whimpered, and I looked down for one brief second to stare into her beautiful face. Her normally pale skin was bright pink, and though I knew she'd been in the sun only minutes, I knew that the burn that covered her body was very bad. "Bella," I whispered. She moaned, and then breathed my name. "Edward." It broke my heart that, though I'd been the one to do this to her, that it was still my name she called out. "Hang on," I begged, and I could see the hospital now. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. Bella, I love you." 6:39 a.m. "Dad," I cried out, and I knew he was already here. He'd gone ahead of me, knowing that I would rather he be the one to treat Bella. "Dad, help her. Oh, God, help her," I begged, and I sobbed deeply. It felt like my heart was being ripped from my chest as Bella was taken from my arms and laid on a soft, white bed. My father placed a comforting hand on my shoulder for one brief second before following Bella into the emergency room. I collapsed on the ground, my hands covered in the blood from the gashes all down my arms. I stared blankly at the blood, unable to think of anything besides Bella. "Bella." "Edward," my angel breathed again, and though I was so far away, her voice, to me, was so clear. I heard my father's voice then, too, trying desperately to get Bella to respond to him. I wasn't sure if she answered, though, because as soon as I dropped my head in my hands and began to cry, I could hear nothing, see nothing, feel nothing. I was numb, so numb. "Bella." 8:59 a.m. "Edward." It wasn't my angel's voice, so I didn't bother responding. I didn't move, either, though I knew that I was making a scene. I was bleeding all over the hospital floor, too. "Edward, come on," the voice said gently, and I vaguely recognized my father as he wrapped his arm firmly around mine and helped me stagger unsteadily to my feet. My father sat me gently on one of the emergency room beds, and began to rhythmically clean the cuts and gashes that ran from my elbows to the back of my wrists. I didn't even flinch when he poured peroxide on my skin. "Numb. Is she all right?" I mumbled almost silently, and my father didn't answer. Irrational anger rose within me. "Is she all right?" I yelled, and then I choked on a sob as the mere thought that Bella wouldn't be fine ran through my mind. "Please," I begged, and my father sighed deeply. "She'll live," he said. "But she's burnt very, very badly. Her skin is so sensitive. 100 times more sensitive than even that of a newborn's. She's blistered badly, and we'll need to watch her carefully for signs of skin cancer." Each word was like a knife through the heart. I stumbled to my feet again, messing up the gauze wrappings that my father had been tightening. "I need to see her," I whispered breathlessly, though I couldn't see much of anything as the darkness slowly closed in. "I need to see her." "Not now," my father said. "Charlie and Jacob are with her. I advise you don't go in there for a while." And then my world went dark. March 12, Wednesday 4:10 a.m. When I woke up, I had the feeling that I'd been asleep for a very long time. It was dark outside, and I knew that I had slept for over 12 hours. It didn't matter to me. Nothing mattered. Only Bella mattered now. "Bella." I sat up quickly, and then fell back into bed, dizzy. I blinked a few times, confused as to where I was. And then I remembered. Bella. The hospital. Fainting. I stumbled from the bed, and winced as the IV that was in my arm protested against the movement. With shaking hands, I reached out and pulled the needle from my skin, groaning as a speck of blood light up the white gauze that completely covered both of my arms. I frowned, and then stumbled toward the hospital room door. Where was I? Where was Bella? "Edward, what are you doing out of bed?" It was the voice of my father. I didn't respond. I simply looked up, and my father's eyes grew very soft. I was sure he could see the pain that I knew was shining in my anguished eyes. "Charlie and Jacob went home for the night. You can see her now if you want," he said softly, knowing what I wanted. I nodded eagerly, and we walked silently through the halls. I grew stronger with each step, and by the time we reached the ICU ward, I was walking nearly faster than my father was. He stopped outside of room 203. "I'll leave you alone," he whispered, and he smiled briefly at me before walking away. I placed my hand on the door, and sighed deeply, biting my lip. I had to see her. I simply had to. But I knew that, when I did, I would more than likely break down again. I closed my eyes and opened the door, taking a deep breath in. And then I saw her whole face covered in soft, gauze bandages. Her pale body seemed so small, so weak, in the sea of white. The machines that surrounded her beeped steadily, and I could feel myself trembling as I walked closer. I took her hand into mine, and she breathed my name. I began to sob again, but this time, it was from joy. She was here, and she was alive and warm under my hands. And that was all I could ask for. 11:03 a.m. What the hell were you thinking? I winced as Jacob's voice washed over me. He'd walked in only seconds before, and the moment he laid his eyes on me, the hatred that he felt for me replaced the concern he felt for Bella. I wasn't thinking. And stop yelling, please. You're upsetting her, I said, and I cast my eyes down, unable to look Jacob black in the eye. But as I spoke, the machines that recorded Bella's heart rate picked up even more than they had when Jacob had been yelling. I wondered if she really hated me that much, that she was so afraid of me even as she slept. You bastard, Jake yelled, and his hands clenched very tightly into fists. He hit the wall, and one of the pictures fell and crashed to the floor. I winced, but barely noticed. My eyes never strayed from Bella's soft, peaceful face. You left her alone. Alone, Edward. I don't care what happened between you two. You shouldn't have left her alone. Nothing happened between us, I yelled, the irrational anger rising within me once more. It was between you and her. Jacob snorted, and he brushed off so easily what had happened. The anger with me rose even higher. It was an accident, you idiot. I have a girlfriend, and I was with her last night. Bella was trying to take a step back, but fell forward. I caught her. Would you rather have had me let her fall? I didn't answer. I didn't know how, so I dropped noisily into the chair beside Bella's bed and dropped my head into my hands before reaching out and taking her hand, soft and pale, into mine. It hurt so much, I finally whispered, and I clenched my fist tightly in Bella's. I fought against the feeling's pain and sorrow, rather than anger this time, and forced the words out. I love her, Jacob. More than I've ever loved anyone. I was being irrational, I know that now. But it hurt so much. I've never hurt that bad in my life, Jacob. She said she loves you. But when I asked her if she loved me, she wouldn't answer. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Jacob was silent for several seconds, and when he spoke, his words didn't reassure me as I was sure he'd intended them to. Instead, they made me sad. She loves me as a friend. You realize that I'm the first friend she's had since she lost her vision, right? I was her friend first, I whispered, and I wondered if what I had done was so horrible that no one even considered me Bella's friend anymore. That thought hurt more than anything. Even if she could never love me as I loved her, I would still have her as a friend. But to take that her away from me would be worse than killing me. The silence was finally broken when Jacob spoke. No, he said slowly, and his voice wasn't full of the anger that he hadn't even tried to hide before. You were never merely a friend to her. She thought she loved you as a friend would love another. But did you ever consider the fact that the reason she couldn't answer you last night was because she loved you as more than a friend, and that she was scared? Scared, Edward, to tell you. And then you left her. Alone. And then he walked out, slamming the door behind him, and I let everything that I was holding back rush forward. I'm sorry, I whimpered. So sorry, Bella. So sorry, Bella. I should have never left you. As I whispered, I could feel Bella trembling beneath me, and I couldn't help the hope that rose with me. Was she waking up? Had she heard me? A tear slipped from her eye, and I caught it between my fingers, and then cupped her face softly with my large, strong hands. I kissed her forehead, and then her cheek, and then very lightly her soft, pink lips. She trembled harder under my touch, and I was afraid for one brief second that she was scared of me. And then her eyes fluttered open, and my heart hammered wildly in my chest. Would she hate me? Would she even speak to me? Would she leave me? I didn't think I would be able to continue on if she did. But I could see the happiness that lit her eyes when they landed on me, and an unexplainable hope rose within me. I smiled against her cheek. So sorry, I whispered. And then, I love you. Silence fell, and in those brief seconds, I watched as a million emotions flashed across Bella's face. But then her eyes shined with one emotion, and one emotion only. Love. I love you, she finally breathed, and I could swear, in that moment, that my heart stopped beating. And then it began to beat so fast that I felt dizzy. Blood rushed to every part of my body, and I felt like I was on fire. But it felt good. Be Bella, I whispered, wanting so badly to believe her words but not quite able to. She reached a trembling hand up to touch my face, and I felt that, if I died in that moment, I would be happy. I love you, but what if? Please, don't lie to me to make me feel better, Bella. It'll only hurt more, I whispered, and I wanted more than anything for her to deny my words and say again the only words I wanted to hear for the rest of eternity. I love you. My heart beat fast, and I couldn't help the smile that came to my face then. Bella, please, I begged, and she smiled, her hand dropping from my face. I knew she was about to fall back into a deep, dreamless sleep, and I needed her to say, just once more, the words I had longed to hear for such a long time. I love you, she breathed a final time, and her eyes fluttered closed. I smiled, silently rejoicing. I love you, too, Bella. So damn much. I brushed my lips lightly against hers once more, and I could swear that, as she fell back to sleep, she was smiling. 1:32 p.m. I don't believe, I began quietly, waiting until my father had left the room to climb into the bed beside Bella and whisper, so quietly, the words that had been weighing on my heart for so many hours. That I ever asked your forgiveness for being so horrible to you. She merely smiled, and without even thinking twice, whispered, I forgive you. I wanted so badly to ask how she could forgive me so easily when I'd hurt her so bad, but her words cut off my own. I forgive you. Forgive me, she asked almost silently, and then added, for hurting you so much, I mean. There's nothing to forgive, I breathed, almost angry. How could she think she needed to be forgiven? She'd done nothing wrong. You were confused and unsure. I shouldn't have been so hard on you, Bella. I shouldn't have expected so much. I'm the one that should be sorry. Please, she begged, and I knew that, because she was quite possibly the least selfish person on this planet, she wouldn't be content until I offered the forgiveness that she didn't need. I smiled against the soft skin of her neck. Then yes, I forgive you. We fell silent then, but unlike the past few days, our silence wasn't uncomfortable. I smiled, and let my eyes flutter closed. I had been forgiven. March 22nd, Saturday 9 a.m. Hey, Bella. I tensed when I heard his voice, but then I smiled, and nodded at him, motioning for him to enter the room. Bella, however, beamed. Jake, she cried happily, and I tensed as irrational jealousy washed over me. Why did I have reason to be jealous? He was her friend. I relaxed further when Bella ran her soft hand up and down my arm, and I shivered as pleasant sensations ran through my body. I'll leave you three alone for a minute, I whispered, and I stood from my seat, dropping Bella's hand before walking to the door. I paused, and looked back, and jealousy flared once again as I watched Bella laugh brighter than I'd heard her laugh in days. I shook my head, and then walked through the door. I sat on the chair Rat sat between Bella's room and the next, and sighed, running a hand through my hair before letting my head rest on the wall behind me. I took a deep breath in, and closed my eyes, trying to clear my mind of the thoughts that ran so frantically through my head. Minutes passed. I don't know how many, but then he was suddenly in front of me. Take care of her, was all he said, but as he whispered those four simple words, I felt something flare inside of me. It wasn't jealousy, though. This time it was something else. Something deeper. I nodded, feeling the desperate need to prove not only to Jacob, but to the whole world, that I could, that I would, protect the one I loved. I will, I said, and he clapped me on the shoulder before walking away, hand in hand, with his girlfriend. I smiled, and walked back into Bella's room. And the light that lit her eyes when she heard me, I realized then, was very different than the smile that had flowed across her soft lips when she'd heard Jacob. Because the look in her eyes as she looked at me was love. April 1st, Tuesday 7:39 a.m. 10 days later. My world had been perfect. For 10 days since the first time Bella had whispered she'd loved me, my life had been perfect. And then my father whispered the words that shattered my newly mended heart. We've discovered a small, possibly cancerous lesion on Bella's back, he whispered softly, trying, I was sure, to be quiet enough so that Bella and I wouldn't hear. But I heard every word. We caught it very, very early, and with the proper surgery, should be able to remove it without complications. I didn't hear anything after that. I knew that my father was trying to reassure Charlie that everything would be all right, but all I could think was it's my fault. I couldn't think of anything else except for the fact that this was my fault. I had done this. Because I was so selfish, Bella had been hurt, and now her life had been put in danger. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder, comforting me, and I only felt worse. But then Bella breathed the words that broke through the panicked haze that had set over me. "Don't leave me again, please." I finally looked up, and forced a small, sad smile. "I can't be in the operating room. But I can ask Dad if he can be there. Would that make you feel better?" I whispered, and she nodded, and looked relieved that I could at least watch on. "Stay in the observation room?" she asked softly, and I nodded fairly. I wouldn't be anywhere else. And I knew the words that I'd spoken were true. 7:39 a.m. "Don't lie to me just to make me feel better." "How bad is it, Dad?" I asked, and I wrapped my arms around my chest and clenched so tightly I was sure I'd have bruises. "Will she really be fine?" My father sighed, and ran a hand through his messy hair. His eyes were exhausted, and pained. "It's bad. Bella will be fine, though." "How bad?" I choked out, my vision blurring as I tried to understand the words that flowed so freely now. "The lesion is quite large and very possibly cancerous. If we remove it as soon as possible, we can prevent the spread of the cancer. If it is cancerous, and if the cancer spreads too fast, we will consider chemo and radiation therapy." "We caught it very early, Edward," my father said softly. "There is only a very small chance that it will develop into more, and an even smaller chance that it will have long-term negative effects." I could barely breathe by the time he stopped talking. His words swam around in my head, taunting me, teasing me. "It's my fault, Dad," I whispered, and the pain lacing my voice was very obvious. "I'm sorry." He wrapped his arms around me and held me close. "I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Edward," he said, and I didn't realize until then that I was sobbing. "If you hadn't left her alone and broken, this wouldn't have happened. But you will not lose her, do you understand me? She will not die." His words, thought fierce and sure, did nothing to reassure me. I wouldn't be able to believe his words until Bella was healthy and happy. I closed my eyes and continued to sob, unable to hold it in any longer. It was all my fault. April 3rd, Thursday 2 p.m. It took several days to schedule Bella's surgery. With each minute that passed, I worried that her condition was growing worse. Instead, though, she seemed to get better and better. Her cheeks were flushed pink again, and she was strong enough now to sit up and stand up. The burns covering her body were still very bad, but they were looking better every day. "I love you. I'll be here the moment you come out," I whispered, and Bella smiled very softly at me. I could see the fear in her eyes, and I wanted so badly to erase it. Her face was pale and her eyes were wide as my father took my place by her side. "Everything's going to be fine, Bella," he softly reassured her, and I smiled sadly as I was led to the observation room. Charlie wasn't there, and for that I was thankful. I wanted to be alone. He had wanted to come, but couldn't get time off work, and though they could have rescheduled the surgery for a time when he could come, he was adamant about it being as soon as possible. "Keep an eye on her for me," he'd asked, and rather than being angry, as he would have been had he heard the whole story, he was begging me. "Make sure she's not alone, and that she's all right. Please." The doctors began to work, and I could see Bella smiling sleepily as she talked to my father. I heard every word they said, and I couldn't help but smile, too. "I want to go to college," she muttered quietly. "I want to study literature, and I want to write. I wanna have a family. A lot of children, with bronze hair and green eyes." I grinned then, unable now to shove the image of Bella, beautiful and round with our child out of my head. She would, of course, be beautiful. So beautiful. I was snapped from my thoughts, though, as my father chuckled and asked the question I already knew the answer to. "Oh, and who's going to be the father of these wonderful children?" "Edward, of course." My father chuckled, and whispered something I didn't hear. "Bella wanted to have a family with me one day." The idea was staggering. "Stay awake, please," my father said, and I could hear an undercurrent of fear in his normally calm words. "Tell me names. What kind of names would you give your children?" For a girl, Trinity. Or maybe Eva. How about for a boy?" my father asked, and then he asked the doctor a question I didn't hear. I stood to my feet, and pressed my hands against the glass, alarmed by my father's frightened expression. "Come on, Bella. Boy names." "Edward," she breathed, and I knew she wasn't answering my father's question. She was calling for me. And I couldn't go to her. I was failing her. Again. Her eyes fluttered closed, and the heart monitor screamed for one brief, terrifying moment before Bella's heart began beating in a fast, unsteady rhythm. I slammed my hands against the glass and cried out, knowing that no one below could hear me. I was helpless. I was failing her. I ran from the observation room, letting the door slam behind me. I didn't care. I had to get to her. I had to. But before I could throw open the doors of the operating room, a passing doctor caught my arm. "Where are you going in such a hurry, sir?" he asked, and he seemed confused. I tried to rip my arm from his grasp, but he was very strong. Either that or I was weak with panic. I wasn't sure which. I didn't care. I have to. But I couldn't finish my sentence. I couldn't say her name. I couldn't move. I was frozen. "I have to, Bella." "Sir, calm down, please," the doctor begged, leaning down beside me. When had I fallen? But I couldn't calm down, no matter how hard I tried. My heart beat fast and frantic, and I wanted to scream. So I did. "Bella." April 3rd, Thursday, 4:21 p.m. Bella Pav. Beep beep beep. The rhythmic beeping of the machine beside me slowly pulled me from a world of dreamless sleep. I moaned loudly. My mouth was dry and my body sore. I wanted badly to open my eyes, though I knew I couldn't see anything, but they seemed glued shut. I groaned again, and rolled over. And then cold hands were holding me, and I couldn't help the small smile that filtered across my face. "How do you feel?" my angel asked, and I tried to answer, but the words stuck in my throat. And then everything came rushing back. The surgery. Carlyle's frightened words as he begged me to stay awake. The terror that slowly took over me as I realized that something had gone wrong. What happened?" I asked, and I swallowed several times, trying to wet my dry mouth. I could feel Edward's strong arms around me, and I felt safe and reassured. He spoke quietly. "The lesion was cancerous," he said, and his words were low and pained. His voice was thick, and it seemed as though he had to force every word out. "And it's spread so fast. Dad says that you'll need to start chemo soon." I took in his words very easily. And though my heart raced, I didn't feel alarmed. I felt safe and protected. "You'll stay with me?" I asked quietly, and I could feel his cheek, so cold, against my neck. "Forever," he promised, and his lips pressed softly against my cheek. They felt so warm, so soft, and I suddenly wondered what they would feel like against my own. "Kiss me, please," I requested breathlessly, and he didn't hesitate for even 1 second. His lips were soft and hard and desperate against mine as he tangled his hands in my hair. He tasted so sweet, and as he brushed his tongue against my cold, pale lips, my heart began to beat very, very fast. My fingers curled into the soft fabric of his shirt, and my eyes fluttered closed as he silently asked for entrance into my mouth. I quickly spread my lips apart, and the second our tongues touched, fire began to race through my body. I moaned loudly, and Edward chuckled against my lips, but didn't pull back. Instead, he kissed me harder. I didn't mind. It felt good. I smiled, and, whoa, didn't mean to interrupt or anything. Edward pulled away from me so fast one would have thought he'd been burned. I was sure he was blushing, because his cheek was very, very warm under my hand. I chuckled breathlessly as I tried to regain control of my heart. Edward finally seemed to find his voice. "Dad." "Oh, shoot, Carlyle." Out of all the doctors that could have burst in on us, it had to be Edward's father. I was the one blushing now. Edward chuckled, and I felt his lips brush softly against my cheek. "Silly, blushing Bella," he whispered, and Carlyle laughed. "I'll leave you two alone now. I was just worried because I heard the heart monitor going crazy." "Edward, next time you plan on doing that, do me a favor and turn off the monitor for a brief moment. You know how." And then Carlyle was gone, and I buried my head in Edward's chest. Neither of us spoke, but I somehow felt closer to Edward than I ever had been. I smiled into the soft fabric of his shirt, and he rubbed my back slowly. "Stay with me," I breathed again, and he held me tighter, closer. Forever. April 5th, Saturday 8:30 a.m. Bella Pav. There are several good things about your boyfriend's father being a doctor. One of which would be the fact that he could get me into a treatment program within days, rather than the weeks or months that it would normally take. My first treatment was today, in mere minutes. And I was afraid. "Shish," Edward cooed, and he held me closer. I swallowed heavily, and turned to look at him, my eyes wide with fear. "Everything's going to be fine," he promised, and though I knew that he didn't know that everything would be fine, I felt better, stronger. "I'm scared," I stated plainly, and he smiled very softly. "I know, but I'll be there with you every single step of the way. Charlie's here. Let me send him in." Edward began to move from behind me, but I held onto his hand, reluctant to let him go. He smiled, and pulled his hand from mine very softly, brushing a soft kiss on my lips as he moved toward the door. He walked out, closing it softly behind him. I knew that he and Charlie were talking, but I couldn't hear a word. I knew, though, his words were meant to be comforting because of the soft murmur that I did hear. "Hey, Belly Welly," he whispered, using a nickname that he hadn't used since I was small enough to fit in the crook of his arm. He kissed my hand softly as he sat beside me. I knew he was fighting tears as he tried to force a small, sad smile to his lips. "Daddy," I breathed, and the dam broke. He began to sob. He held my hand, and just sobbed for a very long time. Neither of us spoke, but we didn't really need to. I understood the words he wanted so say through his tears. "It's almost time," he finally whispered, and I nodded. Edward came back into the room then, and grasped my hand tightly in his. "Guess who's here?" he whispered. I couldn't help the smile that spread very quickly across my lips as I heard the loud, happy voice. "Bella, Bella, Bella." Within seconds, Alice was bouncing up and down on my lap, chanting my name again and again and again as she played with the fingers of my left hand. I laughed, and then I felt another, softer, hand press gently on my shoulder. I looked up, and though I couldn't see her, I knew it was Esme beside me. "Bella," she breathed very quietly, and I smiled sadly. "Hi, Esme." Emmett was there, too, silent but encouraging. "We're staying," Esme said softly. "Until it's over. Today, at least, and hopefully there won't be much more after this." I nodded, the fear slowly seeping back. I was afraid of death for the first time in my life. I'd thought that I'd accepted it. I was born with XP, a disease that usually sentenced its carriers to a very short life. I'd accepted that, but now I didn't want to die. I wanted so badly to live. I wanted to live for Edward. I wanted to be with him forever. I didn't realize I was sobbing until Edward moved to take me into his arms. He crawled onto the bed beside me, and laid down next to me. He whispered softly into my ear, not encouraging words, but sweet words. He knew that if he told me everything would be fine right now, it would have a more negative than positive effect. "I love you," he breathed. "I won't leave your side unless I have to. Ever. I promise. Promise me you'll be strong. For me." I nodded, because I couldn't quite form words. And then I was taken from Edward's warm arms, and I couldn't help the tears that slowly slipped down my soft, pale cheeks. 2:20 p.m. Edward Pav. It hurt so much to hold her in my arms as she trembled, her whole body covered in sweat as she tried to hold the nausea in. "Don't hurt yourself, Bella. I don't mind. Let yourself go," I whispered, and her eyes grew soft as she let the emotional and physical walls drop. She leaned over and threw up into the plastic bucket that I held. Her whole body shook, and she trembled worse than ever. I held her close, not minding the sweat. Edward," she whimpered, and I ran my fingers slowly through her hair, raking gently through the sweaty knots. I smiled softly, trying to keep the sadness out of my voice. "My fault. Don't leave," she breathed, and then her eyes fluttered closed. "I'm here," I whispered. "Forever. As long as you'll have me." "How is she?" I looked up in surprise to see my father in the doorway. His expression was torn, and pained. I shrugged, and continued to run my fingers through Bella's now perfectly straight hair. I had to be touching her in some way. Her skin, so soft under my fingertips, reassured me that she was still here, and still with me. "She's doing better," I whispered, and I cast my gaze back down at the angel in my arms. "How many more times does she have to go through this?" "It depends," my father said, and he took Bella's chart into his hands before glancing up at the machines that surrounded us. "Edward, you need to go home. Spring break ends tomorrow, and you need to go back to school." "No." My voice was so firm, so fierce, that it surprised even me. I tried to speak softer as I continued. "No, I told her I wouldn't leave, and I'm not going to. Not until this is over and she's back home," I said, and I shrugged. "I'll go to summer school to catch up, or something. But I'm not leaving her." My father didn't say anything, and I wondered why. He was always very firm about my education, if not anything else. Finally, though, he spoke. "I'll talk to the school, and see if they will allow you to simply pick up your assignments to do here at the hospital. If I tell them about they'll understand." I nodded, and smiled the smallest bit. My father checked Bella's pulse, and a few other things, and returned the chart to the end of her bed where it had been hanging before. "Want me to turn on the lights before I go out?" he asked, and I shook my head. Even though it was still early evening, it was very dark in Bella's hospital room. The windows had been completely blocked by cardboard and tape, keeping the sun out. "She'll be fine," my father whispered, and I couldn't even find the strength to reply. Instead, I pulled Bella's small, trembling body closer to mine and buried my head in her hair, trying to capture the few hours of sleep that I was allowed before Bella would be up again, sicker than ever. My fault. April 11th, Friday 10:12 a.m. Bella Pav. "Chemo sucks." Thankfully, though, I hadn't lost my hair yet. Just a matter of time, I was sure. "And how are we feeling this morning?" Carlyle asked happily, walking into the room as he chuckled lightly. "Edward's still asleep," I nodded, smiling. Edward hadn't left once. Even after visiting hours, he hadn't left. I didn't know how he'd pulled that one off, but "I feel good," I said, and I was surprised. "Not sick anymore." I could tell from the tone of Carlyle's voice that his smile had turned sad. "Then I'm sorry to say that your second treatment is scheduled for the day after tomorrow." "But," he said, and the smile was back in his voice, "the results from your latest test are wonderful. You're doing great, Bella," he said, and he ruffled my hair. I grinned, honestly, truly happy. Silence fell over us as Carlyle began to go over my chart and record the machine's latest readings. Finally, though, he spoke, and his voice was very quiet. "He wonders, but he'll never ask. Do you blame him?" I knew who Carlyle was talking about even without having to ask. I smiled, and shook my head. "No, not at all. It's not his fault. He didn't do anything wrong. He was hurting," I whispered, and I smiled. "And even though he left me alone, he left me thinking that I was safe. So safe. He would never hurt me, Carlyle. Ever. He would give so much to keep me safe." I could never blame him. Carlyle didn't say anything else, but the way he tenderly brushed his fingers across my cheek told me everything. I smiled, and then he began to walk out. But before he left, he paused and sighed deeply. "Tell him that, Bella. Please. He's hurting so much." I nodded, though I wasn't sure if he saw me or not, and snuggled closer to Edward. I would tell him. I had to. I couldn't let him continue to torture himself over the past. I would tell him. April 12th, Saturday 2:57 p.m. Edward Pav. "Go fish," Bella said, and Alice chuckled and reached out to take one of the brightly colored, braille cards into her small hand. I smiled as I watched them, completely content. "Any fours?" Bella asked, and Alice nodded, happily pulling a 4 out from her small pile before handing it to Bella. Bella ran her fingers softly over the braille symbols, and pulled out the matching card before sitting them to the side. "Any threes?" The game continued on, and though Alice had come today armed with a deck of cards and a pile of braille books for her and Bella to read together, I was still unable to concentrate on the math homework before me. How could I tear my eyes away from the angel sitting before me? I couldn't. "Work," Bella commanded, knowing without having to see that I was simply watching her. I grinned for one brief second before Bella's plastic jello cup hit into my head. "Ouch," I mumbled, grinning as I rubbed a spot just above my ear. "Meanie." She stuck her tongue out at me, and I laughed. Go fishy, fish, fishy. Alice bubbled, and Bella laughed before reaching out to grab a card, the last card. Ooh, Alice said, you have my 5, gimme. And on that note, Alice won the game, her first of the day. I win, I win, I win, she chanted, dancing back and forth across the floor. Bella and I both laughed, and were still chuckling lightly when the hospital room door opened. Alice, however, had danced just a little too close to the doorway, and the hard, cold metal smacked into her head. Loud cries of pain echoed throughout the room. Alice! I yelled, panicked, and I ran to her, not caring as my math papers fell to the floor. My father, who had been the one to open the door, fell down by her side, too. Are you all right? She just continued to sob loudly, gulping in breaths of air between pained screams. Allie, baby shish, my father cooed, taking her into his arms. She rested her head against his chest, still sobbing, and stuck her fingers in her mouth as she blinked away tears. Boo boo, she informed him, rubbing her head as her bright, soft eyes blinked. I have boo boo. He laughed lightly, and kissed her on the forehead. Yes, you do, he whispered, and I could see that his hands were trembling. I knew that his fright had come from Alice's pained cries, and I wondered briefly how Charlie was strong enough to watch Bella, every day, buried in a sea of white as she suffered through this horrible disease. Do I get a band-aid? Alice asked, and her eyes were so bright and eager that Dad couldn't say no. So he agreed, and told me and Bella that he would be back in a minute. When the room was silent, I returned to Bella's side, and held her tightly to me. You're so strong, Bella. How have you lived like this for so many years? How did Charlie do it? How does he do it still? If me or Alice or Emmett so much as cut ourselves or get a bump on the head, Dad freaks out. I don't. How does your father do it? How does he still walk in here every day, smiling? She shrugged, and her smile was soft as she laid her head on my chest. We've lived this way for as long as I can remember. I know that this sounds morbid, but all my life, Charlie has been preparing for my death. He knows that, at any moment, or any day, I could die. He's known that since I was an infant. He's never let it affect his love for me, though. He's given me so much love, and I know that that love is only going to hurt him later in life. I didn't know what to say, so instead, I said the one thing that had been running through my head for so long. Why don't you blame me? How can you love me still, even though this is my fault? She drew in a deep breath, and I could see her eyes grow wide. But she spoke. And her words were so firm, and so full of love. This is not your fault, Edward. You left me because you thought I was safe. You thought I was so safe. I know you, Edward. I know you love me. So much, even though I hurt you again and again. And I know that you would give anything to keep me safe. I know that, if it were possible, you would take away my suffering and make it your own. And that is why I can't blame you. Don't you understand? This isn't your fault, Edward. Yes, you left me alone. But you left me on the doorstep of my own house. Even when you were hurting so much, you put me first. I tried to believe her words. I really did, but I couldn't quite wrap my mind around the idea that, though I had been the one to cause her suffering, she didn't blame me, and she leaned on me so much. You are so beautiful, Bella, I whispered, and I buried my face in her hair, breathing in deeply of her scent. So beautiful, if it's even possible. You're more beautiful on the inside than you are on the outside. She smiled, and yawned, and as she curled into my side, not caring as the "Go fish" cards fell to the floor and scattered, I was content. Completely content. I love you, I murmured, and her smile grew. Love you, too, Edward. April 15th, Tuesday 10:10 a.m. 3 days later, Carlisle, PA. Are the test results for Isabella Swan in? I asked quietly. And the young man before me, Dr. Samuel, nodded and shuffled through the files on his desk before handing me the one that contained Bella's test results. Sure are. Here you go, he said, and he dropped the file into my waiting hands as though he could care less what they contained. I drew in a deep breath as my eyes scanned over the words, and any hope that I'd previously had slowly seeped from my body as I read each word. No, I breathed, and my fingers gripped the paper tightly as I closed my eyes and drew in a deep, calming breath. This she was doing so well. Damn it. Samuel shrugged, and then sighed, his eyes meeting mine. Carlisle, listen, I really hate to do this, but you're becoming far too personally involved with this girl. We're going to remove you from her case. With each word that the man before me uttered, I could feel my heart beating faster and then, in the end, breaking. Bella had become like a second daughter to me, and I knew that I didn't trust anyone else to do this job. I didn't trust anyone else with her life, so fragile, so innocent. No, I said, and I tried to make my voice firm, but it still shook. No, but I couldn't continue. But I'm what? I had just admitted to myself that Bella had become like a daughter to me. And the emotions I'd displayed while reading her results had most definitely confirmed any suspicions that anyone had harbored. I'm sorry, Carlisle, Samuel said, and he truly did look apologetic. It's already been decided. Her primary doctor, from here on out, will be Dr. James. Oh, and Isabella will be starting more aggressive treatment the end of this week. We're hoping to pull some of those numbers down. Bella, he asked, and he seemed preoccupied once again. She likes to be called Bella, I whispered. And then I walked away. We will continue in next part.